Lin Yi was having a terrible day. He had just been fired from his job by manager Lai Yi, who seemed to take great pleasure in kicking him out of the building. And as if that wasn't bad enough, his girlfriend had just broken up with him over the phone because he wasn't rich enough for her. Lin was feeling pretty low as he trudged towards the elevator, holding a box of his belongings. Suddenly, assistant lady named Ling Wade appeared in front of him, welcoming him to the full career experience system. She told him that he can experience something new every week, and completing tasks will result in rewards. The notification told him to receive the Blabla registration package, 1,000 million yuan, a peninsula hotel stay, and a Pagani windchild. Lin was excited as he went to the parking lot, where he met Ms. Jai struggling with her car. He offered to give her a ride. Then, a man came out of nowhere, telling her to ride with him in his sports car and insulting Lin's car. Ms. Jai refused and followed Lin. When he showed her his car, they were surprised, and she got in the car. At the Peninsula Hotel, Lin's ex-girlfriend Sissy Liu was with another guy named Yunji. As they were talking, Lin entered. She saw him and insulted him, assuming he was still poor. She called security to kick him out, but she was surprised when they bowed to him. Then she learned that Lin owns the hotel. Manager Wang took Lin to the conference room to give him a work report. A lady walked into the room, telling Wang that one of the guests wanted to file a complaint because the Mercedes-Benz she wanted to rent was borrowed by VIP users. Lin told Wang to keep looking at the financial issues while he sorted out the other issue. He knocked on the door, and a beautiful lady opened it. He told her he would drive her in his Pagani. She agreed and went to change her clothes. She came out of the room, and they went to the lobby. Sissy chased Yunji away and went to Lin, trying to get him back. Lin had no intention of getting back together with Sissy. He held Jinshu by the waist and told Sissy to get lost because she discussed him as they left the lobby of his hotel. He drove Jinshu to the Fairview Hotel where her classmate's wedding was taking place. Her friends were waiting outside to see the rich boyfriend she had bragged about and were surprised to see that Jinshu's boyfriend was indeed rich. As she walked towards them, Lin rolled down the window and told her to have fun. Meanwhile, landlady Wu Jinlan was furious with Lin for not paying his rent yet. However, when Lin showed up and transferred the rent along with some extra cash, she asked him about his plans for the future. Lin told her about his business plans and revealed that he was a rich second generation. At the Peninsula Hotel, Lin ordered some food before receiving a message from Wen Yan, who wanted him to pick her up. She got into the car, and Lin told her to place a Blabla order first. After she placed the order, the system congratulated Lin for his second purchase and for transporting two beautiful women worth a score of 85 or more. She received rewards. Kin told Lin that her company is holding a launch, but she's having trouble finding a venue since all the hotels couldn't spare one. Lin recommended the Peninsula Hotel, but Kin thought it was impossible to book because it's a 5-star hotel. Lin drove to the hotel and said that she wouldn't pay for a single lane change if they couldn't negotiate. She offered to negotiate, and if the deal was done, she'd do squats for him. At the hotel, the receptionist recognized Kin as the boss and called the manager. The manager agreed to help Kin after Lin gave him the right signs. They left after telling the manager that the launch was in 10 days. At Ishi Villa, in Kin's room, she was doing squats for Lin when the door opened and her dad asked what was going on. Kin told her dad that Lin is her yoga instructor, but he didn't believe her. He asked him what he does for a living. Lin told him that he drives a Blabla, and when he noticed that the Pagani windchild at the door belonged to Lin, he was assured that his daughter was in safe hands and that Lin was stronger than any brat. Lin tried to explain that he and Kin weren't in a romantic relationship, but her father interrupted him and invited him to her grandpa's birthday party. Later, Lin received a message from his former colleague inviting him to a farewell dinner gathering. At the dinner, Jiang Dong and Huang Yui were bragging about their accomplishments, but Wang Ying told them that Lin's performance was better than theirs. Lin called them out for coming to show off instead of just seeing him off. Dong then asked Lin about his new plans, and Yue replied that should just go back to the countryside, since the city wasn't an easy mix. Dong offered Lin a job, but he declined. Later, a valet asked for the customer who owns the Pagani. Lin asked what was wrong with it, and the valet told him to move it since it was blocking other cars. The colleagues told Lin that they were talking about a Pagani, not his broken Charlie. Lin showed them the keys and told them it was his car. They were shocked that an orphan like Lin was rich. Lin offered to drive Ying back, and while driving, she asked if it was true that he runs a Blabla. He told her he was not fooling her and asked her to place an order. The system scanned her and notified Lin that her score was 84, which did not meet the requirements of the mission. Lin asked her to do something to enhance her charm. She put on tights and the system's score reached 85. Lin was then awarded a villa at Jushigaku. When Yang reached her location, she invited Lin inside, but he told her he had something to do and promised to visit her next time. At Gaishigaku Villa, Lin met his former colleague Zhang Menju. When he told her to call the manager, she told him that he couldn't afford anything at the villa. Then, manager Wang Hui appeared beside them and offered to give Lin a tour of the place. But Menju told her not to waste her time because Lin was poor. The manager told Menju that she was fired, and she told her that Lin had bought 9 villas in Kyushu Court after he took the real estate license. He received a message from Ying that Dong and Lily Yi were fired, and another from Qin to pick her up. When he arrived at Qin's office, the system lady notified him that if he completed the task, he would get 5-star reviews, 200,000 proficiency, and a career completion of 25%. He reminded her to give him a review, and she told him she owed him 9 squats and a review. Lin then kissed her, saying he didn't care about the review. Qin pushed him and got out of the car. Ying saw this and figured they were together, which was why the two were fired. Lin received a call from Xiao Yu to go to Tianyi's home and pretend to be her boyfriend. He knocked on the door, Xiao opened and introduced Lin to her parents. Her father asked what he does, and he said he's a blabla driver. They were angry at their daughter for dating a blabla driver, but she told them it's also profitable and reminded them that they were on their way to the party, and Lin would drop them off on their way to the mall. However, Lin told them to call another cab because his car is too small. They followed them outside, telling Xiao that she embarrassed them by finding a motorcycle driver for a boyfriend. When they saw the Pagani, they encouraged their daughter to go with Lin. On their way to the mall, Xiao asked if she could do a live stream in the car since she's a female anchor. Lin allowed her to do it in exchange for 5-star reviews. They arrived at the mall, and she gave him the reviews, and the system lady congratulated him for completing the task and rewarded him with 1 Shanghai International Circuit racing track. Xiao escorted Lin to buy a phone while live streaming. The shopkeeper gave Lin the phone and asked if he'd like to choose a phone case to protect it. Lin replied that his intention was to buy a lot of phones to replace them when one is broken. Xiao realized that her popularity had increased 5 times than before, so she went and asked Lin if he wanted to buy anything else. He told her he wanted a watch. One of the workers told Lai that they had guests, but she told him that they were just showing off fake wealth, and said the Jiangxi Egton was only for the rich. The average broadcaster could not afford to purchase it. Lin told them to show him the watch he was interested in, but Lai told him that they could only show it to him after payment. A rich couple, Mr. and Mrs. Lin, entered the shop. Lai went to attend to them, and when Mrs. Lin said she wanted the gold watch, Lai took it out of the box and showed it to her. Lin Nia confronted Lai about equally treating all the customers. She told him that they provide service by customer level. Lin was about to argue, but Xiao dragged Lin to another store. The staff welcomed them, and Lin asked Xiao to introduce him to the model since he was not familiar with it. She told him she'll ask the viewers because she wasn't familiar with it either. They recommended he buy the 175th anniversary model. She told Lin that she'll turn the phone off, but Lin told her to let them watch. The shopkeeper told Lin that they were out of stock and needed to be imported from Europe. The news spread that someone bought the expensive 175th model. Lai went to see who bought it. She started begging Lin to go back to her shop when she saw that it was him, but Lin reminded her that a poor man like him was not up to her service. He left her crying. Then he gave Lin a phone as an apology for making her shop with him. After that, he went to Shanghai and told the receptionist he wanted to talk to the manager. Qin Han appeared and asked what was going on. When she was taking Lin to the manager, Lin asked who the guy that closed the whole racetrack was. She told him that it was the famous Qin Han, and not many people in Shanghai dared to mess with him. They arrived at manager Zhao Heitan's office, who welcomed Lin and informed Xiao Zhao that the racetrack had been acquired by Lin. Heitan told Lin to look at the company's business, but he refused and told Heitan to keep running it the same way as before. Then, Heitan showed Lin the racetrack and asked if he wanted to drive 2 laps. Lin agreed and asked him to have someone bring his car. Qin Han confronted the manager, asking if he wanted to die for bringing outsiders while he had booked the place. Heitan informed Qin that Lin was the owner of the racetrack. Qin challenged Lin to a race, with the winner allowed to continue playing. Lin accepted the challenge. Kin bragged about his car, but when he saw Lin's, he asked if it really was his car. The race began, and Lin won. The audience was impressed by Lin's skills. Kin asked Lin why his car started running faster than his, even though Lin's car was not modified. Lin explained what he should do when starting the car to make it faster. Kin added Lin on WeChat, saying he would follow him in the future. Lin received a message and told Hayden that he would come to patrol another day, allowing Kin to continue playing on the track with the bill on him. At Yanshu Villa, Lin found that Ms. Jia was not ready, so he waited while she finished getting ready. Lin told Ms. Jia that there was a new email on her computer. She assumed it was business-related, but Lin told her it wasn't. The email mentioned her 36E underwear being shipped. Then he mentioned another email, prompting her to run out of the bathroom to stop Lin from opening it. In her attempt, she tripped, and to keep her from falling, Lin grabbed her robe, accidentally removing it from her body. Feeling embarrassed, she ran back into the bathroom. After finishing changing, Ms. Jia told Lin that she was going to the reunion. Lin told her that her dress was suitable for doing squats, and she asked him to close the curtains. After doing the squats, she told Lin that they should get going to Zhongting Sea and Land Exchange. When they were coming out of the room, they met her parents. Her dad asked if they were done, and she asked him what he was talking about. He explained that he saw the curtains closed, so he didn't want to go in. Her mom told her not to be shy because it's a normal need for adults. She insisted that nothing happened. Her mother invited Lin to her grandfather's birthday, and he told her he would come. They arrived at the location, and Lin opened the car door for Kin Yan, reminding her about the review and to place an order when she wanted to go home. The system congratulated him for safe driving, awarding him 21% of the equity of the blazing company. The system lady told Lin that his profession had reached 55%. If he completed another 35%, he would be able to open a new career, and when the career reached 100%, he would receive generous rewards. Lin was ecstatic and said he would continue to accept orders. He then picked up Xiang from Starbucks to take her to Kyushu Court Villa. She excitedly introduced herself and asked Lin where he was taking her, hoping she had landed a rich boyfriend. Lin explained that he was the blabla driver. She then insulted him and told him to drive slowly, because if he scratched the car, he wouldn't be able to afford to pay for it. Lin informed her that he owned the car. She laughed and continued to insult him, to the point that Lin stopped the car and told her to get out. She threatened to give Lin a bad review. Lin left her and drove to the Kyushu Pavilion, where he saw that she indeed gave him a bad review. He then received a call from the headquarters about the review, and they told him to wait for suspension. Kin told Ding that he should have a sense of superiority. Ding's girlfriend told Kin and Lin that Ding had bought a Mercedes-Benz Class G, which Lin couldn't afford in his lifetime. Ding was annoyed that Kin Yan was protecting Lin. When they went to show off Ding's car, Yan reminded him that he had said his favorite car was the Pagani. Ding replied, and the lady saw the Pagani next to Ding's car. She told Ding, and he went to see it. When Lin went close to the car, Ding told him not to blink because the car was so expensive. He got the shock of his life when he saw Lin holding the Pagani's keys. When he asked how Lin had that car since he was only a blabla driver, Lin told him not to let poverty limit his imagination. Lin drove off, and Kin changed the location to the beach. While at the beach, she asked Lin to pretend to be her boyfriend at her grandfather's birthday party, and he agreed. Then she noticed that the pavilion lights were on. Lin offered to drive her there, or maybe she could stay there for the night. Lin showed Yan the outside of the villa. When he offered to show her the inside of the compound, she told him that they should just remain outside because it would be ugly to be thrown out. Lin asked what she would do for him if he took her inside. She told him she would let him watch her swim in a bikini. Lin drove past the security guards, and she was shocked that the guards let them in. When he was giving her the tour, they found a pool, and Lin reminded her of the promise she had made. She told him she didn't have a bikini, so they would talk about it later. He took her inside the villa and told her he had bought the whole Kyushu Pavilion villa. Kin Yan asked him if he had gotten his money from the wind. Lin told her that he had gotten it more easily than from a strong wind. Lin told Kin Yan to sleep in the villa for the night, and he gave her his pajamas. When Kin was taking a shower, Lin was reading a newspaper. She called him, and when he entered the bathroom, he saw that she had fallen. She asked him to help her up because she had twisted her ankle. While helping her, they noticed that they were too close to each other, and then they kissed. The next morning, Kin Yan woke Lin up to take her to work. After that, he went to the Peninsula Hotel to have breakfast. The manager offered to tell the kitchen to prepare it, but Lin told him he would do it himself. At the hotel restaurant, after he read the menu, he called the waitress to take his order and was surprised to see that it was Lai Yi, the manager who had fired him from his previous job. Lai Yi started insulting Lin, calling him a rich woman's plaything because that was the only way he could afford to eat at the peninsula. Her colleague tried to stop her, but she was too adamant about embarrassing Lin. Lin asked another waitress to call manager Wang. When the manager arrived, he told Lai Yi that Lin owned the hotel and informed her that she was fired. He called security to throw her out after telling her that he would blacklist her so no company could hire her. After apologizing to Lin, his food arrived. While eating, he received a call from the vice president of Blabla to schedule a meeting with him as the representative of the company. He told her he would contact her in the afternoon. Meanwhile, Vice President Chen Yan told her assistant Xiao Yan that she was going to take a look at the Jerez. The assistant called a cab. When Lin arrived, they were surprised that the company was powerful enough to use a sports car to drive Blabla passengers. Tian told Lin that girls would say it was hot when they got in his car. Lin asked if there was a rule that said he couldn't run Blabla if he drove a sports car. Tian told Lin to watch his words and threatened to suspend him. Lin asked if she had the power to do that. She showed Lin her card and told him that she was the vice president of Blabla. Lin informed her that he was also a shareholder and that she had called him earlier to arrange a meeting. She believed him and apologized. When they reached the location, she tried to pay, but it was declined. Lin saw the notification that the Jerez Corporation had suspended him. Chin offered to talk to them, but Lin insisted on going in with her. They entered the conference room and Lin explained his problem. Jerez President Wenda Lu told the operations manager, Yuanfa, to take care of it. Yuanfa scolded Lin and told him to get out before he called security. Lin told Tyne to handle it while he was sitting down. Tan told them that she was the vice president of Blabla and that she exempted Jerez from operating for suspending a driver without proper investigation. She also informed them that Lin was a shareholder of Blabla. When Wenda Lu told Lu Yuanfa to apologize, Lin said that he approved of Tian's resolution and disqualified their operation. Then, Qin Yan called him to take her to the mall to shop for the birthday party. Tian told Lin that she had taken care of everything and also added new features to it. Lin asked Tyne if she knew a place where they sold better antique paintings. Tan told him that she would have her assistant pick up a painting at Zhangdachin, and he shouldn't worry about the money. He told her to send it to the manager at the peninsula, and since he didn't like to owe people favors, he would give 1% equity for the painting. When he was about to leave, Tan told Lin that their president wanted to invite Lin to be a guest in Yangcheng. He agreed. Then he received another order from King Star to Goat Island Hotel. He drove Yang Qin-sin, who was talking to her boyfriend about the underwear she had bought. She told Lin that the company must be quite good to think of such marketing techniques. Lin told her that it wasn't the company's idea, but it was his car. He dropped her off at the Peninsula Hotel, and she gave him a 1-star review. Then he went to the mall with Qin Yan. He confronted her, saying that she hadn't given him a 5-star review yet. She told him that it would depend on his behavior. Then he reminded her about the promise, so they went into stores looking for bikinis. At the first store, Qin saw that they didn't have her size, so she told Lin and they went to another store. Lin chose a black, revealing bikini for her to wear when she was swimming in front of him, and Qin chose a less revealing bikini. He told her that she would wear it when she went out to have fun with her friends. They went to the 4th floor to look for outfits. While she was trying on a dress, she called Lin to help her with the zipper. Lin told Qin that the dress was beautiful. Meanwhile, a lady who was with Mr. Zhang liked the same dress and told him that she wanted one. The shopkeeper informed her that there was only one custom model set, so they could look for other styles. Mr. Zhang insisted that Qin should take off the dress, and he would pay an extra 20,000. However, Lin told the shopkeeper that he would add 200,000. Mr. Zhang was shocked and left the dress for Qin. She whispered to Lin that she would let him feast his eyes on it for standing up for her, and then Lin bought a suit. They went back to the villa's pool. Qin wore the black bikini while Lin was wearing his boxers, leaving his abs on display. Lin carried Qin and jumped into the pool. She told him not to let go of her, because she couldn't swim. Lin said he would teach her. He taught her until she was floating on her own, but then she suddenly wasn't able to keep herself from drowning and went under the water. Lin swam towards her and pulled her out, then he kissed her. They flirted in the pool before going inside the villa. While Qin was taking a shower, Lin borrowed her phone. Then the system lady informed him that, for completing the mission, he was rewarded with 100,000 proficiency points, Wanjiang Pier, and a career completion increase of 75%. Kin got out of the shower and sat on the bed next to Lin. Lin told her his story, that he was an orphan and had been raised by others. After that, they went to bed. While he was sleeping, his phone rang and Wangma told him that Sizzy wanted her to talk to him about their relationship. Lin told her that he would never get back with her again. Wangma then told him to meet her friend's daughter, Song Waihui, at Tan Yute House the following day. The next day, Lin went to meet with the girl, but found her whole family waiting for him. Song's mother asked about his work at the real estate company, and he told them that he was fired. She asked what he did for a living, and he told them he was a blabla driver and could barely make ends meet. Then she told him that if he wanted to marry her daughter, he should buy a suite in full at Shanghai and pay a bride price of 888,000. Lin told them that it was too much, and Song's brother asked Lin to buy a 500,000 imported car. When he told them that he couldn't afford all that, they told him that when the orphanage was moved and the land was sold, he would have enough. Lin got angry and poured tea on Song's brother. He walked out and went to the parking lot. Song's brother threw a potted plant at Lin, but he dodged it, and it scratched his car. When they saw the damage to the Pagani windshield, they asked him how they could compensate him. They went to the parking lot to see the car. May tried to apologize for her brother, but Lin told them that if they didn't send 2,000 million within a week, they would be waiting for the court's summons. Then, Lin went to Wangjiang Port and found a girl offering her body to manager Mio Changju of terminal operation to compensate for breaking a boat's chair. When Lin confronted them, Changju told Lin that he was the manager and decided whether to pay or not. Lin told him that he would pay if the girl left without paying. Then he entered the building, and the secretary took him to the conference room. Manager Bai Song Jiang welcomed Lin. Lin told them that he didn't think everyone was present, so they would wait. The manager sent Xiao to call Mio Changju, who entered the room while buttoning his shirt. When Lin spoke to him, he knelt down, apologizing, saying he didn't know that Lin was the new chairman. Lin told manager Bai to kick him out. In the meeting, he talked about upgrading the pier and increasing their salaries. After that, he received a call about the painting and told them to deliver it to Eastlake Villa. When they entered the villa, Kin instantly attracted people's attention with her beauty. They went straight to her grandfather. Mr. Ji tried to get Kin to introduce her boyfriend, but Kin's cousin Chin Sin recognized Lin as the blabla driver and told the family members. Her parents were confused. Kin tried to explain to them that he drives for fun. Mr. Ju was about to chase him out when the shopkeepers delivered the 175th anniversary watch he purchased. They were surprised that a blabla driver could afford that kind of watch. Mr. Jan told Tian Sin to apologize for misunderstanding Lin. Tan's mom told Kin Yan that the boy would dump her soon even though he's rich. She said he doesn't care because he did not buy a present for Mr. J, but her daughter's fiancé bought a gift. Kin then took the gift she had prepared for her grandpa and tried to give it to him, saying it was from Lin. However, Lin told her that she shouldn't help him by giving the gift she bought for Mr. G, saying it was from him. He told her that he had already prepared a present, so he handed the painting to Mr. Jai. When Mr. J saw that the painting was John Dachin's peach garden painting, he was shocked. Tan's fiancé, Fu Zhang, told the people that the painting was probably a fake because the owner, Mr. Cheng Shuang, was their president and he'd always refused to sell it. Lin remembered that Fu Zhang had said he was the head of Blabla, so he told him that he was disqualified from operating. Zhang asked Lin who he was to be speaking such nonsense. Lin told him that he owned shares of Blabla and told him to call Cheng and ask about what he had just told him. Zhang called and put him on speaker. He asked about Lin Yu, and the president confirmed what Lin had told him and said that if he disrespected him, he'd disqualify him. He also told Zhang that he had given the painting to Lin. Zhang dropped his phone and started apologizing. Lin revoked his operation and asked for the painting's compensation since he had torn it, thinking it was fake. Zhang begged Tyne to help him, but she told him to get lost. Lin told Zhang to get up, that girls like Tian weren't worth it. Then he told Kin's father that he wanted to talk to their family in private. They gathered in a room, and Lin told them that he had driven Tian Sin to Peninsula Hotel, carrying a bag full of erotic stuff to play Philly landlord with two black guys. Tian denied the accusations, but Lin sent a video to Kin. When Mr. Ju watched the video, he slapped her. Her mom tried to protect her, but Kin's dad stopped her, not wanting to get involved in family affairs. He told them he was leaving. Kin escorted Lin out, and thanked him for the expensive painting. Lin told her that she had to place an order in the future, and he left. Lin got an order. Meanwhile, Mu-Rai was trying to get Yuan Yua to ride to school with him in his new BMW, but she told him she was not interested. Lin arrived and told her to get in the car. She asked Lin why he ran blah blah while he drove a sports car. Lin told her that it didn't matter what car he drove. The important thing was to make money through one's own efforts. When they reached the location, she asked to add him on VX. When he asked why, she asked him if he believed in love at first sight. He told her that she was innocent, and that next time she shouldn't just say that to people. He left and received a call from May. Lin asked if she called about the compensation money. She told him that the family was testing him the other day, and he had passed, so now they were boyfriend and girlfriend. Lin was on his way to Shanghai when he met Xiao Yu. He told her to get in the car and asked if she was going to Shanghai International Circuit. She told him that she was going there to do a live broadcast since an event was taking place there. They arrived and found Ren Zixuan and Sun Ru, popular anchors, arguing. Xiao asked them what was going on. Ru explained that Ren wanted to get rid of them so that she could do the live broadcasting alone. Ren told them that the owner of the track said only one anchor was needed. They continued arguing, and Lin told Ru and Xiao to follow him. Ren told Lin that if he messed with Qin Han, he would die without knowing how to die. They followed Lin to the track race. When they saw the expensive cars, Ru asked Lin if he was sure that they could broadcast live. Lin told them to prepare their equipment. Meanwhile, Ren told Qin and manager Zhao that Xiao and Ru had broken in, especially the one in the lead. She said this as she pointed at Lin, and told them that he was crazy. Then she saw that Zhou bowed to Lin and Qin was calling Lin's name. She asked them if they knew Lin. Qin told her that Lin was the owner of Shanghai Circuit. Lin told Qin that his friend had insulted him. Qin turned to look at Ren and told her to get lost. She pleaded with them to let her stay and do the broadcasting, but they called security to throw her out. Then, Qin Han challenged Lin to a race, saying he had improved his cornering skills. Lin accepted. When the race was about to begin, Qin told Lin that the loser would give money to the winner. The race began, and Lin won. Qin gave Lin 210 million. Lin gave the money to the manager and told him that his Pagani had a scratch, so he should get it fixed. Qin Han's jaw dropped when he heard that Lin was using so much money to fix his car. Then, Lin told Xiao that he was leaving. If they needed anything, they should find manager Zhao. Lin had 3 new orders, but he went to have lunch first. He arrived when Aunt Liu was about to close to go pick up Xiao Jing from school. He told her that he would pick her up before eating and then left after telling her the food he wanted to eat. When Lin entered Xiao Jing's class, he found a lady yelling at Xiao's teacher for not stopping Xiao Jing from scratching her son's face, saying it would delay his career because he wanted to enter the entertainment industry. Lin told the boy that he was overthinking it if he thought he could enter the entertainment industry with his face. When Xiao saw that it was Lin, she approached him, and Lin asked her what had happened. She explained and also showed Lin her torn clothes. Lin told the lady that it was her son's fault, so they didn't want to be the first to sue. She told Lin to watch his words and that if they paid the compensation, the issue would not be over. Xiao told the lady that her son had bullied her first, and the lady replied, saying a poor girl like her only had to endure bullying. Lin slapped her, and she called her husband, a human resources manager of Zhonghan Capital. He barged into the classroom, and his son told him that Lin had slapped his mom. Lan Duwang asked Lin to apologize to his wife before he called his boss, Qin Han. He didn't know that Lin knew Qin Han, so he called Han and told him the situation. Qin Han called Duwang, telling him that he was fired. When Lin and Xiao reached Aunt Liu's restaurant, he told Xiao not to tell her mom what had happened at school. Lin went to Qin Yan's office and gave her the food he had bought at Aunt Liu's, telling her that it was the best egg fried rice. Yan opened the lid and asked Lin if it was from Aunt Liu's. Lin confirmed that it was and said she should eat it before it got cold. She asked Lin to feed her, and while he was doing so, Qin Han called Lin. He told Lin that he had found girls with top-notch bodies and invited Lin to go have fun with him. Lin replied, saying he couldn't join him because the girls on his side were nothing compared to the one girl beside him. Yan blushed when she heard what Lin said. Qin Han told Lin to take a picture and send it to him to see if the girl looked better than the ones on his side. If she did, he would live upside down to eat Shang. Lin asked Yan if they could take a selfie. She asked why he wanted to take a picture all of a sudden. Lin told her that he wanted to use her picture to show someone what real beauty was. Lin sent the selfie, and Kin-han sent a text telling Lin that the girl was very good-looking. Then they went to the car, and Lin asked Yan to tell him the procedures to follow to set up a charitable foundation. She told him that an organization like that was not easy to handle. He told her that he didn't care. He just wanted to do as much as he could on his own. She told him she would ask around for him. When they reached her location, he asked her if she could escort him to Yangqing with him if she was free, and she told him that it would depend on whether she was free or not. Then she gave Lin a 5-star review. The system lady told Lin that he had accomplished the mission and he could open a new career. His new career was a college physical education teacher, and he received a potion and sage wisdom. Lin drank the attribute increase potion, and his body changed. While lying in bed, his phone rang, and he was told that the Pagani's engineer had already been contacted. Kin Yan bought a first-class ticket for Lin and told him that she wouldn't be able to escort him. She asked the name of the orphanage he would be staying at. Lin told her that it was Blue Sky. On a plane, Singing Feng and Lai Yu Yang were discussing that it was rare to see a handsome young man in first class. Feng Houyub told them that later they would know that good-looking skin was the same, but a rich young man with money was 1 in a million. Lin looked at Houyub and told him that if he wanted to act tough, he should do it himself and not bring him into it. Houyub sat in the seat next to Lin and challenged Lin that they should ask the stewardess for her WeChat, and if she chose Houyub, it would prove that money was more important than face value. He told the stewardess, and when he was showing off his watch, the stewardess saw Lin's anniversary model and instantly asked for Lin's WeChat. Then Yan entered. Houyub saw her and told Lin that if he lost again, he would accept defeat. While he was asking for her WeChat, Lin held Yan by the waist and put her on his lap. Houyub called Lin a scum for putting his arms around a woman's waist he doesn't even know. Lin told him that it's called love at first sight, and it's headed for marriage. They arrived at the orphanage, and the kids ran to them. Kin gave the kids the gifts she bought and introduced herself to Wang Kuping and Zhao. Kuping sent Zhao to go share the gifts with the kids. Zhao saw that Ning Yu has arrived with her boyfriend. He called Kuping to come and see. Yan asked Lin who Ning was, and he told her that her full name is Gu Ning Yu. She went out of the orphanage and went to a college in Yangcheng. The kids ran to King and started touching Wang Tao's car. He yelled at the kids, saying they should not make it dirty because he would have to pay a lot of money to paint it. Ning Yu excitedly introduced herself to Kin Yan. Wang Tao tried to shake Kin Han's hand while introducing himself, but Lin slapped his hand, making Tao furious. Wanting to humiliate Lin, he told Wang Kuping that he will donate 100,000 yuan to the orphanage, but she rejected his offer, and Lin told her to accept it. Then Tao told Lin to donate, and Lin told him that he will donate 100 million. Tao laughed, saying if an online car driver like him donates 100 million, then he will donate 10 times more. Lin donated the money, and when Tao saw the notification on Kuping's phone, he was shocked. Lin asked Tao when he will donate, but he got in his car and drove off, leaving Ning Yu. As they were eating, Kin asked Lin to escort her to the Yanqing branch to check out some accounting problems. They went to Shoan Group Yanqing branch, and the vice president Wang Zhenyi was surprised to see Kin. She told him to bring the year's accounts to the conference room. While looking at the files, he saw that it was short by more than 30 million. She asked where Zhenyi went and that she wants to call the police. Suddenly, 3 men barged into the office. One of the guys said Zhenyi owes them 1 million yuan, and if she's willing to stay with him one night, they'll let it go. Lin told them that he knows that they were sent by Zhenyi to delay them from calling the police. Then he offered them 2 million yuan to help send Zhenyi to the police. Lin drove Kin to the police station and told her that the matter can't be published because the Sunrise Group's market value could evaporate a lot. Then he told her to go in while he goes after Zhenyi. She told him that it's too dangerous, she can't let him go. After a lot of convincing, she let Lin go. 3 hours later, Lin came back with Zhenyi escorted by the police. When Zhenyi saw Kin, he started pleading with her not to sue him and promised to pay back all the money. She told him to wait for the law to punish him. After they were done, they went back to the orphanage to say goodbye and then returned to Shanghai. At Yanshubilla, Kin offered to cook for Lin as a way to repay him. After eating dinner, they went to bed. The next morning, Lin woke up and saw that Kin-han was not next to him. He figured she went to the office early. Then the HR manager of Shanghai University called him and said he could start work the next day. Kin Yan called Lin to pick her up, but Lin told her that he can't because he's a university teacher and can't leave early on the first day. In the office, Lin introduced himself to Lai Xingbang. Then the director of learning and teaching, Suj, gave Lin the task to contact senior hospitality graduates for internships, with a salary less than 3,000, and must cover room and board. When he's finished, he will be assigned a class. Lin was taken to his workstation, then he called Wang Tang to come to the school. Half an hour later, Tang arrived and Lin introduced Wang Tang, the manager of Peninsula Hotel, to the director as the intern. The director was impressed and told Lin to schedule a class for Wang Tang. Lin was going to Wangjiang Terminal when a lady nearly ran him over with her car. Lin jumped out of the way, while the lady yelled at him, saying to watch it and not to touch her car. Lin told her that he did not touch her car. The lady, named Shikanshin, parked her car close to Lin. She got out of the car and told Lin that her car was worth more than 1 million, and if he touched it, he would not be able to afford to pay for it. Lin looked at her, saying he drives a Pagani, but he doesn't act the way she was acting. She laughed at Lin and called him a bastard, saying he was dreaming. She entered the meeting room at the office, where she was welcomed by the designing director, Quan Yap. While Quan was conversing with Quan, Lin entered the room. He saw Quan and asked if she was an employee at the company. Quan replied, saying she was a well-known designer of the company. Lin told her to go, that she was not needed anymore. Quan pleaded for Lin to forgive her, but he wasn't hearing any of it. After she left, in the meeting, they discussed making the company the leading industry for 10 years. The meeting ended with the director of Tongson Research Institute telling Lin that they had acquired the Tongson Research Institute, and Lin told the director that he would be there tomorrow at 1 p.m. The next morning, Lin went to the college. Suj told Lin to get ready and also informed him that if the attendance rate falls below 95%, the entire bonus would be deducted. Then, Lai told Lin the directions to the classroom. On his way to class, he met 2 girls. They asked Lin where his classroom was so they could go and support him. After that, he continued heading to the class, and one of the girls sent a text to a group, informing other students where Lin's class would be held. In the classroom, Lin had only 30 students. Suj and Lai entered the class and saw that the number of students was still the same. After some time, the students started piling in. Suj wondered why so many students were coming to the class. Lai told her that maybe it was because of Lin's handsome face. The number of students reached 100. Lai told Suj that they should get going, as there was no need for statistics, but she insisted on staying so that she could see how he took the class. Meanwhile, Lin was telling the class that he would call out names, and those who did not hear their names should go and register. He finished the lesson and bid Suj goodbye. On his way out, the system lady congratulated him for completing his first lesson of his teaching career and awarded him a master memory. He asked her how it differed from the sage memory. She explained that the sage memory was broad but refined, while the master memory would have specialized knowledge in a certain field. He would be asked to make a selection for the master memory to be filled. The master memory filling succeeded. At the Longxin Research Institute, Lu Ding asked Director Sun who had acquired the institute's other party. He told her that a rich young man had acquired it, and he would arrive soon. She told Sun that she had reached the most critical stage of the research, and it was going to be the end. Sun replied, telling her to look at the matter with a normal mind. Vice President Liu Chu told Sun that he was not too optimistic, since outsiders were guiding the insiders to the future situation. Lin arrived, and Sun introduced himself, offering to show him around. They were discussing the equipment when Liu Chu told Lin that the institute had its own research directions, and he didn't want him to interfere too much with their work. Lin asked what Liu's level of degree was, and he replied that he had a Fudan University diploma in computer communication. He also told Lin that he was a doctor from Fudan, a rare talent, so Lin should not insult him. Liu told Lin that as long as he overcame the last problem of the project in his hands, he could make the domestic chip take a 10-year leap, and if he left, Lin's loss would be incalculable. Lin replied, saying the Earth wouldn't stop moving without him, and he asked Sun what project Liu was talking about. Sun explained it to Lin. Then Lin sat in a chair in front of a computer and told them that he would do it. He finished writing the code and told Sun that he would send 50 million later so that he could use it to replace the old equipment with the latest, and that each person would be given a bonus of 500,000. Ying stepped forward and apologized for her behavior. Then she told him that she would like to ask him professional questions. Lin shared his contact information with her. Mr. Sun was escorting Lin out of the building, and they met President Zhao Qi of Shidai University, who came to borrow a lab. Since Lin was the boss, he gave the old equipment to the university. Then, the secretary of the president, Chu Chang, recognized him as one of the teachers at the university. The president promoted him to the position of honorary vice president, and it would be low-key. The next day at the university, Fu Chejun entered the office, telling Lin to leave the university because his arrival had given director Suj a lot of trouble. Lin asked him if he was bullying him and wanted him to leave with just a few words. Lai whispered to Lin, telling him to stop talking because Fu's uncle was the vice president of administration. Suj entered the office, saw Fu, went to Lin's side, and reminded Fu that she had told him not to come to her office again. Fu told Suj that he would kill Lin for making things difficult for her. Suj touched Lin's chest, telling Fu that Lin and she were just in the normal course of work, and it had nothing to do with him. Fu was surprised, and he told Suj that a black sheep like Lin was not allowed in their school. Fu left, and after some time, Suj's phone rang. The principal told her to call Lin to the office and advised her to tell Lin to go there with a better attitude. The moment Lin entered the office, Fu told him that he was fired. Lin asked to know the reason he was getting fired for. Vice President Lai Deshul told Lin that with his education, he was not suitable to work at a university. Meanwhile, Zhao Qi sent Lin a text about signing the contract, and Lin told him that it wouldn't be possible because he was about to get fired. When Deshul saw that Lin was busy on his phone, he called him an arrogant man. Then Zhao Qi walked into the office, demanding to know what was going on. He listened to the explanation, and then Zhao yelled at Deshul, saying he had a hard time trying to make Lin an honorary vice president. Fu and Deshul were shocked, and Zhao told them that Lin was the director of the Longxin Research Institute. He fired Fu and Deshul and promoted Lin as the director, stating that they could share the office with Suj. The system lady congratulated Lin and awarded him the Twin Mansion. A person from the Twin Mansion called, and Lin told the person that he would go there tomorrow morning. After that, Lin entered Suj's office without knocking and found her changing her clothes. She chased him out. Lin arrived at an event with Qin Yan. While she was chatting with her friends, he went to get food for himself at a table in the room. A woman approached him to get his WeChat, and he told her that it was inconvenient. She insulted him and left. Then he overheard Yan and her friends talking about the big project at Yolu Design. Yan wondered who the boss would end up being. The general manager of Shanghai Wingfeng Engineering, Wai Ziyang, asked Yan if she was interested in the renovation project of Wangjing Terminal. She told him she was interested, but the problem was that there was no network in the area. Ziyang told her that he could make a way since the boss was his cousin. He just had to meet him for dinner to discuss it. Lin was watching this. When Ziyang tried to touch Yan, Lin walked over to them and slapped his hand, saying he should forget about the dinner. Yan turned him down because she already had dinner plans with Lin. Ziyang called her arrogant for saying no to the big project. When Lin told him that the project would not be given to him, he laughed. Lin told him to call his cousin. He called, and Lin mentioned his name. Ziyang asked his cousin if he knew Lin, and the cousin confirmed that Lin was the one who gave him the project. Ziyang apologized for his behavior. Then, Lin told Yan that he would wait for her in the lounge. After some time, Yan went to the lounge and found Lin sleeping on the couch. When she went closer, he grabbed her and made her sit on his lap. Still on his lap, Yan told Lin that she couldn't see through him anymore because he had acquired the Wangjing Terminal. She assured him that she would finish the Wangjing Terminal project with quality and quantity. Lin told her that he didn't give her the project, but she convinced him until he agreed. The next day, Lin went to the place where he had bought the Twin Mansion. He met Mo King Wan, his college classmate. She asked him what he had been doing after they graduated. Lin told her that he was a college teacher. Wan bragged about the money she got paid and asked what he was doing at that place. He told her that he wanted to buy a house. The workers were standing at the front of the building, waiting for the rich man who had bought the Twin Mansion. The Far East marketing manager, Ren Zhongshu, called Xing Wan. She introduced Lin and told Ren to have dinner with them so that Ren could arrange a new job for Lin. Ren told Wan that it was a waste to have dinner with Lin because he was a poor man. Then he told Wan that they should go. Lin walked towards the workers, telling them that he had not only bought 2 of their buildings but also that the show was quite big. Ren turned to Lin in panic and told Wan to get rid of Lin. Qin Wan was trying to get rid of Lin when Mr. Liu asked who she was. Mr. Liu told them that Lin was the one who bought the Twin Mansion. Then he told Ren and Wan to pack their stuff and go. Ren asked to have dinner with Lin, but Lin told him that he was not qualified to have dinner with him. Mr. Liu took Lin to sign the contract. Half an hour later he was done and Mr. Liu recommended his brother-in-law's property company. Lin told Luo to tell his brother-in-law to contact him. Meanwhile, Kinwan broke up with Ren, saying she wanted to give Lin Yai a chance because he wrote her a love letter when they were in college. Lin walked out of the building and Wan approached him, saying she was giving him a chance and reminding him of the letter he had written her. However, Lin told her that the letter was from Zhang Song, not him. Lin walked to his car and she followed him, getting into Lin's car and telling him to take her home because she had been fired. Lin managed to get rid of Wan and he drove off. On the road, he found Ying arguing with a man because her bike had been knocked by the wind and smashed his car. Lin noticed that it wasn't windy. When Lin started asking about the surveillance videos from the security cameras and mentioned calling the police, the man apologized. Lin took Ying in his car and drove her to her house. He asked why she hadn't gotten a car yet since she was promoted. Ying told Lin that it wasn't good to buy a car right after getting promoted. He offered to take her car shopping. Then, Ying told Lin to let her brother go and that she would pay for it with her body. Lin told her that she could go to jail and pay for it, as he had already contacted a lawyer. Then, she tried to take off her clothes to pay for his help, but Lin told her not to be impulsive and that they would be at her house soon. They arrived at Ying's house, and she told him to sit on the couch while she went to take a shower. She walked out of the bathroom and told Lin to come and see her because she was feeling dizzy. Lin found her lying in her bed and asked her if she lived alone. She told him that she was divorced and asked Lin to kiss her. As they were lying in bed together, Lin asked why she had divorced, and she told him that her husband had cheated on her. After some time, Lin got out of bed and left. The next morning at the college, Lin found his desk missing. When Lai told him that it was in Suju's office, he asked Lai to help him move it out because he didn't want to be with a tigress. Suj came out of the office and asked Lin who he was calling a tigress. Lin stammered, saying that she had misheard him. Then the office phone rang and Suj answered. Liu Yang told her that Sun Xiaoyu was about to jump from the building because of work. Lai asked her what was going on, and she explained it to them while running to the exit, telling Lin to follow her. When Lin asked who the girl was, Suj explained to him that she was an outstanding student. She had rented her an apartment after the internship, and she worked at Zhonghan Capital. Now, she didn't know what was going on. They reached the scene and went to the rooftop to try persuading her with the permission of the police. Suj asked Xiaoyu what had happened, and she told them that she had been molested by the vice president of the company, and her boyfriend didn't believe her. When they tried to move closer to her, she threatened that she would jump off. Lin told her to jump and not waste everyone's time. He also told her that if she dies, the one who molests her will not be brought to justice. She told him that it was impossible because he is the vice president of Zhonghan. Lin promised her that he would send him to jail. When she tried to jump off, Lin went and dragged her back to the rooftop. Then, he told the police to make a statement as soon as possible. Suj asked Lin where he was heading to, and he told her that he was going to Zhonghan Capital to look for evidence. Suj told Lai to take care of the girls, and she went to Zhonghan Capital with Lin. They reached Zhonghan Capital and told the receptionist that he was looking for Kui Bin Long. When the receptionist refused to let him see Bing, he dialed a number and asked for Ben's office. They barged into Kui Bin's office while he was talking to Liu Changming. Lin asked Kui how he would justify molesting a student. Kui told them that Xiaoyu seduced him, and he didn't want to, so she framed him. Suj tried to slap him, but he caught her hand and pushed her to the side, saying she's not in a position to talk to him, and he has left the matter in the hands of the legal affairs. Lin kicked Kui, sending him flying to the ground, and Kui told Liu Changming to call the security guards. Then he stood up, planning to lunge at Lin, but Lin was fast, so he kicked him again in the face, making him lose a couple of teeth. The head of the legal department of Zhonghan Yu, Jin Song, told Lin to stop or they would be prosecuted for international assault. Someone yelled that Mr. Qin was on his way. Kui told Lin that his good days are over. Lin asked him if he thinks Lin would stand up for him. He told him that Qin Han would help him because Qin's father is his cousin's uncle. Qin Han arrived, and Lin explained the situation to him. Han kicked Kui, making him bleed from the nose. Then Qin Han turned to Lin, telling him that he would help him with the matter. Lin told him that he was leaving and reminded him to send Kui to jail. He grabbed Suj's hand, and they walked out of the building. The system lady congratulated him for accidentally saving the student, rewarding him 1 billion RMB. Then Suj told Lin to go home and rest so that tomorrow he could escort her to see Choyu's boyfriend. While he was resting at the Kyushu Pavilion, his phone rang, telling him about the property. He told Yang Chanbo to meet tomorrow because he was exhausted. Meanwhile, at Triumphville, Han's father Zhang Qin asked Han why he sent Kui to jail. He explained that he offended his friend. Then he told Han that he has found a girl for him. At first, Han declined, but when he showed him that girl's picture, he told his father that the girl is beautiful. Qin Han then recognized the girl as Qin Yan. He showed his father a picture of her with her boyfriend Ling Yi. The father told Han to go and have fun and that they would talk about it later. The next day, Lin entered a building and Feng Xin, a receptionist, asked him if he came to do business. Lin told her that he wanted to register a company. She gave him some forms to fill out. He gave the forms to a man, but the man gave them back to Lin, saying they were not filled out correctly. When Lin asked where the mistake was, the man told him that the registered capital was written as 500 million. Lin told him that it wasn't a mistake. The man laughed. Feng Xin walked towards them and told Mei Yi that it was just a form, and she would help him fill out a new one. But Lin insisted that it wasn't a mistake. Then he showed Mei Yi the supporting documents from the bank, but he still told Lin to refill the form because he wrote the entire twin mansion. Lin told him it was his company and showed him the purchase contract. Then Suj called Lin to meet her at Star Dad to talk to Xiaoyu's boyfriend. Later, Yang Feng arrived and sat across from them, playing with his car keys. Suj explained to him about the situation with Xiaoyu and that he should step in and comfort her, but he told her that they broke up and had no intentions of being with her. Then Feng's father took Feng to a meeting. When he saw Lin, he told him to stop chasing after him because he won't care about that woman. His father asked him what he was talking about, and Feng told him that Lin is a teacher at his university. Tanbo slapped Feng and told him that Lin is the one who bought the twin mansion. He continued beating his son, and then a man stepped out of the building, asking Lin if he wants them to be kicked out. Lin told him that he would take care of them. They stopped and looked at Lin. He told them that he also owns the Peninsula Hotel. Chenbo apologized for his son, and Feng told Lin that he would get back with Xiaoyu and marry her. But Lin told him to leave her be. Then he told Tianbo to send his son back so he could talk to them alone. Feng left, and Lin told Tianbo to control the son. Otherwise, the future business will not be big enough for him to lose. Lai and Suj were talking about Xiaoyu when the phone rang, informing her that Feng is in the office waiting for her. She entered her office and asked Feng what he wants from her. He apologized to her and said that Lin made him realize his mistakes and he wants to see Xiaoyu. She told him she would take him. Meanwhile, Lin knocked on Ning's door to take her to buy a car, and he found her making breakfast. She offered him some. After breakfast, they went to the car store, and Ju welcomed them and asked for the car's specific requirements. Ying told him that she wants a good-looking car priced within 200,000. When he heard the amount, he told Jining to help them because their money was little. Lin asked Ju if he didn't want to help them because their money was little, but he told him they didn't have enough money. Manager Tiu came and asked for the owner of the sports car parked outside. Ju saw the car, and then Lin asked the manager about the sports car. He told him that it blocked his car, so he wanted it to be moved. Lin apologized and told Ying that they should go to the store across the street. Ju begged them to stay, but Lin didn't, so the manager told Ju that he was fired. He bought Ying a Leopard Horse 7 and offered to take her to practice since she hasn't driven for a long time. Then Lin met with Quan at a restaurant and told her that he would give 400 million to hire more companies to complete the work early and to design a logo for the company he just set up at the twin mansion. After they were done, Lin was walking to his car and saw a waitress escorting Suj outside because she had too much to drink and couldn't walk on her own. He spoke to her, and then the waitress explained that she got cheated on. She left Suj with Lin to take her home. While in the car, Suj told Lin to take her to a bar, as she wants to continue drinking. But Lin took her to the Peninsula Hotel and ordered wine for her. When she was about to take a sip of the wine, Lin grabbed her hand, telling her to stop drinking. Suj asked Lin if he's afraid that she might do something to him. Lin told her that he's not the one at a disadvantage. Then she told Lin that she has a surprise for him. She took Lin to the bedroom and told him to lie on the bed. Then she kissed him. The next morning, she woke up and saw Lin lying next to her. Feeling embarrassed, she got out of bed and left. When Lin woke up, he found that Suj had left. Then, the system lady told him that he had completed 70% of his career and asked Lin if he wanted to open a new career. Lin did, and he became a delivery boy and received a career package of 10 million RMB, a limited edition Tambourine T12 motorcycle, and a master skill. She told him that the motorcycle was parked in the hotel's parking lot. He went to check it out, put on a helmet, and hopped on it. He drove off. He drove to the university and met Suj. He told her that he had come to resign. After he finished the procedures at the university, he received an order to deliver a piano stand. He arrived and gave it to Professor Ruoguo of Shanghai Music School. While he was waiting, Horan came in, yelling that Lin had arrived too soon because he hadn't finished playing his game yet. Lin told Hugh to listen to his mother because she has good intentions. Horan told him that he should practice if it's good, and if he had skills, he wouldn't have been a delivery boy. His mother heard him and yelled at him and apologized to Lin. Lin told her that he does know how to play, and if he wins, Horan will listen to his mother and practice. Lin played one of the difficult syllables that even Gu couldn't play. They were surprised. Then Lin reminded Horan to listen to his mother. She thanked Lin and told him that with his skill, he can change to a high-paying job, but Lin told her that he has no intentions of changing jobs. Then she added Lin on WeChat. The assistant lady congratulated Lin, rewarding him the Bay Moon Beach. They called him at Bay Moon Beach to do the procedures. He went and met Kai Ting Ting. She gave him the files and told him that he only has the right to use them for 70 years, and it needs renewing after it expires. He wondered if he could deal with the actual manager of Moon Bay Beach. She told him the location, and when he was heading there, he called Bison Zhang to ask how much he knows about the Moon Bay Beach. He told him that it owes more than 200,000. He told Zhang to put the debts together because he's coming to get him. They arrived at Bay Road and found two boys playing around. He gave them the files and told them to tell Dong to evacuate and pay the debt. The boys went and told Dong, who promised to visit Lin and make his business fail. His friend Liu Klung smiled and told Dong that he admires his ruthlessness. Lin went to Peninsula Hotel and asked the manager if there was anyone who owes them. He mentioned Han and that he's in the hotel right now. Lin called Han and told him to pay the debts. Kin Han told him that he's coming to meet him. While Lin was waiting for Han in the manager's office, someone told them that a man named Dong Lai wants to see Lin. Dong entered with his boys. Wang sent someone to assemble the security guards and wait for his notice. Dong dropped a box on the floor and told Lin that it was a token of appreciation, that they are going to do great things together. Lin refused to work with him, so Dong threatened to put the word out so that his business would not be made in the future. Lin pinned Dong's head to the ground, and his boys tried to interfere, but Lin beat them. He told Dong that he owns the hotel and the security guards are his. Dong was shocked. Then Kin Han arrived and asked Liu, who came with Ding, what he was doing at the hotel. Dong ran to Han's side to help them, but Han told Lin that they aren't worth talking business with him. Kin Han chased Liu and Dong out, then turned to Lin and told him that he helped him so he doesn't have to pay back the debts. He agreed, then Yan called him and placed an order. He went to deliver the vegetables and meat, and she told him to stay so she could show him her cooking skills. Lin took off his jacket and told Yan that he would cook. Sometime later he was done with the cooking, and he set the food on the table. Kin Yan started eating, and he complimented Lin's cooking skills. He told her to eat more gluten while he gets juice for her. He opened the fridge to get juice for her, then he heard her moan. He asked her what the situation was, and she told him that the food is delicious. Lin asked why she had called him, and she told him that she wanted him to accompany her to look at the Wangjing terminal. They arrived, and she told him that it would be great if the adjacent area of Moon Bay Beach could be included in the renovation plan. Lin told Yan that he would just buy it, but she told him that he couldn't just buy things because he wants to, and that the beach is owned by ZF, so there's nothing he can do this time. Lin looked at her and put on his helmet. Yan told Lin that there's nothing fun about wearing a bikini and sunbathing on the beach. The manager of the construction site walked towards them and told Lin that Dong Lei had paid the debt and handed the ownership of Moon Bay Beach to him. When Yan asked what they were talking about, he told her that he now owns Moon Bay Beach and asked if she wanted to sunbathe. After they were done, she told Lin to take her to the sea to play when he finds time. He agreed. Then, Lin received an order to deliver 2 swimming hoops at a single price of about 200. Lin went to the store and bought the hoops for 209. He went to the beach and called the one who ordered the hoops, and he told him to look for a red umbrella and that he was wearing blue beach pants. Hu Bing saw Lin and called him over with Luo Fei beside her. Bing looked at Lin's handsome face and then called her friend Lulu to come and see the handsome delivery boy. Lulu saw him and asked why he would want to be a delivery boy. Before Lin could reply, Fei replied, saying he must have a bad brain. Then Bing told Lin to come and work for her in her clothing store. He told her that he's not interested, then asked for them to pay the bill. When he heard the price, Fei yelled at Lin, saying he told him to buy 2 hoops for 200 yuan each, and he bought them for 209. He accused Lin of making a profit on the price difference. Bing offered to pay for it, and Lu told her that he will pay. Then, he gave Lin 400 yuan. Lin saw that the money wasn't complete, so he told Lu to pay him the remaining money, but he refused. Lin gave the money to Bing and told her to consider the hoops a gift from him, and said that her friend seems to be poor. Upon hearing that, Lu Fei told Lin that his company's annual profit is nearly 2 million, and he placed an order challenging Lin to buy a Ferrari 812, and he would give Lin the money when he brings the car. Lulu laughed, saying Lin cannot afford to buy a Ferrari. After some time, they were still at the beach drinking wine. Lin showed up with a briefcase, and he emptied the papers for the Ferrari on the sand in front of Lu Fei, and showed him the Ferrari that was in the truck. Lu was surprised to see that Lin really bought the Ferrari. When Lin saw Fei's expression, he smirked and told Lu Fei that he's so rich he should be able to pay for it. Lu looked at Lin with his mouth agape. Lu Fei apologized and told Lin that he doesn't have much money. Lin told him to kneel down 3 times, but Lu refused and called Dong Lei with his men to help him settle the matter. Bing told Lin to run because he can't afford to mess with them. Dong arrived, and Lu pointed at Lin. When Dong looked at Lin, he and Liu apologized for causing him trouble again and asked him what he wants to do with Lu Fei. Lin told them that Fei wanted to make him kneel down and call him grandpa, so they made Lu Fei kneel on the sand until nightfall. He begged, saying he will never do it again. Then Lin told Dong and Liu to go to Bisongjiang and ask him to arrange jobs for them. Bing asked Lin for a ride, and Lulu said she needed one as well. He told Lulu to take the truck. On the motorcycle, the system lady congratulated him for completing 3 orders and receiving 5-star reviews. She rewarded him 1 billion. When he was checking the notification, Bing saw the message and gasped. He took her to her clothing store. Lin asked if the store was hers, and she replied that she graduated from Donghua University in fashion design. He took her business card and left. Then his college roommate, Zhang Song, called saying he may come to Shanghai to visit him. Lin told him to call him in advance when he comes. Next, he drove to Longsing Research Institute. He told Sun and Yang that he heard Cisco has developed the final program for the control unit, and he knows that the person should be Liu Chu, who was fired by him. Yang told Lin that Liu's results must have loopholes. As far as Liu Chu's skills are concerned, Lin asked her if she had applied for patents, and she wondered if they could register the patent before they establish it. Lin replied that they should have registered long ago, and he told her that when the time comes to bite back, they will become the laughing stock of the entire industry. Some took the blame and told Lin to fire him. Lin refused to fire him and told them that they should work together so that they can go beyond the technology Cisco stole from them. He stayed on the computer for 12 hours and completed the program, but not the domestic lithography. So he told Sun to find a way to get 1,000 clutch lithography machines, and he told Yang to arrange for the development of a new cell phone system as soon as possible. That is not inferior to the 150 ecosystem. He left the building, and he received an order to deliver a duck peak battered charger. An hour later, he knocked on Zhao's door to deliver the charger. When he told him the price, Zhou accused Lin of making the difference. Zhou's wife appeared behind him and told her husband to pay, and he did. As Lin was about to leave, Zhou's wife told him to take the garbage bags with him, but Lin refused, and she threatened him that she would file a complaint and give him a bad review. Lin told her to do it. He walked out of the house and found a delivery boy struggling to carry a table because of its weight. He helped him put it down. Mr. Zhou came out with garbage bags in his hands and yelled at Lin because he had not left yet. He threw the garbage bags on the floor and threatened to kill Lin with his car. Lin showed him his car, and he was astonished to see the kind of car the delivery boy was driving. Lin told Zhao that if he continued treating people the way he did, he would soon be unemployed because he was also engaged in the industry. Mr. Zhou kneeled to correct his garbage bags and told Lin that he would never do it again. Then he received another order and went to an apartment to deliver medicine. The girl who opened the door recognized Lin and mocked him, saying that he had lost all his money, so he was working as a delivery boy. She dropped the medicine to the floor and told Lin to return it. Some guy came out of the bathroom and saw what the girl did to Lin. He recognized Lin and slapped the girl, telling her that Mr. Lin is not bankrupt but experiencing life. Lin gave the medicine to the man and told him to give him a 5-star review, then he left. In his car, Kin Yan called him to remind him that he said he would cook for her, and she told him to meet her at the Times Square supermarket to buy ingredients. They met, and she told Lin that she heard a new big market has opened, and Lin is a diamond member, so he could get them a discount. They went to the market, and Lin was surprised to see that she's only putting cakes in the trolley. She told him that a woman's good mood is given by desserts. While they were shopping, a man named Pan Wen asked Lin Yan if she was interested in the entertainment industry. She told him that she wasn't interested, but the man was persistent. Then Lin told him that she had already said she wasn't interested, and he should ask the fish lady instead. Pan Wen mentioned how he made Liu Fangfi an annual income of more than 100 million, but Lin told him to come back to her in 15 years. He showed Wen his bank balance and told him that he had 1.5 billion, and he wanted to support Yan for 15 years. Pan Wen apologized for troubling them, and then he ran away. They went to Yan's house, the Yunshubilla, and Lin asked her if she was sure her parents weren't at home. She asked him why he was being timid, and he told her that he wasn't timid. He was just a little embarrassed since he had been seen there several times. She handed the files to Lin and told him about the formalities of the foundation. She said that she would arrange a meeting for him to meet the people in charge of the foundation. The next day, she reminded him about the 12 noon meeting. Then he received an order to go to a certain address, but he shouldn't buy anything. He went there and found 5 other men and a guy telling them to take his car out of the ditch. Lin told him that 6 people aren't enough. Then he made his way to his car. The guy told him that he'll still be an errand boy in 10 years. Lin got in his Ferrari and drove past him. The guy was surprised to see him driving the Ferrari. He went to Yan's office. She pointed to the kitchen and told him that she'll cook him good food when she learns how to cook. When Lin was setting the table, Yuan and Tian Zhou entered the office. Yuan told Yan that she has a handsome chef and introduced Zhao. They finished eating, and she was upset that her new boss hadn't arrived yet. Then, Yan introduced Lin as the founder of Ling Yang. She apologized for calling him a chef. Then, they talked about business and told them that the plan is to dominate the world's business map. Once the pie is drawn, they will each have an annual salary of 5 million until the company listings can give dividends. They picked up their wine glasses and made a toast. Then Lin took them to his new company. He showed them the twin mansion and told them that with the 500 million on the books, they will just have to make decisions about the company because he has his own work. Yuan asked what other job he's talking about. He told her that he's working as a fast delivery guy. They entered the building. Yuan and Tian Zhao separated from Yan and Lin. Yan asked Lin whether he has any general direction for the future development and planning, real estate or service industry. Lin told her that he believes in big data. After a while of them discussing business, she told Lin to take her back. Lin went to pick Zhang Song at Shanghai Airport when the system lady appeared and told him that the mission is complete, rewarding him a lucky card limited to 5 minutes. She explained that it excludes extreme cases where it brings a change in luck. Zhang Song arrived with his girlfriend Yu Zhao. Lin told them that he would take them to eat. While they were walking to the parking lot, they met Zhao's brother. He told Song that their mom invited him to dinner. Then he asked Song if he had bought a car yet. Song said he hadn't. He mocked him for not having a car while he has one. Then Lin showed them the Bentley and told them that Song might not have a car, but he has one. They'd all got in the Bentley. Then Zhou's sister asked for Lin's WeChat so he could borrow the car to use at his friend's wedding. They went to Shanghai Food Street. They were their food. Song thanked Lin for his hospitality. He told him to wait for the night to go to his house so they can talk. Song refused, saying the company will provide accommodation since he came on a business trip. Zhao told Song to stay at Lin's house while she went to her parents' home. Lin called the chauffeur and told him to take them to Kyushu Palace. The brother told Zhao that she has to get in no matter what. Lin asked Zhao what she's doing in his car since she said she's going to her parents' house. She insisted to stay with Song, saying he had too much to drink. They arrived at the palace half an hour later. In the palace, Lin told them that he's going to get wine first. Zhao convinced Song to accept the car Lin was giving him, but Song refused, saying Lin is not his father to take care of him. She got angry as she watched him walk away, and she promised herself to take Lindy down. She excused herself to go to the bathroom, and she followed Lin to the wine room. She asked him if he's single. He showed her Yan's picture, but she continued trying to seduce him and started taking off his clothes. She stood in front of Lin in her underwear. Lin told her that he can't tell the difference between her front and back, and that she is so bad she doesn't deserve his brother. Then he told her to get out. She told him that he would regret it. Then she started crying. When Song entered the room, she accused him of molesting her. Song did not believe her. Then Lin told her that there are security cameras in the house, so she should leave. After she left, Lin apologized to Song. They sat on a couch. Then Lin asked Song what he knows about Cisco. He explained that they have recently made a huge breakthrough in the Chio's terminal program. Lin tried to give Song the car again, but he still refused, saying he will work hard. And when he can't, that's when Lin will pull him along. The next morning, Lin woke up and found breakfast on the table along with a note from Song informing him of a new order, writing a dissertation. He then headed to Shanghai University of Engineering, where he witnessed Sun Ning proposing to Jin Cho to be his girlfriend. She accepted, but when Lin asked her for directions while in his supercar, she declined Sun's proposal, stating that his car was not good enough for her and that the ultimate choice would be a supercar. Meanwhile, Liu Wei was exhausted from typing, but Zhou instructed her to hold on until the errand boy arrived. When he finally arrived, Zhou gave him instructions and promised to pay him double for overtime. Upon seeing the paper, Lin told her that she wouldn't graduate if she submitted it with the incorrect arguments. When Lin tried to explain to Zhao Weiren, she asked him to speak slowly because she didn't understand a thing. Lin simply told her that he would directly make the changes for her. 2 hours later, he gave her the finished copy. Some King then entered the room and told Weiren that Mr. Peng would scold her if she handed in the copy because it was nonsense. Liu Wei whispered to Weiren that she could not rely on it because it was written by an errand boy. Lin suggested they take it to their teacher first. Weiren went to Mr. Peng to hand in her copy, and he asked her if she really wanted to graduate since she was submitting her thesis late. He took the copy and started reading it. Mr. Peng did not believe that Weiren had written it herself. Sun Ning told Mr. Peng that Lin Yi was the one who wrote it. Mr. Peng was impressed with the way the dissertation was written because it was extremely valuable. Mr. Peng gave Lin Yi his contact information card so they could communicate in the future, and Weiren added his VX for when she needs help with physics. As he was driving back, he received a phone call informing him that something had happened with the photolithography machine. He was also told that someone was secretly sabotaging their subscription. Lin Yi realized that it could have been Cisco. He drove to Kyushu Pavilion, and then he received a new order to pick up a bookshelf. After that, he received a message that they would suspend his delivery because of bad ratings and that he should go to Boulevard for business training. In the villa with his brother, they discussed the photolithography machine orders. After that, Lin went to Lingen Building where he met Yuan and inquired about Xian Zhao's whereabouts. He told them that he wants to buy 1 billion terminal chips, so they should disguise themselves and go to Cisco to negotiate for him. He gave them his key to use his sports car when they agreed. Then he went to Boulevard and found lots of people wearing uniforms. The administrative assistant told them to follow her upstairs where she introduced them to the operations manager, Liu Shuang. Liu saw that Lin was not wearing his uniform and scolded him. Then he told all the people present to pay a 3,000 yuan deposit. The people were hesitant because the money was too much. The manager told them that they either pay or leave. Lin stood up from his chair, walked to the door, and told Shuang and Peng that he had recorded everything and was going to send it to the internet. The manager asked him to hand over the phone, but he refused, so they called security on him. While security was trying to take the phone, Ms. Ho entered the room wondering why Lin was at the company. The manager told Ms. Ho what Lin did and assured her that he would get it deleted. Ms. Ho told Liu Shuang and Duping that they were fired and ordered the security guard to take them to the personnel department. Lin explained to Ms. Ho that his access was blocked. Ms. Ho replied, telling Lin that he shouldn't have bothered making the trip by himself because unlocking the access is a matter of words since she hasn't resigned yet. As she was going to hand in the resignation letter, Shuang saw her and told her that it wasn't necessary to supervise their resignation. Ms. Ho asked another female worker whether the paperwork was done. She replied and then Ms. Ho gave her resignation letter to her. They were all surprised when she told them that she was resigning. But she told Shuang and Ping that they would resign too. She walked away, leaving them wondering who they had offended. When she walked outside, she saw Mr. Lin about to get in his car. She went over to him and asked him to delete the recording. Lin told her that he was just fooling them, and he did not record anything. She walked away, and Lin got in his car. The system lady congratulated Lin for changing the survival conditions of the bottom staff, rewarding him with 2 billion and an early end of his career completion. His new career package arrived: 1,000 million RMB, one set of alloy scalpel, and a new career as a clinician. Lin was ecstatic. He went to Uncle Kong's house for fried rice. Xiao greeted Lin, and he placed an order. While waiting, he asked Xiao if she had any university in mind. She told him she wants to go to Fudan to study medicine. Lin told her that when she gets into a university, he will buy her a phone and a computer. His food arrived, and he started eating. Then, his ex-girlfriend, Sis, and her friend arrived. She asked Lin what he was doing at the restaurant, and she sat next to him, clinging to his hand, begging him to get back together with her. Lin told Sis to get out, but she insisted on getting back together, and said it was not because of his money. Lin pointed to the table and told her to collect the garbage. While she was doing that, Lin told them that he was leaving. Sissy stopped wiping the tables and turned to Lin, asking if she could go with him since she had never been in a limousine before. But he left her walking to his car. He found his motorcycle parked beside the car and left the car to take the bike. He went to pick up Qin Yan, and together they went to Yaluo Design Company. When Ms. Ji was being introduced to Mr. Chu Doi, the head of Delphic in the Asia-Pacific region, Lin stood behind her with his helmet on. Ms. Jia refused to shake Doi's hand, which made him furious. He told her that even if the project manager, Mr. Lin, had come, he would have given him face. Lin asked Doi whether he was worthy of his face while still wearing his helmet. Doi angrily called a driver and asked if he knew who he was. Lin removed his helmet, and a lady beside them gasped, saying Mr. Lin's name. Doi asked the lady if he was Mr. Lin. The lady confirmed it, and Doi apologized. But Lin told him that he no longer needed him, and that he would switch to another equipment dealer. Doi left, and Ms. Jai told Lin to go to the meeting with him. But he told her that he had some other issues to attend to. When he was about to start his bike, his brother called him and told him that he was almost done with his business trip, and he was on the Cisco side. He suggested that they should have dinner together. Lin arrived at the location and found his brother talking with the Cisco marketing manager, Yan Hongyu. Then he walked to Lin and told him that Cisco had changed the second delivery, and it would take 6 months. Lin gave him his helmet, and once they took off, Lin told him that he would take him out to the sea for a spin. Yuan and Chi went to Cisco to do what Lin had asked them. They were introduced to Gun Jiming, the vice chairman, and Liu Chu, the director of Cisco Research Institute. They went to the conference room, and Jiming told Liu to introduce the patents held by their chip to them. While Liu was explaining, Chi asked whether the 24 patent technologies mentioned were in their company's hands. She then offered to show him the reports. He told them he just wanted to make sure that their chip technology was the best in the country. They assured him that they were the best. Upon hearing that, Chi told them to add a chip agreement to the contract. They hesitated, so Chi and Yuan were about to leave when they agreed and signed the contracts. They went back and gave Lin the documents. Their mission was completed successfully. Then, she received a call, and he told Lin that it was Cisco saying they needed the payment since they had signed the contract. Lin agreed to pay the money and explained to Yuan, who was asking questions, why he was doing that. Then he left for dinner after telling them to keep an eye on their financing. Lin stopped at a traffic light, and an old lady bumped her scooter into his motorcycle and started screaming that Lin should compensate her so she could go for a checkup. The traffic officer asked what was going on, and the lady explained. The officer looked at the footage and told the lady that she was the one who bumped into Lin. The lady called her rich son, Duke Sachon, an experimenter at Longson Research. When the son arrived, he recognized Lin as his boss. The lady apologized, and Lin offered to pay them so she could get checked for injuries. They went to Sachong's car, and Lin saw his car and began to wonder how a little researcher could be driving a luxurious car. Lin arrived at the Longsing Institution. They were discussing the photolithography machine when Sun told him that they refused to cooperate. He suggested that they make their own, and he would send $1 billion to Sun. Then he asked about Sochong, and they told him that he was a good man. Then he went to Long Yu Group and found Yan already there with Yuan. He asked her why she was there, and she told him that she wanted to give Yuan some advice on the company management system. He offered to make her dinner, then asked Yuan to update him on the project. When she was explaining, his phone rang. Ruku asked Lin to fill in for a student who got sick, and they were having a performance. At Shanghai Theater, Wang Yixtua asked Ms. Go what would happen if King didn't show up. She told him that she had already found an errand boy to fill in for him. Then Xian appeared, telling Go that her husband had bought a Range Rover. Lin arrived and told Go to get in the car. He asked about her son, and she replied. Then she told him that the performance was an exchange show with foreign countries. They arrived at the venue, and she showed him the piano so he could warm up and left. When Peng Fei heard that an errand boy was filling in for Go Jane, he started insulting Lin, saying that he didn't know how to play and would destroy the recital. He also said that he couldn't be compared to EX1 because she had been playing since she was 5, and at that age, he never had a piano. Then, Lin and Suan went to the pianos to play as they challenged each other. Lin started playing, and the people were shocked to hear that he was playing a super difficult tune while holding the phone with one hand. Ms. Gu came back when Lin was playing. Meanwhile, Gu's colleague, Shi Yan, was listening to their conversation. She figured she could switch Lin to make Gu lose, assuming Lin could only play the guitar. She went to Lin and lied, telling him that they were short of cellists and that he should fill in. They sat in their positions, but Gu panicked when she saw that Lin was not behind the piano. Peng Fei asked Lin why he was playing a cello. Lin explained what the lady had told him, and Peng Fei told him that all the cellists were present. Meanwhile, a host announced that the symphony was about to begin, and Go was thinking about changing Lin's position. He started playing the cello, and he was good. The general manager of Boyuan Media, Han Wenyi, told Ban Wen to sign him up. Ban Wen stared at Lin, wondering why he looked familiar. After he finished playing, people couldn't stop praising Lin. Then he explained to Gu that the deal matter was arranged by Shi Yan. While walking out, Lin met Yang, who offered him money to follow her. She wanted to take Lin to train in their company. Lin told her that the money was not even enough to repair his car. She was about to start insulting him when Ban Wen held her back, telling her that Lin is rich. She apologized. Then he went to Lingyu to discuss Cisco with Yuan and Qi. After that, he called Yan, telling her that he had a profitable deal. She asked what the deal was, and he explained. While he was still at Lingyun, Shou King called him to go to the fried rice stand. Something happened to her parents. He arrived and found her crying. She explained that her parents were taken to the hospital due to the beating they received from the thugs who were hired by the owner of the bar across the street. He called Tin to help him with the Hurricane Club. The police arrived, and he told Shou to go and check on her parents. Lin was walking in the bar when he met Liu Yingxi, who was sent by Qin. He told him not to go in because his life is in danger, but Lin went inside anyway. He found people laughing and discussing the school drill at the fried rice stand. Song Wenlong, the leader, saw Lin and asked him who he was. Lin told him that if they bullied the people at the fried rice stand again, he would make it impossible for him to keep the bar open. Wenlong asked if Lin was the girl's boyfriend. He didn't realize that she was so innocent and troubled. Lin picked up a bottle and smashed it on his head. His goons were about to attack Lin, but Yingxi tried to stop them, yet they didn't listen and lunged at him. He kicked one of them, then went told his goons to hold Lin, but Qin Han arrived and started apologizing. When he was about to punish them, Lin told Han to let them go. They walked out of the bar together, and, as they were parting ways, Lin received a message from Yan saying he should go to her office tomorrow. The next day at noon, Lin went to the office and prepared delicious meals for her. She was worried about her weight, but Lai told her to exercise before she eats. They were about to kiss when Yuan walked in on them. Then, Fan told her that they should get down to business and talk about the investment. She informed them that the procedures on Lingyun had been completed and would start operation in the near future, and the interview would start tomorrow. Lin told her to keep an eye on the matter, and then he would give $1 billion to the orphanage. But Kim Yan told him that they should focus on the Lingyun group and the foundation as a supplement. Then Yuan told them that Cisco's financing was very smooth, and they didn't suspect Kim Yan's investment. Lin asked for any other movement, and she told him that they had expanded the plants and bought new equipment, and Sebasang Yu was the chairman. She also informed him that experts said Cisco's chip technology was already the highest level in the field of chips in China, so their compensation clause may not be realized. Kim Yan agreed with Yuan, saying that their people engaged in scientific research at Cisco, and he didn't match them. Lin told them not to worry. Then Yan told Lin to escort her to pick up a dress she had ordered. He asked her where she was going to wear it, and she told him about the charity event, and his foundation had been established. They'd arrived at the clothing store, and Qin Yan tried on the dress and was showing it to Lin. Another lady offered to pay 20% more to have the dress, but Lin told her to get out of their way. The lady angrily walked back to her car. When superstar Liu Fangfei asked her what got her angry, she explained what went down, and Fangfei told her that she could also be stunning without the dress, so no need to get angry. Meanwhile, Qin Yan was trying on earrings. The next day at Yunlin Hotel, Fang Fei was walking on the red carpet and the lady trailed her while people took photos of her. The lady told her to go inside because Kin Han had already arrived. While they were about to enter the hotel, Lin and Yan arrived, but Lin refused to walk on the red carpet, saying he would go through the back. When Yan stepped on the red carpet, the cameraman took many photos of her and complimented her beauty, which made Fang Fei furious. She asked the lady who Yan was, and the lady told her that she's the same woman from the clothing store. She stopped Yan as she was about to enter her hotel room to humiliate her. She called security, saying they shouldn't have allowed her to enter, and she didn't want to be in the same frame as her because she would bring the party down. And if they allowed her in, the party would be without her. The security guard told Fang Fei to leave since she didn't want to be in the same frame as Yan. She was shocked. She told the security guards that she's a superstar, so they should not kick her out. The security guards told her that Yan is the president of the Sunrise Group. Fang started sweating, and the lady apologized for her. They entered the hotel atrium, and Lin met with Kin Han, and he boasted about the girl he brought. Then he asked Lin if he wanted to go to the club and get a card with him, but Lin said no. Then he met Ms. Guo. She told him she is the vice president of Shanghai Culture and Sports Association, which is why she was invited. Then she told him that she wouldn't talk with him long because she came with her husband. After she left, he received a message from Yan saying she met her friends on the second floor. Then Fang Fei saw Lin and asked the lady. She told her he was with Yan, so she set out to humiliate him. She tried to pour a drink on him, but Lin saw it coming and moved on time. She tripped on her feet and fell. A man helped Fang get on her feet. Then she accused Lin of tripping her. The man ordered Lin to apologize, but then Kin Han walked towards them. When Fang Fei saw him, she rushed to explain to him what happened. Kin Han told them that Lin is his brother, and if they mess with him, they won't stay in Shanghai. They apologized and ran. Then they went upstairs, and they parted ways. Lin heard the founder of Hong Foundation, Zheng Yan Zhao, telling his assistant to clear out the people so he could propose to Yan. Lin refused to leave, and Zhao offered him money. He denied it, saying it wasn't enough. Then Zhao offered him 100,000 for 10 minutes to buy his way out. Mr. Zhao gave Lin the check, and then Lin walked towards Yan and held her by the waist. She said goodbyes to her friends Zheng and Xiao and walked out, going to the first floor with Lin, leaving Mr. Zhao and his assistant's mouths agape. Then Zhao promised to fix Lin up when he gets a chance for making a fool out of him. The host announced that the charity event had begun, and they were on the dance floor while Zhao watched them in anger. While still on the dance floor, Lin received a call from Lai, telling him to cover his class because he had been hospitalized with acute appendicitis, and he didn't want his salary to be deducted. The next day, the students welcomed Lin, and the excitement was evident on their faces. At the pool area, a foreign male student was asking his friend named George if he was going to take Chinese class. George told him that he's not going because his goddess is coming soon, so he will be there for her. Then, Lin walked into the pool area with the students. Lin was wondering who the people in the pool were, and Wang told him that they were international students. Then George introduced himself to Wang and said he wanted to be friends. Lin angrily told them that students were not allowed to enter the pool area privately. George told Lin that he was a foreign exchange student, so they must swim because Torians would die if they didn't swim in ice. Then he continued to woo Wang, who hid behind Lin. George started yelling for them to beat them if they can, and his friends joined him in insulting their kung fu. Lin kicked George and sent him flying into the pool. He got out of the pool and peed in it together with his friends. When they were done, George told Lin to continue his lesson and was about to walk out, but Lin told them that they would leave the pool area after drinking the pool water. He threatened to tell the principal about the kick and get him expelled. Lin slapped him, saying a kick is not enough to sue him. He's going to give him more. His friends went to attack Lin, but he beat them too, while Lin's students were cheering him on. Some of the foreign students ran out of the pool area screaming for help. Lin walked up to George and grabbed him by the hair. He dragged him to the pool and plunged his head in the water, making him drink it. Then he looked at George's friends and asked them if they wanted him to do it to them too. They crawled to the pool and drank the water. Suddenly, the executive vice president of the university, Mr. Fang Zhedong, walked into the pool area and asked what was going on. George told Mr. Fang that he wanted to sue Lin, and Fang asked Lin if he wanted to start an international dispute with the foreign students. Lin replied, saying that Fang had not figured out who deals with whom. Mr. Fang took Lin to the principal's office, and he told the principal to deal with Lin for beating a student teacher. Lin told the principal what the students did, and the principal told Fang that Lin was the honorary vice principal of the university, so he was given a suspension. On his way out of the office, Wang gave Lin a medical kit. She helped him wrap his wounded knuckle, and then they parted ways. Kinhan called Lin to have drinks with him at the metropolis. He arrived and remembered he had promised to buy him cards. He bought the Imperial package card, the most expensive one. Then he went to meet Han, and he was introduced to Jinming and Go Zhongyuan. They shook hands and sat on the couch. He gave the cards to Han. Then a waitress offered them wine and fruitcakes. She gasped when she saw Lin and asked him what he was doing there. Lin looked angry and had asked him if they knew each other. He explained to him that he had just taught her as a substitute teacher at the teacher's college, and then he glared at her. Kinhan told her to sit and drink with them, 10,000 yuan per glass. She told him that she doesn't drink. Then Lin asked her why she was working at the bar if she doesn't drink. She accepted and started drinking. After 2 drinks, she threw up, and then Han gave her money and told her to leave, saying that was her limit. She left, and then Lin told Han to send someone to trail her so that she doesn't get in trouble. He sent Yingxi. Sometime later, Lin's phone rang and told him outside because there was trouble. When Han was about to go with him, he told him to stay and continue drinking. He went outside and saw Yingxi holding Wang. Lin asked what was going on as he saw that they were surrounded by people. Yingxi explained that when he exited the building, he met the people trying to take Miss Wang away. Lin turned to the people and asked them what the matter was. One of the hooligans spoke, saying they wanted to take her because she was the #1 girl at Metropolis, and she had promised to have drinks with them later in their room. He said they were Song Wenha's men. Lin told him to call Song to come. If he accepted to come, he would give them the girl. The man refused and folded his arms, attempting to take the girl, but Yingxi lunged at him with a dagger and stabbed him in the thigh. His fellow Gumans grabbed their weapons, preparing to lunge at them, but Yingxi threatened them and told them to go and call Wenha. Wenha arrived and apologized to Lin for their behavior. Lin told him to take care of his boys, and he didn't want to see them again. He took Wang to the Peninsula Hotel. She told Lin that she wanted to go home, but he told her that her family would be worried if they saw her in that condition. She started crying and told Lin that her mom was bedridden and needed surgery for a heart attack, and her father was dead, so she had to make money to pay for her surgery. She and her grandmother talked about selling their house. Lin asked her how much the house cost. Lin sent someone to go tell the manager to give him 500,000 in cash. The guy brought the money, and Lin gave it to Wang to get her mom treated. She thanked him and told him that she had nothing to repay him with. He told her not to worry about paying him back. Then her phone rang, and her grandmother told her to come home because her aunt and uncle had arrived. Lin heard this and offered to drive her home. They arrived at Shuguang district and got out of the car. Lin told her not to worry about her mom because he had contacted the best hospital, and they would come to pick her up. The minute they walked into her apartment, her relatives figured out that Lin was rich by the clothes he was wearing, so they started asking her about the money they had borrowed from her. Wang started crying while asking them about the amount of money her father had given them while he was alive. They told her that they didn't care about what she wanted, they just wanted their money back. Lin told her to give them the money. She put the briefcase on the floor, opened it, and took out 10,000 yuan to give to them. She chased them out of the apartment. Then her grandmother asked her where she got the money from. Lin explained that he gave it to her, and she would pay him back by working in his company. The ambulance arrived, and they took her to the hospital. Then, Lin went to meet with Sum and Ying. She handed Lin the file and explained that they tapped a total of 32 experts in the field of chips and lithography. Lin dropped the file and asked to know the other skills of the 5 people who had been in the business for years. Ying told him that they do not want their skills to be acquired by their connections. Parts for photolithography need to work with the best in each segment. He asked when the project would start, and she told him that there is a key person that Heron's son have not met yet. She handed him the file when he asked who the person was. Lin read that it's VR's vice president, world-class computer Shentian Zhao, and he told them that they need to find the guy and take him down. Sun told him that the person is important to their development of lithography. Then he offered to go to M with Xiao Lu. Lin told them to forget about Shentian Zhao. Then he received a phone call to go to Lingyan. He went and Yuan and Qi gave him a letter that summons him to court. Qi told him that Tan Hong is the one who's suing them, and the trial will be held tomorrow. Lin remembered that the Tan Hong Foundation organized the charity dinner, so it could be Zhao taking revenge. When Xiao asked what they needed to prepare for, he told her to wear a black short skirt because she would be his cheerleader. Then he took out his phone and showed her the information on Shen Tian Zhao and told her to check him out. Afterwards, he went to Yan's workplace. When the receptionist tried to stop him, he told her that he wanted to surprise Yan. He walked into her office and found her doing yoga. He offered to massage her and told her to lie on the couch. He poured lavender-scented oil on her and started massaging her back. After the massage, Lin held Yan in his arms as they sat on the couch. He told her that he would like to take her to him country, and she was ecstatic, standing up and saying she would book the flight tickets in advance. Then Lin left, telling her that he was going to see one of his students at the hospital. He arrived at the hospital and found Ra's uncle and aunt surrounding her mother's bed. One of the uncles introduced Wang Ta, his daughter, to Lin, and Sun introduced her son. Lin asked Ra about her mother's condition, and she told him that the surgery was successful, but she would stay at the hospital for another week for observation. Then her aunt and uncle started to ask Ra for money, and they began arguing. Wang told them to knock it off because they were still in the hospital. Then they asked Lin to lend the money. He told them they should go talk about it outside. In the hallway, Lin told them that he's not going to take back the money he will give them, but they have to decide one person who he would give the money to. They started fighting, and Lin left them in the hallway and walked into the ward. Moments later, Wang's aunt and her son walked in telling Lin that the uncle left, so he should give her the money. Lin took a pen and paper and wrote an IOU. Then he told them to prepare a deed to the house. They gasped and left, and Lin said goodbye to Wang. The next day, Lin went to court. The moment he stepped out of the car, the journalists crowded him by throwing questions at him left and right. One of the journalists asked him if he admits to the allegations made by the Tinhong Fund. He replied happily that he admits to it. Another journalist asked him if it is true that he bought the sports car with the charity money. Lin replied that he did. Meanwhile, Zhao was telling the Hope Orphanage director and Yan Chen, Saffron Orphanage director, Mr. Gu Yunto and Ms. Lai Sulan, not to be scared. He told them that they should just follow what they taught them to do. Then, he showed them 2 briefcases of money, saying it will all be theirs if they behave. Then, they went to the courtroom. The judge told the plaintiffs to start their lawsuit. Zhao's lawyer told the court that Lingyan did not publicize any of the aid materials, which is a violation of fund management regulations. The judge then asked the defendant if they admit to the lawsuit. Lin yelled that he is denying it. Then, they called the witnesses. Yuan recognized them and explained to the court that he sent 1.5 million to them, but they both denied it, saying they only sent 50,000. Yuan even told the court that he still had the receipts, but the judge told her to be quiet. Then the judge asked the defendants what they wanted to add. Lin told the court that the money he sends to the orphanage is not charity money. It is his money, so it doesn't need to be publicized. The court broke into murmurs, and the judge asked Lin if he was sure. When Lin assured them that it was indeed his money, the judge announced to the court that Lin did not violate anything. Therefore, they are letting him go. As they were walking out of the parking lot, Zhao stopped Lin and told Jack to go and bring Lin to him. Jack went to Lin, but when Lin did not make a move to follow him, Zhao told Jack to take Lin to his car. But as he was about to grab him, Lin caught Jack's hand and twisted it. He cried for Lin to let go of his hand while Zhao was just watching and sweating in fear. Jack was groaning in pain on the floor. Then, Lin told Zhao to come and get him. Zhao lied, saying that he still didn't feel well from the cold and didn't want to infect him. He ran away, leaving Jack behind. Lin then offered to drop Yuan off at her home since Chi came with his car. However, Yuan told Lin that she would go with Chi. She went to Chi's car and drove off. Lin got in his car, and as he was about to start driving, the system lady awarded Lin a sci-tech electronic equipment factory for cracking down on the shady orphanage. He immediately looked it up on the internet and found that it was a chip company that was on the verge of bankruptcy. Then the president of the company called Lin to go to the company to do the handover procedure. Lin told him to send the address so that he could send someone to do it. He arrived at the sci-tech building and found Ying waiting for him. He told her to go and do the paperwork for him, and then they went to this sci-tech factory, where Cisco's factory is located. As they were looking around, a worker asked them what they were doing. Ying showed the man their work ID cards, and he let them into the factory. They walked around, inspecting the place and equipment. Then they walked out of the factory. As they were about to turn the corner, Lin quickly grabbed Ying, and they hid behind a wall. She asked him what he had seen, and Lin told her that he saw a car parked in front of Cisco just now, and it was running towards them. He fished out his phone and texted Yuan the details of the car to help him check it out. They got into Lin's car and drove off. Lin went to Kyushu Pavilion and found Yan with a bowl and a cooking spoon in her hand. He asked her what she was doing, and she told him that she was preparing ginseng soup for him. Then he received a call from Yuan telling him that the car belonged to Kyosanju. He hung up, and Yan asked Lin why he was so surprised after the call. He explained to her that he had just acquired a sci-tech company, and he went to check it out. He ran into Kyosanju, the son of Cisco's boss. She told him that maybe he was there to be proactive and seek cooperation to consolidate his position in the company. Then, he gave her the bowl of ginseng. Then he received a call informing him that Shanju had phoned them and seemed to have the intention of cooperation. Lin and Yan were ecstatic when they heard the news. The next day, Lin and Yan were at the airport, and they met with Mr. Zhao. Lin mocked him about losing at the court the other day and thanked him for the 50,000 he gave him, saying it improved their lives. Mr. Zhao walked away fuming in anger, and he told his assistant to call the airport manager and tell him not to allow them to board the plane. When they went to the ticket checking point, the female worker told them that their tickets had some problems. Zhao walked past them with a smirk on his face, making fun of them, saying they wouldn't be able to board the plane. Lin told him that if he wasn't on the flight, it would not take off. Zhao smirked, looking at him, and said that he was out of his mind for thinking that the flight would not take off without him. Then, they announced that the flight would be delayed for 20 minutes. Zhao said it's normal for flights to be late. 20 minutes later, Zhou walked past Lin, saying hi and going to board the plane. But the announcement came again that the flight might not depart on time, and they should wait for further notice. Zhao was furious, and people started blaming him and told him to apologize. Then Liang Jiming arrived and introduced himself as the general manager of the Home Airlines. He told Zhou to apologize to Lin immediately. Lin and his assistant took their bags and ran out of the airport. They arrived in Country M and stayed at the Castle Hotel. The following morning, they went to bed together. The next day, they went to the amusement park. Yan wanted to see the tigers, and they met a couple trying to feed the coyotes. Yan told them that it was prohibited. The lady named Wang Zi told Yan that she can do what she wants, and it's not her home anyway. Lin then told Yan not to care about them because the wolves are protected by the law, and they could go to jail for killing it by feeding it. The couple gasped and walked away. As they were wandering around, Yan saw the wooden horses and said she wanted to ride it, but the line was too long. Lin told her to rest while he went to buy the tickets. When it was his turn, he asked the sales lady if the VIP tickets have a limit. She told him the price and said that it can only be played once, and the person on his back insulted Lin. However, Lin bought all the VIP tickets. While they were riding the horse, Yan wanted to keep riding because she was having fun. Then, Yan told Lin that she was feeling peckish and they should go eat. While they were eating, Yan asked Lin to get her another vanilla souffle. He went, and while waiting, the couple came again. Zi told Lin that the souffle was limited to members, and Junyi told Lin that it was a shame that he didn't lead the logos, and then he insulted him. Lin told them that he bought VIP tickets for each of them. The couple was shocked. Lin went back to the table, and Zi started boasting about her husband's companies. The husband told Lin that Zhonghan Capital invested in his company. Lin spat out his juice, surprised that a Chinese hand capital gave him so much strength, and he asked if Qin Han is his ancestor. Junyi informed them that Ling Yun Capital was about to invest in him, but he believed they wouldn't understand his market position. Zi asked her husband why he was talking so much to someone like Junyi. Lin took out his phone and asked Junyi the name of the person who invested in his company, wondering if it was Yuan or Qi. He then called Qi and inquired if he knew Junyi, to which Qi confirmed that he did. Lin told him to withdraw his investment, and Junyi heard Qi's voice and started apologizing. Zi advised Junyi not to apologize, saying that with his potential, many families would love to invest in him. Junyi became angry and blamed Zi, claiming that if Ling Lu pulled out, he wouldn't be able to get investments from anyone else. Yan and Lin left when their argument escalated, and it was already dark outside. Lin received a message from Yuan containing information about Shen Tanshu and called Guanyin to distract her from work on their vacation. The next morning, Lin found Yan getting ready and asked where she was going. She said she was meeting Guan to discuss the dock design. After Yan left, Lin prepared for work. Lin went to the Micro Nguyen headquarters building. He asked the receptionist if they had a recruitment plan. She told him to fill out a form and wait for the notice. Once she saw the position and the salary he had applied for, she told him that she's not going to turn it in because there are a lot of scammers. The president's secretary, Jessica, and Carson walked up and asked what was going on. Callie explained that Lin had applied for the executive vice president job. Jessica told Lin that she was skeptical of his abilities because of his age. Lin asked her why a big company like theirs would only look at age. They told him to pass a test, and then they would help him with the entry material. Lin started writing the code, and when he was done, several people failed to read it. Then they called Shen Tanzuo. He arrived and asked what was going on. Jessica explained, and Lin showed him the code. He looked at the code and told Lin that he was a genius because he had been thinking about the code but couldn't crack it. They went to Chan's office and discussed making Lin the vice president of the global marketing department, so he would become the executive vice president sooner or later. Chan told Lin that the program he had written was exactly what they needed because they were working on a new security system related to photolithography. They shook hands and bid each other goodbye. Later at the hotel, Kin Yan arrived and found Lin sitting on the couch doing nothing. She asked him if the afternoon was fun, and he told her that it was okay, but he needed to be compensated. The next day was the same. After she left, he went to his new workplace and met Mr. Zhao and his assistant, saying he was there to talk about business. When Lin was going into the building, Zhao told his assistant that he was done with business and would deal with Lin later. Lin was introduced to Ji Xiao, the manager of the marketing department, and Shang Wenzhong, the director of the marketing department. Jessica walked into the room to tell him that the client had arrived. Lin asked if the client was Mr. Zhao and requested to go with Xiao. Jessica went to tell Mr. Zhao to have patience because their new president would arrive later to sign the contract. Moments later, Lin and Xiao walked into the room. Upon seeing Lin, Zhao yelled and asked him what he was doing there. Xiao told him that Lin was the vice president. However, Zhao started insulting Lin, saying he wasn't qualified to be the vice president of Gai. Lin told Zhao to give him the contract to sign, and when Zhao approached him, he got punched in the face by Lin, knocking him out. The assistant told Lin that the Zhao family would not let him go while dialing a number. Then Xiao showed Lin his office and asked if he needed anything. Lin told her that he needed a computer. Hours later, the computer arrived, and he started working. Mr. Shintin walked into Lin's office, complimenting how hardworking and fast he was and that he would become the executive vice president soon. However, Lin told him that there was no need because he was ready to leave the job. Lin told him that he was ready to go back to his country and asked him if someone was willing to fund him and give him unlimited freedom of research and development. Would he like to go back to his country? Mr. Shen told him that he would, and Lin shook Shen's hand and welcomed him to the Longxin Institute. Mr. Shen was in shock as Lin introduced himself as the director of Zhonghao Longxin Research Institute. Mr. Shen asked Lin to give him 2 days to think about it. Lin told him not to forget about his team while walking out of the office. When Mr. Shen arrived at his home, he found Lin chatting with his wife. He asked Lin what he wanted from his villa. Lin walked up to him and told him that his wife also wanted to go back to China, so he should start packing and get ready to move. Lin went back to the hotel, and Yan told him that everything had been taken care of, and they could go back. They went back to Shanghai, and Lin told Sun and Yang that she and her team would be working at Longxin, and Shen would be the director if Sun didn't mind. While they were still talking, Lin received a call from Cap Xingyu to meet him at the Dynasty Hotel. He arrived at the hotel, and Cap welcomed Lin and gave him a seat. Kao told Lin to order anything he wanted to eat and not be polite with him. Lin sat on the chair and ordered a lot of food, making Xingyu gasp while telling him that the three of them didn't need so many dishes. Then he ordered another bottle of Chateau Latour. As they were eating, Kao told Lin that since he was in charge of the sci-tech factory, they were practically neighbors, and he wanted to introduce him to a business opportunity. Lin asked if it was the kind of business that made money, and Kao told him that they intended to take 20% of his company since their production was down. Lin agreed, saying it was a good idea. Kao told Lin that they charged an 80 yuan fee per chip, but Lin negotiated to 100 yuan. Then they gave him $500,000 and told him to count it as a personal favor. Lin saw the money and told him that they could use all the equipment at the factory. Lin took the money and was about to walk out when Kao stopped him and told him to sign the contract. As Kao and his assistant were celebrating fooling Lin, one of the hotel workers came in and gave him the bill. She explained that Lin had taken bottles of expensive red wine when he was leaving. Lin went to Ling Yu and asked if anything was going on at the company. Yuan told him that she were looking at a few projects and working on them to see how much money to invest. She gave Lin a file, and he saw a media company. He asked why they were investing in it, and they told him that they needed the media company to deal with public relation problems when they encountered them. Lin showed them that the owner was Kyo Jingju and told them that he would operate it by himself. Then he received a call from Wangra, saying she was in trouble because she had spilled medicine on someone's bag, and they wanted her to pay a lot of money. The lady had grabbed Wangra's hair, threatening to kill her if she didn't pay. Lin pulled up, and the lady told him to pay 20,000 yuan. Lin paid, and Ray told him that she owed him. Lin told her that he had work for her to be his secretary, but first, she was responsible for interfacing with a man named Kyo Xanju of Cisco. He gave her a file so that she could become familiar with the business. Afterward, he drove to the Golden Joyed Palace to meet with Qin Yan. She introduced Lin to her teacher, John Manhwa, and her husband, Mr. Peng Singgo. As they all sat at the dining table eating, Yan stood up to propose a toast to the teacher. Ms. Manhwa told them that all of them were just like her children, and then she told Yan to hurry up and set a date for the wedding so they could drink more wine. Liu Yada, one of Manhwa's students, spoke, saying marriage matters could not be rushed because many men were not reliable and have no substance. Yan defended Lin, saying he was a good man and also good at playing the accordion. The teacher was excited since it had been a long time since she had heard someone play the accordion. She told them that the instrument was under the bookshelf, and Yida went to get it. Mr. Peng asked him to play Lake Baikal because he couldn't play it, and he would like to learn. Yida started playing, and when he was done, he asked Lin for guidance. Yan told him that Lin wasn't studying music. Yida told her that since Lin knew how to play the accordion, he was one of them, and he could talk freely. Upon hearing what he said, Lin stopped eating and told him that the Lake Baikal he had just played had so many mistakes. Yida got furious and told Lin to play the song so he could see the difference between them. Lin played Lake Baikal, and Mr. Peng, Manhwa, and the classmates were mesmerized by it because it was so good, comparable to that of a professional teacher. Then Yida told them that social talent could not be of great use. He thanked the teacher for training him and said his company had entered a stable development stage, and there was 700 million financing under negotiation. He also told them that Yuan made the investment happen. Yida turned to Lin and asked him where he worked and if he would like him to invest in his company. Lin told him that it wasn't necessary, and he didn't want to be big. Then Yida told Lin that he was using Yan as a bargaining chip for his future bankruptcy. Then someone knocked, and one of the classmates went to open the door. They came back to the dining room with Yuan. She apologized for being late, and Yida called her to go sit next to him. She saw Lin and asked him what he was doing at her teacher's house. Lin explained, and Yida gasped and asked Yuan why she was calling Lin her boss. She explained that he was the owner of Yingun. After saying goodbye to their teacher, Yida invited Lin to play golf, but he refused, saying he had other fun projects. Then he left, holding Yuan and Fan. Lin told Yuan to check out Fenglin Culture Company, and she told him that she had already done it and Kyo Jingju had contacted her. Lin told her to make an appointment with him. Qin Yan was getting out of the pool when Lin dragged her to sit on his lap and told her that she would be his CEO. At the end of the year, he had the idea of consolidating existing resources, and he would be very comfortable if she came with him. She told him that she would think about it. The next day, he went to drop Yan off at work, and he met Ying. She complained to Lin that she hadn't recovered her account, yet because the company owed more than 100 million, and Yu Lily made things difficult for them. Lin offered to go with her and called some people to meet them at Qin Feng entrance crew. When they arrived, he told the people to wait outside and follow his orders. Wang Ying introduced herself and Lin to the secretary and told her the reason for their visit. She replied that he was in a meeting and had no time for them. Lin walked into the office and told Mr. Lai to pay back the money. He replied that he would give it back to them, so they should go back. Lin told him that he would give him 10 minutes to get the money together, or his company would be finished. Mr. Lai told Lin that even if they sued him, it wouldn't affect his reputation because of Ms. Kao of Fenglin Culture. Then he called Si Zhang, the secretary, to call security. The people Lin came with threw the security guard on the ground and threatened to tear down his office for provoking Mr. Lin. Mr. Lai paid back the money. After Lin and his people left, he told Ms. Kao to put public pressure on the Choyan group. She replied that as long as there was money, she would take any kind of business. That she left to meet up with an investor. She was surprised to see Lin from Lingyan Group. After discussing business, she told him that Lai Qingfeng wanted to deal with him. Then her phone rang, and her father told her to do some work for him, so she left. Lin also received a call from Wang Rui, telling him that she had heard Kao Xinju saying that Cisco seemed to have the idea of increasing foundry. He told her to contact 2 excavator drivers and go to the factory. He would need them later. He arrived at the factory and told the excavator drivers to demolish several warehouses in the factory, saying someone would come to stop them. True to his words, Mr. Kao ran to the site and stopped the excavators from destroying more warehouses. He asked Lin why he was demolishing the houses. Lin told him that he wanted to build a pond because the money he had given him was used in 2 days, and he owed 200 million. Kao told him to give him the management of the warehouses, and he would give Lin the money. Lin agreed, signed the contract, and Kao gave him the money. Zhangju went home happily, screaming and telling his father that he had great news. He found his sister Jingju sitting next to their father. The father asked him what the great news was about. Zhangju handed him the file and said that the sci-tech is now under his control. His father told him that he did a great job. Jingju asked to know who was in charge of sci-tech and asked her brother if he had been cheated. Xingyu told her that she had just graduated from college, so she didn't know anything about business. Her father told her not to worry because the contract had been signed. She told them that she was not in the same boat as them and walked out to her car, wondering how stupid her family was. Lin received a call from Mr. Chen, telling him that he and his team would be arriving in Shanghai tomorrow at 1 p.m. The next morning, Lin went out to arrange accommodation for them. He told the woman showing him the houses that he seemed to be in the wrong place. The other workers assumed Lin couldn't afford the house, but then Lin asked her if they had villas. The other workers followed her as she was going to show Lin the villas. They thought that Lin was just bluffing about wanting to buy the villa. The sales girl introduced Lin to the first villa, the most expensive one, and as she was about to introduce the others, Lin told her that he would buy the first one and gave her his credit card. The workers were surprised. Moments later, the manager came back with the card and a file for him to sign, confirming that the payment had been made. Lin went to the airport to pick someone up when he saw a beautiful girl standing next to him. When they saw Mr. Shi walking towards them, both Lin and the lady started approaching him too. The lady yelled, asking Lin why he was following her. He told her that he was there to pick someone up. Then she went and shook hands with Shen. She invited him to the banquet, but he declined, saying he was with Mr. Lin, while pointing towards where Lin was standing. Mayor Liang Ruoxu turned to look at Lin and invited her to join them for dinner. She accepted, and while on their way to dinner, they introduced themselves. Ruoxu was surprised to learn that Lin was the director of Longxing. He asked her why she was convinced to come back to the country, and Dr. Shen told Liang that Lin was an expert in computer chip fuel. Lin then took them to the Peninsula Hotel, where Mayor Liang offered to pay for the meal to make up for her behavior at the airport. However, Lin informed her that he owned the hotel and was not going to let her pay for their meal. They then went to the banquet room so that Dr. Shen could meet with his colleagues. After the event, Mayor Liang went back to her house, where her grandfather asked her how she felt about meeting Dr. Shen in person. She told him that he was a good person and had been invited by a powerful man for the purpose of photolithography. Her grandfather then advised her to take care of companies that have a positive impact on the country. Lin sat on the couch and instructed the system to open a new career. Lin was awarded a career package that included 1 billion RMB, a set of alloy scalpels, and 80% equity of blah blah travel. He found the box containing these rewards in the trunk of his car. The director of the personnel department at Huashan Hospital called Lin and informed him that he had passed the interviews and should report to the Human Resources Department at 9 a.m., 2 days from now. Lin then drove to Lingyan Group to inform Yuan that he had acquired blah blah travel and that he needed big data for blazing trips. He suggested that they implement the acquisition and move the headquarters to Shanghai. She replied that he would arrange it. After that, Lin went to Yan's house to share the good news with her. However, Yan advised him to slow down because his rapid rise could cause other companies to react. She also suggested that when he goes to Yanqing to complete the acquisition procedures, he should take her so that she could see Wang Ma. Lin replied that he didn't have time for that because he was now a doctor at Huashan Hospital. Qin Ye informed Lin that she wanted to bid for a piece of government land and invited him to go with her. They arrived at the bidding venue and met Mr. Zhao, who was about to mock Lin. However, he stopped when Lin informed him that he was no longer interested in Qin Yan and advised him not to bid for the tender because he had no chance. Lin told him to wait and see as they walked into the building, with Mr. Zhao following them while talking to his assistant about talking to Mayor Liang about the tender. They entered the waiting room, and Qin Han saw them and suggested they go to the VIP room. There they met Lu Wan, the president of Far East Crew, who greeted Lin and introduced him to his girlfriend, Yan. When the host announced that the bidding was about to start, Yan told Lin that she wanted to talk to Mayor Liang, but she wasn't answering her calls. Lin told her to wait while he went to look for her. He texted her asking where she was, and she replied. On his way to her room, he met Han, and they went together. They saw Mr. Zhao waiting outside the mayor's room with flowers. They started arguing about who was there first, and just as the door opened, Zhao was about to give her the roses. However, Lin walked towards her, held her by the waist, and walked away from Zhao and Han. Han called his father and told him that the bid had fizzled out because he saw Lin walk away with the mayor. Meanwhile, Liang yelled at Lin to let go of her and asked him what he wanted from her. Lin begged her to give Choyan Group a back door, but she refused. Lin went back to Yan and found Zhao telling her that Lin was hooking up with the mayor. Yan told him that he was being ridiculous because Lin didn't know who Mayor Liang was. However, Lin walked up to them, and Yan went to him and told him that it was time to submit their bid. They submitted it and walked out of the building. The next day, on his way to work, Lin heard a girl scream for help as her grandfather had been experiencing stomach pains and had fainted. A man stepped forward, claiming to be a doctor, and diagnosed the grandfather with acute appendicitis, which could be life-threatening if left untreated. Lin asked him how he knew it was appendicitis, and he told the little girl that her father would be fine and sent her to buy medicine. When she returned, the man had woken up, and the other doctor asked him if he was feeling any pain. The man replied that he was, and then said that the professional doctor couldn't differentiate between appendicitis and intestinal flatulence. Lin left after refusing the money the girl was about to give him. Once Lin arrived at the hospital, he met the man he had seen outside, Zhou Ziqing and Qiao Xin. They were surprised to see Lin. Then Dr. Chenping told them that they were all new and their positions were that of trainer physicians. They would go through a 1-month emergency rotation before returning to cardiac surgery. She then introduced them to Lai Chuan, the director from cardiac care, and they followed her to the department. Chu Han told Dr. Kao to arrange for the new doctors, but he refused, thinking that he didn't want people to gossip about him if he took his nephew. Chu Han told them that there was an emergency night shift, and they were all to volunteer. They all went to check on a patient. The female patient asked Chu Han if the handsome guy was the new doctor, and Ziqing introduced himself to her. She told him that she was not talking about him. After they were done with the check room, they were headed to the emergency room when a woman frantically asked where the director was so he could perform surgery on her son. Chu Han told the trainees to go check it out. The woman told them to get the dean because none of them were qualified to do surgery on her son. Lin told her that it was a knife cut and only needed stitches, not surgery. Zinchin stepped forward, telling the lady that he could handle her son, but she told her that she was the district minister of construction, and in case of an accident, he would be responsible. Zinchin stepped back and Chu Han asked who would be able to do it. Lin replied that he could do it. They took him to the operating room, and Chu Han chose Lin and Sin as her assistants. After stitching the muscles and fat, she told Lin to stitch the subcutaneous and skin. She finished stitching the boy, and they took him to his mother. She started yelling, saying he would have a large scar. They told her that it's normal, and then she left to call the boy's father. Lin asked Sin to send her a copy of the video she had recorded, and she did. He sent it to Yuan and asked her to check the woman out. Xincheng called his uncle and explained the situation. The uncle responded that he and Dean Zhao would go to check it out. Dean Zhang Wei Zhao and Xingkang's uncle found out that Chu Han had left a new doctor to handle the matter. She replied that the family was just being unreasonable. The uncle told Zhao that they should just fire him, but then the woman barged into the room, crying and begging Dr. Liu to give her back her job because her husband was fired. The security guards came in and took her away, and Dean Zhao told them not to tell anyone about what happened. They should let it go. The system lady gave Lin 100,000 proficiency points and 10% career completion. Dr. Liu broke Lin from his trance and told him that she would give him a test. She sent Qian Xin to the lab to get an electron microscope. She came back a few minutes later to tell her that the microscope had a malfunction and the new spare had not been sent yet. Then she told him that they would wait for the microscope to arrive before taking a test. Lin sent Xin to go and get the regular microscope. Dr. Liu told him that if he used the regular microscope, he would screw up the nerve and blood vessels. Ziking told Lin that he was being cocky. Lin told him that it was normal for people like him to not be able to understand the skills of the master. Sin brought back the regular microscope, and Lin did what he was told to do. When he was done, Dr. Liu saw that he did a great job using a regular microscope. She told him that he had passed and would be her assistant whenever he was doing surgery. Lin sent a text to the manager of Peninsula Hotel to bring them lunch. Then Dr. Liu told Lin that she was doing an important surgery. She had stimulated the procedures many times, but the postoperative suture felt too risky, so she wanted to hear his opinion. He told her that she couldn't handle it with her ability. The food arrived and Dr. Liu refused to eat with Zinking because Lin had already ordered lots of food. They sat down and had their lunch while continuing their discussion. He asked her who the person was that was going to have the surgery. She told him that it was the head of the police district. She showed him the film of the person and asked if he could come up with a treatment plan for her. Lin stood from his chair and told her that he was going to prepare a report for her. 6 hours later, he finished writing the report. Dr. Liu saw the report and told Lin that he could go home and rest. As he was walking out of the hospital, he got a call from Jingo to tell him that she knew that he and her brother pulled the strings. Lin told her that he was just the manager and was very busy with his side business. After the call, he texted Yuan to change the legal person's name of Lingyan Group to Kinhan on a site called the Eyes of Earth. Meanwhile, Jingo went to meet her brother to tell him to terminate the contract he had with Lin because he was not an ordinary person. Shanju refused, saying that if he stops, he will lose a lot. Then she told him that Lin was the owner of Lingyan. He told his secretary Jian Meng to look it up. She saw that the owner was Qin Han, and he told her that he was disappointed in her. She tried to explain what she saw a while back, but Shanju told her that she was just trying to thwart his accomplishments to make their father stereotype him as a way to improve her position in the family. The next day at the hospital, Dr. Liu told Lin to keep his phone on him as she was going into the operating room. The doctors were discussing the risks of the surgery with the president of the hospital, Miao Gofeng, and Du Yachin, the chief of surgery. When Mr. Du is said to start preparing the procedures, Dr. Liu stopped them and showed them the report Lin had written, saying there was a problem with the structure scheme. They agreed that Lin should be with them in the operating room. Meanwhile, Lin was busy with patients in the emergency room when a lady ran in saying she was in pain. He asked where her access card was. She told him that she didn't get a chance to get one. Lin told her to get out. The next patient knew Lin. She asked to see a female doctor, but Sin told her that Lin was higher than her, so she should let him see her. Lin checked her out and then received a phone call to go to the 13th floor Department of Surgery. He left after telling Sin that she was in charge of the emergency room. As he was going to the elevator, he met Mayor Liang. When she asked him what he was doing there, he introduced himself as Dr. Lin Yi. Then Go Chong walked up to them and asked if they knew each other. The mayor replied, and Go Chong explained about the report Lin wrote and how he sent it to the General Medical Center, and they gave a very high evaluation. Mayor Liang was surprised, wondering how many vests Lin had that she didn't know. They went to the operating room, and Dr. Liu told him that he was only allowed to watch. He saw the patient and asked her if he was the son of Du Peng, the man he met yesterday. Liu Chahan replied. The surgery began, and Miao told Director Duan that he would leave the rest to him. When he walked up to the patient, he saw that the vessels had been squeezed together with other swollen organs, and the blood vessel was too thin, making it rather impossible to stitch. If they put a needle, it would be 100% non-stop blood, and the patient would lose his vitals. They agreed on terminating the surgery. Duan and Miao went outside the operating room and met with Gao Chong and Liang to tell them that they had tried their best, but the vessels were beyond the point of suturing. Go Chong started yelling at them while walking towards the operating room. Then he heard Lin telling Liang that there was a possibility of saving the patient. Miao and Duan tried to go in and take a look, but Chong blocked the door, saying he wouldn't let them in without the word of Lin. Dr. Lin agreed to be his assistant. Then, Lin activated the system Lucky card, and it gave him a 5-minute time limit. He started the surgery with Dr. Liu helping him. When the 5 minutes were up, he had already finished the surgery and started stitching the patient up. After he was done, he walked out of the operation room to tell them that the surgery was a success. The four of them walked into the room and thanked Dr. Liu, but she told them to thank Dr. Lin because he was the main surgeon. The system lady awarded Lin proficiency and inner pharmacopoeia. Then he fell asleep on his desk. 5 hours later, he woke up and found lying on the couch staring at him. She gave him food and told him that she came to thank him for the surgery, but Lin told her that if she wanted to thank him, she should sign the papers. He printed the papers, and she signed them. As he was walking to the parking lot, Dr. Liu invited Lin to join her for dinner. He refused, saying he had already eaten dinner. Then, Xinting ran towards them and invited them to a race of the young men of Shanghai. They agreed to go with him. They arrived at the racetrack, and Lin and Liu went to watch from the VIP area. But Xinting told them not to because it was for people with a lot of money. He told Liu to ignore him. Then the cars arrived. Lin went to meet them as he was walking out of the VIP room with Liu. Kinhan went to talk to him, and Zhou told them that they were there for a race, so they should let Lin run a few laps. The loser would quit the young four men of Shanghai. Instead, Lin told them that the loser should burn their car. They agreed, and they followed the same rules. 4 people on one side. Kinhan spoke, saying it would be him, Lin, Liang, and Gao. Mr. Zhao's team consisted of the top 3 racers on the field. Dr. Liu explained to Lin, and he asked her if she still knew them well. She told him that to win, they could only take advantage of their familiarity with the track and the car. Kinhan went to argue with Zhao, but Zhao told him to stand in his place. He should go to the bleachers over at Kinhan's club. Lin laughed at Zhao, saying he was the one talking about territory while he owned the whole place. They went back to their team. Lin told Dr. Liu to run a few laps. He told Han to run the first portion and Mr. Go the second. Liu would run the third, and he would be the last. 10 minutes later, Han and Mr. Zhao started the race. After Han, Dr. Liu went in the racetrack with Wang Wanji, and then it was Lin's turn. Wang Wanji apologized to Zhao for being only 3 seconds ahead, and Zhao told him that with Ji Li's strength and another 4 seconds ahead, they would not be a problem. Then, they saw that Lin was closing in on Ji Li, passed him, and won the race. The audience started chanting for the loser to deliver the car. Mr. Zhao gave the keys to Lin, and when he was about to leave, Lin stopped him and told him not to go yet so he could watch his car burn. The mayor called him to go with her to check out a batch of imported medicine that's ready to enter Shanghai. Meanwhile, at Jiang'an Hotel, Spring Wen Zhao from HR Pharmaceuticals and her assistant Meng Haiking were discussing the increasing prices of the medicine. At Yangshan, Bill Fan Dongai called his son to tell him that tomorrow, the price of the medicine would be set. The next morning, Mayor Liang went to pick up Lin and gave him breakfast. They arrived at the location, and negotiations started. Wang Yangxing negotiated from 459 a box to 398 a box and told Wen Zhao that if the price was not reduced to less than 300, then no one would accept it. She told them that 299 was their bottom line. Wen and Meng walked out to discuss the matter. Moments later, they were called back in. Yangxing told them that Mayor Liang was not satisfied with the price. Wen asked them for the price they had in mind, and they told her 279. Wen told them that they were willing to concede up to 10 more in profit. Then the mayor asked Lin what he thought, but he didn't answer. She looked at Lin and saw that he was sleeping. She called him again, and he woke up. She told him the agreed-upon price. Lin asked Ms. Zhao if she was at Huaxia to make money. Ms. Zhao replied, saying that the HR Pharmaceuticals' raw material costs, production costs, and transportation costs are very high. Lin told her that she knows the price better than he does, so he set the price at 9 yuan and 9 yuan for shipping, and he told her that's their proposal. If they agree, they will sign the contract, and if they don't, they will leave. Ms. Zhao did not agree with the price, so they were walking out when she told the mayor that she hopes to make another appointment to renew their conversation. Mayor Liang told her that it will be 3 days later. After the negotiations, they went to the hospital. Mr. Yang wanted to meet Lin, and he asked him about his plans for the future and offered to get him promoted. Lin refused, and then he asked Lin Yi where his family is from. Lin told him that he was raised in an orphanage. Mr. Yang then told Lin that he was tired and needed to take a nap. They walked out of the ward, and Mr. Yang was talking with a man, saying that Lin looked familiar. Then he offered to call someone on Yangqing's side to check on the orphanage. Lin Yi was outside Mr. Peng's house when Yan walked up to him, and they went inside together to talk to Mr. Peng about a Chinese herbal prescription that he wants to make into a proprietary Chinese medicine. Mr. Peng told him that if he doesn't have the state qualification, then it's against the law. Mr. Peng took them to meet Zhou Dongwei, the vice president of traditional Chinese medicine. Lin gave her the prescription and said that she should help him make it into medicine. Dongwei agreed to make the medicine. They went to the house and watched shows together. Yan got out first and received a call from Wangma, telling her that two men had gone to the orphanage to inquire about Ling Ni. She told Yan not to tell anyone else. The next day, Lin was with Dr. Chan Sin when they saw a man persuading his mother to go to the hospital, but she refused, saying the medicine was expensive and that she had a daughter to take care of. They walked up to them and asked what the problem was. The man explained, and Lin took the patient's file and read the prescription. He told them that her heart problem was not that serious, and they should just buy quick-acting pills and eat healthily. The other patients then surrounded Lin to check their prescriptions. The mayor went to the emergency room. Lu went to call Lin to the dean's office. The dean told Lin that what he's doing will have an impact on the hospital. Lin told him that he just prescribed medicine and has no idea what he has affected. The dean told Lin to go back and write a review, but Lin refused and went back to the emergency room. The system lady congratulated Lin for the completion of the mission and awarded him 20% shares of any company. Then, Mayor Liang called him to tell him that the medicine price had increased. She told him to meet her at the cafe. He went to meet her. Lin told her that if the prices are raised across the board, the cost of living for people will increase significantly. She told him that she knows and asked Lin if he has any ideas. He came up with a plan and explained to her what needs to be done. She told him that she will go and arrange it. Then, he called Jingju and told her he has work for her. He went to her office and told her to find someone to help her spread the news. She told him that the matter is a bit special and doesn't need to use domestic servers because it's easy to spread the risk. Lin told her that he will help virtualize the addresses of several offshore servers so that it could be transmitted to the internet without being noticeable. 2 hours later, he was done and told her that the rest is for her. Then he walked out of her office, leaving her wondering who Lin is. When Zhou was with his assistant, he told her that the prices had increased. Then her phone rang. Mr. Roy informed her that the Chinese were making a massive purchase of 25 medicines. She told him that it's normal for them to want to stock up before the price increases, which means she can easily take the 289 price. Lin met with Ms. Zhou, who gave him the file and told him that they studied it, and it's a very good traditional Chinese medicine, and they would like to do further approvals and clinical trials. Lin told her that he would write an authority letter. Then, he went to the bidding center with Mayor Liang. Wen Zhao told them that there was no room to lower the price. He showed them the file and told them that the Chinese came up with a medicine similar to the one they were selling with few side effects, so there was no need for them to stay and negotiate further. Yangson looked at the file and told them that the medicine is very similar to the one they were selling. Wen reveals a similar medicine created by the Chinese, making negotiation pointless. Ms. Dao took the reports and told Lin that there were only laboratory data, and there was no clinical report. Lin reached into his pocket, took out a bottle of the medicine, gave it to her, and told her to take it back to the lab and study it. They would talk about the price when they were done. Lin and Mayor Liang walked out, and as they were walking to her car, she asked Lin if he was sure that the medicine could replace ibuprofen. Lin told her that he was sure. She got in the car while Lin whistled and walked in the opposite direction. Meanwhile, Wen's assistant told her to report the matter to the headquarters. Her phone rang and Mr. Troy excitedly told her that the negotiations must be over, and he would have a party for her when she returns. Wen apologized and told him that the deal went bad. She explained what happened, and Troy was angry. He told them not to go by shipping but air and to make their own money. After the call, Wen told her assistant to make arrangements. Fan Donglai got angry when his son told him the price of the medicine, and he told him to do a background check on Lin Nie. His son told him that he already knew that he was Kinhan's brother. He went back to the emergency room and saw people looking at him as if he had committed a murder. Sin explained to him that they were the people he told to register under Director Liu's number, and their numbers were not taken. Lin yawned and said it's not his problem. Dr. Liu Yongxing, Fan Jingfang, and Kyo went to the dean's office to complain about Lin Nie. Dean Zhao told them that he would move him to the acute care and then slowly marginalize him. While in the middle of their complaints, Dr. Kyo's phone rang. He went outside the dean's office to answer it. Wang Guanghong asked Kyo what was going on and that he had millions of yuan of goods, and the medicine could still be sold. Mr. Kyo told Wang that there was a new doctor in the department, and now no one goes to see them. Mr. Wang told him that they should pull him down, and Kyo said he would give him his number so he could speak with him personally. Then Zinkin appeared and asked his uncle why he was letting them get in touch. He told him that he was not leaving such a good thing to them. When their deal was done, he would report to Dean Zhao, and Lin would get dismissed. Dr. Liu, Lin, and Xin entered room 804 for a room check. Lin went to check on the patient, and Xiaotong asked if it would be better for her father to have surgery. She told her that her father is old and may not leave the operating table alive. She insisted on the surgery, but her sister Liu Jingyu disagreed with her because she didn't want to gamble with her father's life. Xiaotong told her husband to say something, but he told her that he thought it was better not to have surgery. Xiaotong got furious and told them that they should divorce, that the husband told the doctor to do the surgery. After that, Lin went to Shanghai Center for Disease Control and Prevention. He went with Ruoxu to discuss the medicine that can replace imported medicine. Then a man asked Lin where he got the prescription. Lin told him from the King Pharmacopoeia. Another person told Lin that he hoped he was more serious. Lin stood up from his chair and told him he hoped the medicine could enter the clinical stage and speak with data. Then he walked out with Ruoxu. When he reached the hallway, Doi Daoliang, the president of Shanghai Chinese Hospital, stopped him, saying that what he had said shackled the development of Chinese medicine for many years, and they invited him for dinner. As he was walking out of the building, Wang invited him to dinner. He went with Ruoxu, and Wang told him to help sell a batch of medicine. He would have a 20% profit, but Lin said he would accept 30%. Wang told him 23% to take care of Chu Hanli. Lin agreed, and he told Wang that he would only believe it if he signed. Mr. Wang gave Lin money and signed the papers. Lin told Ruoxu to get to work, so she introduced herself. Wang gasped, and then Lin asked him where he got his number. He replied that it was from Keo Zhou Wang, and he asked if there were any other doctors. He told him that Zhou Jianwei was also involved. The police came and arrested Wang. The system lady congratulated Lin for cracking an illegal operation and completing the career mission ahead of time. He received 100 million RMB and a fashionable tricycle. Lin thought the doctor career was interesting, so he decided to experience it for a few more days. Meanwhile, Dr. Keo and Zhao were discussing calling the police on Lin, assuming he had signed the papers. The moment Lin walked into the office, Dr. Zhao scolded him and said he wasn't worthy of being a doctor at Hoshan Hospital. Then the police arrived and told them to arrest Lin, but the police told them they came to arrest them. Dr. Keo asked the officer why they were arresting them instead of Lin. He showed them the arrest warrant and told them that they should know better about private dealings. Xin wondered where Lin could be, and Xinking told her that Lin would most likely not be back because he went to see the owner of Tian's pharmacy. Dr. Lai and Xin refused to accept that Lin could do such a thing. Then Lin walked into the office with the police behind him. They also arrested Yangxing and Shifani. As they were about to leave, Lin reminded them to take Xinchen as well. After some time, Shu Han told Lin and Xin that she had been promoted to chief of cardiac surgery, and Lin was made deputy director. They went to do surgery on an old man. Meanwhile, Xia Tong went to secretly meet with her boyfriend. The boyfriend wanted to see if the old man would die after surgery. The doctors walked out and told the family that the surgery was a success. The husband thanked Xiao Tong for insisting on doing the surgery, and Dr. Liu told Lin and Xin to keep an eye on the patient. As they were resting, Xiao Tong's husband barged in screaming that his father had lost his heartbeat. They immediately went to the ward together with Chu Han. Xiao Tong started blaming Xin for the old man's death, and Lin slapped her. The husband tried to defend his wife, but also got beaten in the process. Then they went to look at the body. Xin told them that the face looked slightly greenish and purple. Once they realized that it was murder, they called the police. When the police arrived, Xiao Tong tried to run away, but Siki Yuan saw her and started chasing her while ordering the other officers to block the hospital exits. She caught her and told Dr. Liu that she was taking the suspect and the deceased family back to the office. They went back to the emergency room, and when Zhou entered, she saw Lin and couldn't believe it was him. She told Lin that the major tertiary hospitals in China had signed huge orders with them at an increased price. Then she received a call telling her that the departure department said their goods had been held up because they had problems. When she asked Lin whether he was behind it, he told her that the contract stated that if they failed to deliver the goods, then they had to pay for a breach of contract. Wen fainted, and Lin told Xin to get her hospitalized while he texted Jinyu to get to work. He went to Wen's ward, and she asked him if he went to show his superiority. Lin told her that HR's share price was down, and showed her that the company's popularity had already climbed to 1 billion in just a day. She started coughing blood and Lin called the nurses. The next day, he went to check on Wen. She told him to tell them his terms, and she told him that they had reduced ibuprofen's price to 138. But Lin still insisted on 9 yuan and 9 yuan or no free negotiation. She told him that it was impossible. They agreed on the price of 23.4, and then he walked out of the ward and out of the hospital on a call inviting Ruoxu to his house for a barbecue. She arrived at Kyushu Pavilion and changed into her bikini, then went in the swimming pool. After some time, she asked Lin why he invited her. Lin gave her a file and told her that ibuprofen's price had been reduced and that the major pharmaceutical companies' share values were going to fall. So in order to stop loss in time, they gave him the files in exchange. She told Lin that she had to discuss it with her grandfather. Then Lin told her that it was too late to leave. She told him that she was going to take a shower. While blow-drying her hair, Lin walked in and told her to get some rest. When he turned to leave, she grabbed Lin's shirt, telling him to stay. She kissed Lin, and he pulled away, saying that she was drunk, but she insisted that she knew what she was doing. As they were in bed, she asked Lin to send her an electronic copy of the document, and she sent it to her grandfather. He called her and asked where she got it from. She replied that she couldn't say, but the documents were true. She was getting dressed while still on the phone. Then Lin asked if she wanted help with the zipper. Her grandfather heard it, so she hung up on him. Kung Xiao and Shang heard Lin's voice, and they were in shock. Kung Xiao saw the documents and told his father that they were not trivial. Shen Sui, the mother, spoke, saying that it might be an opportunity for the Liang family. Shang was curious how she got it and said that she seemed to have met a valuable person. Meanwhile, Ruoxu was done fixing herself and told Lin that she had work the next day, so she would go back. The next day at the hospital, Dr. Liu introduced Wang Zeti and Zhen Binjiang to Xin and Lin. Xin reminded Lin about Ms. Wen's discharge, and they went to her ward and found her parking. He gave her the bill, and she yelled that she was getting out of the hospital and would never see him again. Then she saw that the bills were expensive, and she turned to Lin, saying he couldn't even pity her. After she left, they went to their office, and Liu Chuan showed them information about the next patient they were doing surgery on tomorrow. Then Wang Zi walked in and told them that they would invite everyone to have a meal on the first day, so they should not order lunch. Half an hour later, the food arrived, and Wang Zeti gave everyone their lunch except Lin. He told him that he had forgotten about him. When Xin was about to give Lin her lunchbox, Nan arrived, saying she came to give him some food. They went to the break room, and he ate his food and escorted her to the elevator, saying he would pick her up after work. He went back to the office and Xin walked up to him, asking if Yan was his girlfriend. He replied that she was the one who was chasing after him, but he didn't agree to it. She told him that they were discussing the skirt she wore, which cost more than 80,000 yuan. He told her that she ran a company. Dr. Liu told them to go read the information because they had surgery. After work, Lin met Yang, and she told him that the company did not win the bid, and a group of nail households still did not want to leave. Lin offered to go with her to check it out. On the way, he called Han to contact 10 trucks to wait for him at the shanty town. They arrived at the shanty town, and the driver introduced himself as Zhao San. Lin told Zhao San the instructions, and they walked towards the group of people. Han Juan walked up to them and explained that they all came to ask for money. When they heard that someone wanted 100,000 yuan per square, Lin told the group of people to send their representative so that they could talk. One blonde guy told him that they would move when the money was in place. Lin showed them the truck, telling them that they wouldn't even walk if they wanted to. The blonde guy told a bald guy to find an opportunity to run through the trucks, and he would compensate him. The guy attempted to run past the truck, but he bumped his head hard on it. Then they both left, taking their injured friend to the hospital. Lin told Hanji to keep it a secret, and then he went to Yan's office. She asked him how she looked in the dress she was wearing, and Lin walked to her and kissed her. The next day, when Yan's secretary informed her that the projects had been taken care of, she instructed her to inform the vice president and the project department that the meeting would be held at 10. Then, she received a call from Wang Yang, telling her that Lin would end up in prison for what he did at the shanty town. She told him that if it was about the problem, she would give it to him and he should just find a place to sign the transfer contract. Hanji told Yang that Yan knew about the shantytown incident, and she left with the contract after questioning him. Yang called Lin and informed him. Lin rushed out of the hospital. Meanwhile, Yan arrived and threw the papers on the table, telling Wang Yang to sign. He asked her to have a meal with them, but she refused. When she was about to leave, Mr. Wang got angry and yelled for someone to stop her. The guards did, and Wang Yang walked towards her and told her that the feud was not just about the project but between them and Lin. He said that if she followed them and drank with them, everything would be cleared up. Mr. Zhao and Fan held Yan. They were forcing her to drink wine when Lin barged in and kicked Mr. Zhao in the face. The others lunged at him, and he fought with them. After breaking Wang Yang's hand, he looked at Zhao, asking why he is always looking for trouble. Zhao told Lin that if he dares to make a move against him, it won't do him any good. Lin lunged at him and pinned his head to the floor. When he was about to break his hand, Ruoxu, Kungxiu, and Han walked into the room and tried to stop him, but he broke it anyway. Kungxiu looked at Lin, thinking that he's exactly like his father. Lin turned to Fan and told him that it had nothing to do with him. Lin and Yan left, leaving the others to take care of everything. As they walked outside the building, Yan scolded Lin for going to meet them alone. He took her back to her office. Then, Yan told him that the first phase of the terminal renovation project has been completed and he should go have a look. The following day at the hospital, Sin told Lin that he would be operating on a heart stent. Then, Wan Zhe told the department that they should go to Wanjiang Terminal to have fun since most of the surgeries would be done the next day. They went to the terminal, and Zhe told the girls that he would get a boat, and they would go out to the sea. Then he looked at Lin, thinking that Lin can't compete with him. Sin and Liu went and asked Lin if he knew where they sell swimsuits. They went to the store and bought the swimsuits, and Lin bought a tank top and shorts. Zhe saw Liu's body and started drooling. She covered herself and told him to stop looking at her. One of the nurses asked Lin why he was covering his body. Zhe told him that Lin's body was bad, that's why he didn't want to show it. The nurses didn't believe him, so they removed Lin's tank top, revealing his perfectly sculpted abs, which made the girls drool. They asked him why he still wears clothes with such a body. He told them that he's not an exhibitionist. He left them playing at the beach and went to the Terminal Operations Center. He told the manager that he came to see how things were going. The manager replied, and Lin asked if they received a proposal from Yellow Designs. He showed him the only sketch they sent and left after telling him to contact him when the designs come out. Zhe told Lin that they will go have fun, so it's easy to lose things. Someone has to stay behind and watch them. Lin thanked Zhe for paying for the boat and also taking the initiative to stay. Zhe told Lin that he misunderstood. The friend Zhe invited Gao arrived. Gao saw Chuan and called her sister-in-law. Zhe asked him how he could call her that when they haven't started yet. Gao asked Zhe if he was sick in the head and told him that Lin owns Wangjing Terminal. Lin called a big boat, and Zhe said he would just stay and watch the bags. On the boat, Dr. Liu was admiring the view when Lin came beside her and asked her if she wanted to go swimming. They put on their oxygen masks and went into the sea. She clung tightly to him. After they got out of the sea, Lin told Gao that they should head back because they have work. Dr. Liu told them to go and rest while she and Liu headed back to the hospital. At the hospital, Liu met her uncle and his family. They told her that they came to see a doctor. She told them that she's now on duty, so she will call the deputy director. They started insulting her, saying that now that she's in the city, she doesn't want to treat countryside people, and reminded her of all the things they gave her when they were poor. She told them to go and register at the outpatient window. After that, they went to her office. Urju explained how he feels, and she told him to do an electrocardiogram and cardiac ultrasound. Moments later, they came back to the office yelling that the doctors asked him for an invoice. Lin explained that the hospital equipment isn't free, and he told them that if they want to see a doctor, they should go to the examination room, and if they don't want to, they can leave. So they left. The next day, Liu met Zeddy carrying a box of staff. She asked him whether he got fired. He told her that he's going to the USA to further his studies. Then the cops showed up, telling Zhe that they are taking him in to open a case because his father, Yangxing, was involved in a major embezzlement. Dr. Liu asked Lin what he wants to eat for lunch. He told her that he has things to do and won't be eating. During lunch, he went to Lingyan Group. Yuan told him that they moved the Blah Blah Center, and she invested in orphanages. She wants to invest in some poor countries to build Hope Elementary Schools. Then she showed him the current options, Beikyo Town and Furong Town. They decided to build the school in Beikyo Town. When she talked to him about the road conditions and the recruitment of teachers, he offered to fix the roads and bridges. Then he went to Shanghai Teacher Training University to talk to President Zhao about recruiting teachers. He told him to offer internships. Then he invited Lin to the orientation party. As he was leaving, he saw Roxu and sneaked up on her. She dodged and pointed a gun at Lin. When she saw who it was, she withdrew the gun. Lin asked why she carries it around. She told him it's for protection. Then she told him to go with her to the orientation. They went to the auditorium. The orientation started and Roxu asked Lin what he wanted to talk to her about. He told her about Baekhyeo and asked her to contact the location. She told him to perform first, and then she would do it. Lin went to the stage and announced that he was going to sing a song. He sat on the chair and started singing while playing the piano. After he was done, she ran up to him and asked how many more secrets he had. Then she told him she would fix the supporting fund. Then he went to Longsing. He asked Shen how things were going. Shen explained that he would soon be able to break through to the 17mm process. Director's son entered the room. Lin informed them that their Chip 1.0 technology could be ready to launch, and after the launch, the court summons would be received in the afternoon. Lin went to SciTech and met with Xiao Liu. He whispered something to him and left to meet with Wanra. He asked her how things were going. She told him that nothing was big now, that the workshop and warehouse are controlled by Cisco. Then she told Lin to arrange another job for her, because she felt like she was doing nothing. Lin told her that the business between SciTech and Cisco would end soon, so she wouldn't have to stay long. She walked to Lin and kissed him. An hour later, they heard a knock on the door. Chanju asked Lin if he was the one who sent a man to guard the toilet. Lin told him that he lost money, so he has no pocket money. Chanju asked whether he would let Ray pay a toilet fee. Lin told him that she didn't have to pay. Then both of them went to the warehouse. Lin told Xiao Liu to follow him around. After some time, he told Xiao to go back to work. Chanju stopped him and asked what he was doing. Xiao replied that he's going back to the toilet to charge. Then he asked Lin what he meant by that. Lin lied that Xiao is a distant relative and the family is in no good, so he can only arrange for him to work there. Then Lin told them to follow him to the cafeteria to take control of it as well. Shan Yu stopped him and gave him a check, saying the cafeteria and the toilet are also in his charge. They exited the warehouse, and Lin asked Xiao Liu if he had a good look at everything. Xiao told him that it's all written and ready to be done when given an order. Meanwhile, Jingyu is telling her father that Lin is getting ready to launch the technology of 1.0. At the hospital, Lin asked Chuhan when she was visiting her family in Baekhyeo. She replied, and Lin said he would accompany her because he had some work there. Then Roxu called him to pick her up. She sat in the car, and then her mother called, asking what she was up to. She replied, and then she saw her mother knocking on the car window. Lin got out of the car and greeted her. They went to have dinner, and Lin told her to eat as if it's her own restaurant. Roxu's mother looked at Lin, thinking that he had only been in Shanghai for 2 months and had developed a lot. Roxu's mother told Lin that she had heard he was developing lithography and said if he needed anything, he could ask her. Lin told her that he needed a 4nnu light source, and it's something that only Satsuma can produce, but he's gone and nothing works. She told him that if he wants their attention, he must have something to balance them. After dinner, Lin left Roxu with her mother. She told Roxu to focus more on work. Then they went to meet the mayor of Baekhyeo, Sun Maokun, Secretary Wu Zhaoyu, and the reporter Wen Shu. Maokun thanked Lin for financially supporting Baekhyeo. The reporter asked him why he wanted to build the school in Baekhyeo. He replied that he wanted to bring children closer to their dreams. Then, after the interview, Roxu gave Lin a check from her mom. When Lin asked what the money was for, she told him that it was for the schools and the road. Then he told her to go tell her mother that he would take the money. Roxu told Lin that Maokun would receive him anytime he goes to Baekhyeo. He told her that he would be going with his colleague tomorrow, who is also from Baekhyeo. He went to Lingyan Group and gave the check to Yuan. When she read the information on the check, she told Lin that the funder's information is the Heavy Trust Group valued at 8 million. Upon hearing this, Lin told her not to deposit the check yet. He will arrange it. Then he walked out of the building, wondering who Ruox's mother it is. They arrived in Baekhyeo, and the reporter picked them up from the airport. Lin asked to go to a car store to buy one, and they went and bought a red G63 for 300.5 million. The reporter called Secretary Wu, telling him that Lin used the sponsorship money to buy a car. Wu yelled at him, saying the money was in a fund and hasn't been allocated at all. After swiping the card, the sales lady gave Lin the car's contract to sign. He told Chu Han to sign and told her that the car is for her. They got in and drove off after telling the reporter that they don't need her company. He gave Chu-han directions to Blue Sky Orphanage. They arrived, and the kids were ecstatic to see Lin. He carried a little girl and went to find Wang Ma. She introduced him to the director, Lai Chu-han. She told them to go sit inside while she made dinner, but Chu-han offered to help her. At the dinner table, Wang Ma asked Lin to stay for a few more days. He told her that he would come back on another trip because he still has things to do in Shanghai. They said their goodbyes and left. They went to a hotel, and Lin was about to book 2 rooms. Chu-han insisted that they book 1 room. They went to the room, and he told her to go take a shower first, and he would shower after her. While he was busy unpacking their clothes, she came out of the bathroom with just a towel and told Lin that they should shower together. They entered the bathroom, and she pushed Lin in the bathtub before he could get his clothes off. When he complained that he hadn't even taken off his clothes, she told him that she would do it. He tried to get out of the bathtub, but she pushed him back in and kissed him. After taking a shower, Chu-han told Lin that he could work on his things while she paid respects to her mother and maybe move the grave. Lin told her that he would accompany her. Then the reporter called Lai, drunk and saying she was in a bad mood and out drinking. She asked Lin to come and keep her company, but he refused. The next morning, they were heading to the graveyard, and as they were passing the bridge, fish vendors were forcing them to buy fish, and if they didn't, they wouldn't be allowed to pass. Lin switched seats with Chu-han, drove the car at full speed, and crushed their fish stalls. One of them told his fellow vendors to look for him in town. Lin and Chu-han arrived at the graveyard. She paid her respects while Lin was waiting for her. Then she asked him if they could stay for a while. 10 minutes later, Lin went to her, and she hugged him, telling him that her mother died of exhaustion, and she's thankful to her for making her go to school even though she was beaten. As they were leaving, Lin told her not to worry. They will move the graveyard so that she can visit her whenever she wants. Then Chu-han's brother Liu Kai arrived at the graveyard on his motorcycle. She asked him why he didn't bring anything if he came to visit their mother. Kai told her that he came to see her so that she can lend him money to buy fertilizer for the family's farm. She refused to give him the money, saying he uses it to gamble. Kai threatened to go to the hospital. She works to talk to her bosses so that she can lose her job. Lin suggested they go to their house to talk. When they arrived, the neighbors admired the cars and Lin barged into the house and found Kay's father gambling. Lin threatened Liu Daejin that he would bury him if he asked for money from Chu-han again. As they were walking out, the fish vendors stopped them, and one of the vendors told Lin that he had crushed their fish stalls and made his father have a heart attack, so he should pay up. All of them agreed. Malkin's son Deliang appeared, asking what was happening. They explained and he walked towards Lin, telling Chu-han to stay with him for 1 night and everything would be settled. Lin slapped him, and he told Lin that he was calling his dad to arrest him. Minutes later, Malkin arrived with the police. He saw Lin and told him that he had been looking for him. Lin told him that he wouldn't stay in Beijiu because his son wanted to have him arrested. Malkin started beating his son while telling him that Lin had come to build schools and roads for them. The people gasped. Malkin apologized on behalf of the people of the town. They went to a restaurant to discuss the projects, and Lin told him to say that it's funded by Chongqing when publicizing it. They arrived in Shanghai, and Lin went to Lingyun where he talked to Qi and Yuan about finishing the project at Baijiu in 3 months. Then he asked about Shanghai Cisco's final payment, and she explained that they are on their final outbound coordination. He told them to dress in formal clothes and go to the Spring Hotel to see a big show. Meanwhile, Mr. Kao and his son were planning to sabotage Longzhen's launch. In Yanjin, Roxa's mother reached home, and her grandmother, Yang Yuhua, asked if she saw her boyfriend. The mother replied and said that he isn't suitable for her daughter. When Yuhua asked why she refused him, she replied that he's too ambitious, and she thinks he's Lin Jinshin's son. Then she told them that she gave Lin money, so he might have guessed her identity. The grandfather asked her to switch on the TV. She heard a reporter on the news saying that Chongqing Group donated the money. Roxa's mother said that Lin is reminding her that he's not a weakling. On the day of the launch, Mr. Kao invited lots of reporters. The launch began, and the host introduced the product. Shangyu stopped her, saying he has a few questions. He said Cisco had developed the chip 1.0 a few months back and applied for a patent. Then he told her that they plagiarized the patent technology of Cisco. Everyone in the room started murmuring. The host said she couldn't answer the question, so she invited the director of Longzhen to answer. Shangyu saw Lin and wondered what he was doing on the stage. His father asked if they knew each other. He explained that he's the guy who he took SciTech from. Lin told the audience that the product they were going to launch is Chip 2.0 because Cisco stole the 1.0 they developed, so they developed 2.0. The presentation was over, and he walked to Sanju. His father told them that they have a 3 billion contract, and if they don't guarantee the product, they will pay double. They'll pay 10 times the contract amount. Ko's dad fainted, and Lin received a call from Ruoksu, inviting him to her house. At her house, he told her that he was hungry. Then she offered to make him some food. She talked to Lin about Cisco, and he told her that he knows the target shareholder behind Cisco is Yanjing's Huayan Group. She told him that she just wanted to remind him that the Zhao and Liang families are family friends. While eating, his phone rang. Zhao Mo told Lin that he knows Cisco is not his target, and he should have waited for him to come down. Lin told him that he also had a welcoming gift for him. Then he told Yin Xi to get to work. Meanwhile, at the hospital, Zhao Mo was telling Mr. Ko that he's not to blame for what happened to Cisco. When Zhao was leaving the ward, Xianyu received a call that the warehouse is on fire. Ruoksu told Lin that Zhao Mo will sanction the Zhanghai Lingyan group, and she will hold it up for him. He told her to stay out of it. Then he carried her to her room. Moments later, Lin got up from the bed, saying he's going to get her some water. Then her mom video called her, asking if she had heard about Cisco. She replied that she had, then Lin appeared with the water. Her mom saw him and then hung up. At Yanjing Yuanjing's home, her father asked the mother why she hung up so soon. She told him that she didn't want to delay their business. The husband asked whether she didn't get tired from work. She told him that she's not talking about work, but their daughter is with Lin Yi. The husband furiously asked why they were living together before marriage. The mother replied that young people are much more open than they were. Then she told her husband what happened in Shanghai, saying that Lin ruined Zhao Mo's investment. At the hospital, Sin told Lin that there was an emergency. A person was brought in last night and needed a heart stent operation. Lin agreed to do it, and he went to the ward. When Shan Yu saw him, he got up and asked Lin what he was doing in his father's ward. Sin asked him why he was talking to the director like that. Then Lin told Xianju and Jingyu that he was their father's primary surgeon. They were shocked to know that Lin was also a doctor. Then he told them that a heart stent operation is very risky. Shanju told him that if anything happens to his father, he will be responsible. Lin reminded them of the agreement they signed in case of an accident. When Jingyu heard this, he fainted, and Lin told the nurses to carry him out of the room. 2 hours after the surgery was done, Sin told them that it was a success and he would be discharged in a few days. Lin went to meet with Han. He introduced him to his friends, and then he told them that he needed to talk to them in private. Then he asked if any of them knew someone at the bank because he wanted to get a mortgage. One of them told Lin that his father is friends with the president of the bank. Then Kinhan asked if he wanted the money to deal with Zhao Mo. Lin replied that it was related to Zhao Mo. The three men offered to give Lin the money, but he refused, saying he wanted to go solo. The other guy asked him what he would be mortgaging. Lin listed some of his properties and told them to tell the bank to keep it a secret. After the meeting with the guys, he went to the hospital and was arranging some files when his phone rang. The person told him it's done, and he should get the paperwork ready. He will take him there. Lin was walking out of the hospital when Yuan ran to him and told him that some of the blah blah shares were being sold. Lin told her not to panic and keep an eye on the broad market data. He went to a meeting at Lingyan Group and asked what the situation was. He was told that the shares were still being sold. Yuan asked him if someone was trying to defraud them. Lin told them that the game between Cisco and them had officially begun. When Yuan told Lin that they only had 20 billion and it won't last long, he told them that he had 45 billion from outside. Meanwhile, Yanjing Huayan Group's Gu Changchuan and Sun Si were discussing revenge with Zhao. Then his secretary walked in, saying Lingyun had started buying back the shares. Sun Si suggested they go to the affairs department to see what was going on. One of the workers told Zhao that they caught all the billion shares they sold, and Zhao told him to throw away another 10 billion. He told him to keep throwing the money, but he should first throw 10 billion to see if he would be able to catch it. Then Sun told him not to panic because he had 40 billion, so Lin wouldn't be able to catch it. Chang Chuan suggested they should go to a place to unwind. At Changxin, Ruoksu's mom was watching the bidding war. Mr. Liang asked what Lin's side of the situation was. She told him that he caught it all, and she wondered if Lin's capital reserves were not enough. Mr. Liang told her that Lin might have taken a mortgage since he just acquired blah blah, and if he used Longxin, he could have easily exchanged 40 billion. Her phone rang, and she told her husband that Ruoxu had been calling her, and she keeps on rejecting because she doesn't want to get involved. Meanwhile, Yan was asking Lin how he could be swimming at a time like this. Lin called her to come to the pool. She went to the pool, and Lin dragged her into the pool. They flirted and kissed in the pool and then got out of the pool. Yan looked at the laptop and told Lin that they have almost picked up 22 billion, and the curves seem to have smoothed out a bit. Lin replied that Zhao must have judged that he could only come up with 10 billion, which was already the limit. Yan asked the amount of money he thinks Zhao could throw. Lin replied that it was 30 to 50 billion, and that no matter how much he throws, he can catch it. Zhao and his friends were in the pool when he received a call that they had already picked up 2 billion. He told the person to wait for a few minutes. One of his friends suggested that he might have applied for a loan. Then Zhao called Ruoxu to ask if Longxin asked for a loan approval. She told him that he didn't. Then Zhao realized that Lin might have put his properties as mortgage. Zhao called Ruoxu to confirm, but realized that Lin may have put his properties up as mortgage. Chang Chuan told Zhao Mo that he would have someone check it out. Some Bai replied that there was no need. Chuan told them that he had calculated that Lin would get a 50 million loan if he mortgaged his properties, and if he mortgaged Longxin to go against them, the news that I exposed would dive. Then Zhao, one of his workers, told him to keep throwing. At the hospital, Ruoxu told Lin that Zhao called to ask whether he had mortgaged Longxin. Lin dragged her to the break room for some lunch and replied that he didn't mortgage Longxin. Ruoxu then showed Lin a video of a child with a rare disease called congenital arterial transposition and asked Lin if there was a chance of saving such a case. Lin told her that he would think of something before he quits. Meanwhile, Zhao Mo and his friends were discussing since Lin had dumped 35 billion, his loan would be sold off by no tomorrow, and his company would go down. Zhao Mo was informed that the 32 billion dumped by Lin Yi was caught. At this point, Zhao and his friends were convinced that Lin did not mortgage Longxin. Then Zhao Mo told his friends that he would borrow 60 billion and add it to the 40 billion he already spent, making it 100 billion. They went to see if Lin would be able to catch it. A Yanqing reporter named Wen met Xu Feng of the Mixed Waters Company. He introduced himself and asked to have a chat with her. They went to a restaurant, and he asked her to provide negative information about Ling Yi. She said she knew some. Later, Wen Zhao called Lin to tell him that the Harry and 6 major pharmaceutical companies valued his capabilities and hoped to start a cooperation with him. They would send representatives to Shanghai. The representatives who arrived in Shanghai were Trey Ross, the Director of Global Marketing, Kang Wei, the Global Associate Director of Global Marketing, and Wen Zhao. Ross asked Wen why Lin did not come to the airport to welcome them. She told him that Lin was busy working on medicines that could replace ibuprofen, so he didn't see the need to come. Ross told Lin that it's not easy for them to let go of ibuprofen since they invested a lot of resources to develop it. When asked if he meant that the Chinese side was falsifying information, he replied that it's all fake and made up. Later, Lin received a call that Zhao Mo had stopped throwing money. Lin replied that his borrowed stock should be gone, and now it was time for Mixed Waters Company to enter. He entered the building and Wen introduced him to the representatives. Lin told them that their ibuprofen would be left out, and the remaining 25 proprietary Chinese medicines would pass the phase. Ross and Kang Wei introduced themselves to Lin, and he asked why they came to him when Mince's clinics were awesome. Then he realized that they set the location in Shanghai, so he asked them to leave. White told Lin that they had to go back to decide the site of the institute and asked him what he required from them. He told them that he would participate in the development of the medicine, and the medicine from their research center should not be sold at a price higher than 50%. Wen told the representatives to express their views on the matter. Kang Wei replied that the move is totally unethical, and by doing so, he will push the cooperation to a dead end. Lin Yi left them discussing his request, and they decided to convey his idea to the headquarters. Yuan called Lin to inform him that Zhao Mo's team had started bidding again. Lin went to Lingyan Group, and she told him that almost 2 billion had been spent in half an hour. She suggested that the stakeholder might have been encouraged to follow the bidding in large numbers. Lin told her that there might be a good chance that the capital would go down. Then she told him that the money in their account would not last long. He told her to go to her job, and he called one of his friends to contact the bank because he wanted to credit Longxin out. Later, he went to Metropolis to hang out with Kinhan and his friends. They told him that Zhao Mo's friends might have helped him. But when they offered to give him money, he refused. His phone rang and Yan asked where he was. When he replied, she told him she would meet him there. She arrived, and some drunk men were making perverted comments about her. One guy tried to grab her breasts, and she slapped him. When the guy tried to fight back, Lin told him that he would bankrupt his entire family. He saw Kinhan and apologized, and was chased out of the club. Yan told Lin that Yuan told her things weren't going well, so she had come to offer him some money. But when he learned that the money came from her company, he told her to put it back. Later, one of the workers barged into Zhaomo's office, telling him that the money they bid was caught by Lingyan Group. Zhao started to wonder where Lin got all his money from. At Lingyan Group, Yuan told Lin that Zhaomo had stopped throwing money. He told her to inform the public relations department of Lingyan and to let everyone know that mixed waters was coming down. Then he left for the hospital. When he arrived, he found reporters outside talking about the surgery of the child with the rare disease. Lin entered the hospital and told Sin to tell the security not to let any of the reporters inside. Sin went to do what she had been told, and Lin went to meet with the child's parents. He told them that he would do everything in his professional capacity to make the surgery a success and that he would take it seriously. As he was returning to prepare for the surgery, he spotted reporters in the corridors. They complained about not being allowed to enter and accused him of hiding the surgery because he had no medical ethics. Sin tried to get them out, but they were persistent. So Lin grabbed them by their shirts and threw them towards the exit. He told Sin to call someone to take them out, and then he went into the operating room with Liu Chuhan. Meanwhile, the Lingyan Group could not reach Lin, so Yan told them that he was doing an important operation and would not answer the call. She told them not to be nervous and assured them that mixed waters would not find any negative news about them. Then, one of the workers walked into the office and told them that Weibo had exposed a lot of their negative news. They went to check it out and read that the president of Shanghai Lingyan Group had abandoned King Yan and maintained inappropriate relationships with several women, one of them being Liu Chuhan. She told Yan that he would ask the legal department to send a letter from a lawyer. Yan replied that they didn't have to make a big deal out of it. She said that when the time comes, she would ask the public relations department of Cheong Group to clarify. Then she stood up and told them that she had to go and deal with the public relations side of things. Meanwhile, Wen Zhao and the representatives were busy signing the contracts. One of them noticed that something seemed to be happening on Mr. Lin's side. Then she saw the negative stories. Mr. Roth explained to the others that if Lin was in trouble, then their interests would be affected. Wen told them that they must talk to their leaders first before sending the contract. 10 minutes later, they all came back with the same answer. So she took the contract to give it to Lin at the hospital and found him in the operating room. As she was waiting, Roxu walked in, and they greeted each other. Later, the operating room door opened, revealing Liu Chuhan and Sin. They gave the boys' parents the good news. The father asked where Lin was, and they replied that he was still in the operating room. Roxu went in and found Lin sitting on the floor looking exhausted. She helped him out of the room, and Wen gave him the contract and left. Lin told Ruoxu to sign it. When she asked what it was for, he'd explained it to her, and she signed it. She offered to give him a massage, and while she was massaging him, she showed him the negative news on Weibo. He called Yuan and told her to help him prepare a launch event tomorrow at Shanghai Lingyan Group. After that call, she received a call from Mingyu, saying that his mom went to Shanghai after she saw the news. Meanwhile, Yan welcomed Wangma and invited her inside. Wangma gave Yan a bracelet, saying that her mother-in-law gave it to her after she got married to Lin's father. When Lin arrived home, he found his mother and Yan. Wangma asked him why he was so late, and he replied that he was doing surgery. Then, he lied on the couch, and Wangma stomped on his feet, making him wince, while she yelled at him for fooling around with other women. Lin explained why he went to Bikyo, and Yan told Wangma that she trusts him. Meanwhile, Zhao Mo and his friends were doing a toast with Mr. Zhu for dating out Lin's dirt. Then Zhao Mo offered to take them to a nightclub to celebrate. But Mr. Zhu refused, saying he had some preparations for the second step. In the taxi, his phone rang, and after talking to the person on the phone, he told the cab driver to take him to the airport. The next day, Lin arrived at the launch, and when he stepped out of his car, the reporters crowded him, asking him a lot of questions. Then, Kinhan and his friend arrived and told the reporters to back off. Yuan walked up to Lin and told him that the launch would begin soon. He asked Lin to tell him the amount of money that's left in their account. She replied, and he told her to add the money that his friend and Yan gave him and get to the bottom of the stock market with Qi. Wen Zhao told Lin that the contract is ready, and she wants to introduce him to someone. Mr. Zhu Feng appeared and introduced himself. Lin asked if he came to see the show, and Zhu Feng told him that he came to apologize for releasing false information. Lin looked confused, so Wen explained that the 7 major pharmaceutical companies came together and put pressure on them to apologize. Then, Lin told them that he wouldn't be attending the launch, and they should find the head of Shanghai Lingyan to do it. The launch was about to start, and Mr. Ko told his children that it was unexpected that so many people showed up. Jingyu replied that there were a few people inside that would be found by Zhao Mo. Then the head of Lingyan Group stepped on the stage and invited Zhu Feng to explain. Feng told the audience that the news was false and apologized for spreading lies about Lin. Mr. Ko and his kids were shocked, wondering how Lin pulled it off. Zhao Mo and his friends were watching the news, and he furiously banged his fist on the table, saying that he was going to call their company right away. Zhao tried calling them, but they weren't picking up, so Cheng told him to buy back all their retail investors' stocks on the market. Roxu showed her mother the contract, and she asked her if she talked to Uncle Chen. She replied that she did, and he told her to properly reward Lin. The mother told her that something was wrong, and if it goes too far, she may not be able to protect him. Roxu asked her what she meant by that, and she told her that they would talk later. She must call Uncle Chen and send him Lin's number. She tried calling Lin, but he wasn't answering. Meanwhile, Lin was with Han and Qi, discussing whether Zhao would be able to buy back the shares. Yuan asked Lin what his approach was. He told her to tell the public relations department to announce that they were going to cooperate with Shanghai Circuit to set up a sports car project. Then he went to the hospital to resign. When he was done, he went to look for Xin and Liu Chuhan. He found them in Liu Zihao's ward. As he was checking on the child, Chief Mio entered and asked Lin why he was quitting. He told him he had other things in mind. Mio told him that he wouldn't sign his resignation letter, but he would give him a long vacation. He would decide when to get back. Then, a nurse walked in and told Miao that a person anonymously donated 30 million for the child. Lin spoke, saying the man came at a good time because it would help in the child's medication. He said goodbyes and exited the hospital. He met Roxu, the system lady, who congratulated him on a task and awarded him 300,000 skill value and E-level battle power. When Lin asked her what battle power is, she explained it to him. Then he asked her where she came from, and she told him that he will naturally know when he becomes strong. Roxu broke him out of his trance and told him that her mother had been trying to get a hold of him. He looked at his phone and saw that she's calling, so he answered. She talked to him about Zhao Mo and how the business world works. At Shoan Group, Vice President Wang Lai walked into Roxu's mother's office. Wang Lai showed her an article about Lingyan Group and figured that whoever posted it was trying to get Lingyan Group in trouble. She told her to tell the public relations to elaborate on the beginning and the ending of the war. Zhao Mo's assistant told him about the article and that Lin's stock keeps rising. Then, a female employee told Zhao that he's needed in Wang's office. He went there, and Wang Dongqing told him that the last game he played, he blamed it on the public relations. She asked him why he hasn't wondered why Lin got mixed water to betray him. She told Zhao that Lin had united with the 7 major pharmaceutical companies. Then she told him that she would give him the money to pay off all the stock of brokerage to put the matter to rest. As Zhao was leaving, a lady walked in and told her that the one responsible for the construction was the Choang Group, and the president is Lin's girlfriend. But the main donor is Chongzhen. Upon hearing the name of the company, she wondered how Sui had gotten involved with Lin. Then she called her, asking her if she will have time to meet up. In a meeting at Lingyan, they were discussing Cisco's payout plan and Zhao's resistance. After the meeting, he went to Roxu's house and found her in the shower. While waiting, her phone rang, and Zhao Mo asked about Lingyan Group. Lin told him to call tomorrow and hung up. He called the system lady to open a new career. A shopkeeper with a pink old-fashioned tricycle was waiting outside. Roxu found Lin outside staring at a pink tricycle. She asked him what he was doing with it, and he told her that he opened a store to experience life. Then they went back into the house. The next morning, he went to the Shanghai Group and asked about Zhao. They replied that there is no big movement. After the meeting, he went to his new store. The system lady told him to complete the upgrade of the store, and he would be rewarded with 100,000 value skill. Qin Yan entered the store, and Lin asked her how she knew where he was. She replied that Yuan was the one who told her he was at the University Shopping Street. She asked if it was his store, and Lin replied and told her to buy some decorations. After they were done, Yan looked at the menu and asked him who would buy a plate of fried rice at 189, saying it's expensive. Manager Wang was outside waiting for them to finish what they were doing, then they would get inside. Yan and Lin went to check out the kitchen. As they were in the kitchen, Manager Wang entered. Lin explained what they should do and then walked out with Yan. She suggested doing a grand opening and inviting people, but Lin refused, saying he just wants some peace and quiet. The next morning, he went to the restaurant and told Manager Wang to give 1,000 yen to everyone who was working. Then some men delivered a plaque. Everything was set, and he was given a bonus recipe specialization matter level. Yuan came with Yan to help him serve the food. Outside, Liu Jian and Tong Fei saw the restaurant and thought it was unique. So they went in to give it a try. When they entered, Tong Fei told Liu Jian that they should change restaurants. As they were about to leave, Yan welcomed them. Jian looked at her and changed her mind, while Tong Fei insisted. Then Lin appeared. Tong Fei looked at him and was immediately charmed by his handsomeness, so they went to sit. Yuan gave them the menu, and they started to complain about how expensive it is. But when Yan came back, Jian ordered subconsciously. The food came, and they started eating. After they were done, they complimented Lin's cooking skills and paid. The system lady congratulated him and gave him a bone density potion, which boosts bone density into care. 5 hours later, as they were about to get off work, another customer entered and ordered egg fried rice and a drink. When Yuan told him the price of the rice, he changed to tea. He asked why she was working there when she's beautiful. She told him that it has nothing to do with him. Fen Yush introduced himself, saying he is a teacher in the directing department of Shanghai Theater Academy. He told her he can take her into the entertainment industry. The order was finally ready, and she took it to his table. After eating, she told him the cost, and Yushi said that they are a shady restaurant, and he will report it. Lin slapped him, telling him to pay up and get out. The system lady awarded him a refining essence. That Mrs. Gu entered the restaurant with her friend Wang Mayan. She asked Lin what he's doing at the restaurant, and Mayan asked if they knew each other. Mrs. Gu and Wang Mayan ordered their food. Lin brought their food and told them to give a review. Mayan took out her card and gave it to Lin so that he could call her, saying his restaurant is expensive so business may not be very good. Then Yan entered. He went to her, and she told him that Zhao Mo has returned $50 billion, and Cisco's compensation has arrived. Mayan was shocked when she heard how much money Lin had. They paid and left. The system awarded him a lucky card limited to 10 minutes. He asked Yan about the investment in high-tech industries for lithography. She told him she talked to Mr. Han and a few companies. Then Yuan and her colleagues entered the restaurant, and they discussed investments. Lin told them to redo the investment plans and asked how the mobile system is doing. Some told him that they are focusing on developing the ecosystem and have made some breakthroughs directly. He added that although they made a good system, if no one is willing to develop software to match the system, it's good for nothing. Lin told him to leave the eternal issues to him. At the end of the meeting, he told Sun to continue developing the cell phone system. He told Wan Rui to deal with the integration of Longson and SciTech for listing specific business and procedural issues. Then some girls entered the restaurant and ordered food. They asked for a waitress job, and Lin told them that they have a high threshold for recruitment, so they should study more. One of the girls asked Yuan what degree she holds, and she replied that she has a doctorate in computer science and technology. The girls were surprised. He closed the restaurant, and the system lady congratulated Lin for completing his career. He was awarded 100 million RMB, a solar-powered range phone, and his new career was to experience being a network anchor. Qin Yan told Lin that they should go out for some air. They went to a nearby university, and a girl called Lin to play basketball. The other students underestimated Lin, but he showed them that he is also good at basketball. Yan was impressed, and she told Lin that she didn't know he was that good. Then, one of the players asked Lin to play, and he agreed. When he showed off his stunts, Yan hugged Lin, and he asked the students if they still wanted to play. They ran off, and Lin and Yan went back to Kyushu Pavilion. She straddled Lin and told him he was great, and that she will always love him. Then he went to Liang Roxu's house to tell her that they were developing a cell phone system with the name instructor written for her, and he wants her to get a discount. She asked to know the discounts he was talking about, and he replied. She told him to wait while she calls her mom. Moments later, she came back, saying her mom will help him contact a few companies. After that, he went to Longson. Lin told Mr. Shen to go find some manufacturing factories because they are ready to enter the cell phone industry. Yuan asked Lin if he was ready to close the restaurant, but Lin told her that they will not close it. Then, Lin's classmates, Shobin, entered the restaurant with his friends. One of the classmates, Song Kekson, asked Lin if he was working as a chef. He replied, and Shobin told him to find a decent job. He started bragging about his work, and Zhou Hao told Ben to talk less. Lil Huang spoke, saying there is nothing wrong with being a chef. If he saves enough money, he will open his own restaurant. Lin took their orders, and after eating, he told them it's on him. Then he got a message from Ruoxu to pick her up. As they exited the restaurant, Wang offered to give him a ride. Yuan called Lin boss and told him that she's leaving. Wang asked Lin if Wang works for him, and he told her that she's the vice president of his company. Then he went to his car, and his classmates gasped when they saw the sports car. They arrived at the incubation center, got in the elevator, and reached the top floor. Josie asked them if they had come to rent the building's office. He told them that he wants to set up a company, so they should do some research to avoid bumping into each other. Lin replied that he's got eyes on this floor, so he should go and pick other floors. Xiao Wan told Xiao Zhe to leave it alone, because Lin doesn't seem like he's in a good mood, and they should settle for the second best option. He told her that he will ask his father to make him a contract, and he will try to get the lease signed in advance. Xiao Wan told him that she's counting on him. In the Lingyan group meeting, Lin asked Yuan how the launch of Longxin and SciTech was going. She replied that it won't take long to go public. Then he told them that the city set up a high-paying industry incubation center, and he's going to put the address of the new company there. He went to the bar, met up with his friends, and talked to them about the cell phone system. They discussed app ideas, and Wang Rui called him as he was still at the bar, telling him that the office equipment has been moved. He told her he will go over to take a look. At the incubation center, Josie told Xiao Wan that the top floor is out of order as he pointed at the sign written Longxin at the top of the building. Josie told Wan that the top floors are taken and have nothing to do with Lin. They went to welcome them with flowers. Wan introduced herself to the manager and gave her the flowers. Then Lin walked in with Wang Ra. Wan asked him why he was there, and he told her that he's the owner of the company. She asked how he could be the owner when Longxin is a wholly owned subsidiary of Shanghai Lingyan Group. He replied that he also owns Lingyan Group. They apologized and she introduced herself. Lin asked what's the main business of their company, and she replied that they are developing an online app. Lin went to pick up Yan and asked her if she wanted to accompany him to the orphanage. They arrived at the orphanage, and Wang Ma and Ningyu welcomed them. They invited them inside to eat. Yan asked Ningyu what she's been up to. She told them that she's an anchor, and Yan offered her a job in her company. She refused. Wang Ma asked her when she will be getting a boyfriend. She replied that she has a boyfriend, and they will meet him soon. She asked Lin and Yan to stay one more day to help her keep an eye on her boyfriend, and they agreed. In the hotel room, a lady delivered Lin's new phone. The next morning, he tried to wake Yan up, and she told him she needed to rest, and he should get up first. Ningyu arrived and asked where her sister-in-law was. He told her that she's still sleeping. Yan and Ningyu made plans to go out and have fun while Lin went to the orphanage to help out. Wang Ma told him that she had nothing for him to do, but then she showed him a file that indicated a family was coming to adopt a child. They said they were infertile. Lin saw the name and called Mr. Wu to check out Mr. Zhang Wenbao. Mr. Wu told Lin that Mr. Zhang had a son. Wang Ma was shocked because the couple had told her that they didn't have a child. One of the workers at the orphanage told them that Mr. Zhang had arrived. The couple entered, and Lin confronted Mr. Zhang. He confessed that they did have a son, but he had an eye problem, so they were adopting to give their son a new home. Wang told them to get out, and Zhang replied that they had gone to other adoption centers. Lin told him that he had recorded his words, and he would talk to the police. Mr. Zhang replied that he wasn't afraid because he had connections, but Lin told him that he also knew the police. The police arrested the couple, and Wang Med promised not to get the kids adopted again. Meanwhile, Ningyu was telling her boyfriend Xuani to keep a low profile because her brother and sister-in-law are very rich. Lin arrived, and Ning went to him. Xuani's cousin, Kubing, asked Xuan if she was giving him a hard time, but he told her that it's okay. Ningyu introduced Xuani and his cousin, and then they went into the restaurant. While there, Xuani was calling the waiter when some people approached their table and asked if he was Lin of Lingyan Group. They introduced themselves as Zhao Weidong and Yu Qiang. Lin told them that it was a family dinner, so they would talk when he had time. As they were eating, Lin was scrolling through his phone and came across a female anchor talking about double tails. He made plans to meet up with her after dinner. Ningyu told Lin and her boyfriend that Yan was taking him and Kubing to buy cosmetics. Lin took Suwani to be good to his sister, then went to meet Xiaoyu. Lin told them that he came late because he was stuck in traffic. When they saw how handsome he was, she told her friend to go, reminding her that she had class. SRN said her goodbyes. Lin told Xiaoyu that he came to consult with her, saying he also wants to engage in live broadcasting, and he asked if there was anything he needed to pay attention to. She explained to him, and then he asked if there were any difficulties in reaching a popularity of 200,000. She told him that it's difficult for beginners and offered to help him attract traffic. She also told him about a new car at a store and suggested doing a live stream, so she invited him to go along. They arrived at the store, and she introduced herself to manager Zhang. Sun Qian told them that the event site was ready, and they could start anytime. They went to the site, and Xiaoyu changed Lin's username from Invincible Chicken Wing to Masked Brother. The live stream began and she introduced Masked Brother, but the manager stopped her, saying he chose her to do the live stream, not Lin. She replied to the manager that Lin knows more about cars than she does. The manager continued complaining, but Lin promised to sell 10 units and said that if it doesn't sell, it's on him. Lin started advertising the cars, talking about all the things the car can do. Then the people commented that they didn't think such a car could have so much power, so they went outside to test it. Xiaoyu was surprised that Lin's popularity had already reached 210,000. The manager Kan and Xiaoyu all entered the car, and Lin drove it while the followers were impressed with the car. Xiaoyu then told them where they could order their cars and that the event would last for a week. Manager Zhang told Xiaoyu that they were amazing, and the sales department had just reported in the group that 15 orders had been placed already. Xiaoyu then told Lin that the audience wanted to see a sports car. He promised that if he reached 600,000 popularity, he would take them to see the sports car. They went to Kusa Villa, but Xiaoyu told Lin that a villa of that level without the owner's permission is simply not accessible. He then told her that it was his property. The popularity reached 750,000, and she told them that if they reached 1 million, they would see the sports car up close. They eventually reached 1 million, and he showed them the sports car. Xiaoyu left the villa, and Lin got a call to go to Lingyan Group. He arrived and she reminded him that he wanted him to find a manufacturer for OEM. He did, but one side cooperated while the other side did not. After their talk, Lin told them they could go because he wanted to do a live broadcast. He told his followers to give their votes and everything they wanted to see, and he would arrange it. Yoon came back to give him some snacks, and she saw Lin. She texted Yan, telling her what Lin was up to and asked her what his account name was. Meanwhile, at the Annie Network studio, a girl told Mang that someone had pushed him out of the first place, and 2 women were brushing the list. He looked at his phone and told her that it was okay, and it would only take a small number for him to brush back, and the rankings would come up naturally. Then she told Mang that a woman on the other side of the list had given Masked Brother 800 rockets, and now people were going into his live stream to see who the woman was. Mang asked Lin if he was trying to compete with him for the newcomer king. Lin replied that he hadn't thought about it because his fans were so passionate. Mang then told him that he wouldn't compete with him if he played a game with him and won, but if he lost, he would withdraw from the net. Lin accepted the challenge. Then, she asked Yuan what she wanted to talk about. Yuan told him that there was someone who was sitting in the dark when he was up against Zhao Mo, and that person was Tadian. He replied, but then he received a call that the research center had been put into operation. He replied that he would go over to take a look. He arrived at the center, where Wen Zhao welcomed him. They entered the building and found Mr. Miller and Vacan arguing. Wen introduced Lin to the most famous pharmaceutical experts in China. Mr. Miller told Lin that he didn't care who he was, but if he was in the lab, he followed his rules. Lin told them that he was leaving, but Wen stopped him and told Miller that without Lin, the center could not have been developed. Lin then told them that if he solved the problem they were arguing about, he would be in charge of the center. They agreed, and he told them it would be ready in a minute. Moments later, he walked out of the lab with a test tube and told them to do the math. The doctors were surprised, and he told them to go to the lab and check it out. They were told that it was 100% perfect. The test tube was filled with pure enzyme. Lin told them that Stowgrass was not the best plant, so he would try to replace it. He went back to Kusa Pavilion, where Yan asked him how the preparations were going for the PK battle. He told her it was not a big problem. Then he put on his cap and mask, preparing for the battle. The battle was about to start, so he activated the lucky card. Lin Yai won the battle, and his followers were telling Meng through the comment section to withdraw from the network. After the battle, Zhou Yang and Lin Lai were discussing the new anchor who won the battle against Meng and had a lot of followers. Zhou Yang, their leader, told Lin Lai to immediately contact Mask Brother, so that no other platforms could take him. Then he told them that Longson was developing a new cell phone system, and they needed to adapt the app. Meanwhile, Lin's followers were asking him to show them a hatch party, and he promised to show them. The system lady congratulated him for reaching 10,000 followers and awarded him the muscle density portion. Lin Li called Lin to talk about the contract with the platform, and they set up a meeting. Xiaoyu took Lin to interview a person, and when they reached the location, Lin recognized Mr. Yang, and he did too. Yan Ku, the host of Discovery, introduced herself and the cameraman, Liang Xingai, to Mr. Yang. Xiaoyu greeted Mr. Yang and called him Grandpa, but Mr. Yang told her that she didn't need to be formal and could just call him Mr. Yang. Mr. Yang's assistant told him that they were ready to conduct the interview, but Mr. Yang told him that he wanted to see how the anchors did their live stream. After they were all gone, Mr. Yang told Lin to take off his mask, which he did, and then Mr. Yang asked him how he was doing. Mr. Yang thanked him for what he had done and told them that he would take them around to do live streams. While they were busy working, Yang told Gao to pull Lin to training when they were done with their live stream. Then he took them to the boxing ring, and Yang told Lin to go up in the ring and fight. Lin told him that he didn't want to hurt anyone, but Yang replied saying that if he really had that confidence, he should go and fight. If he injured his people, then he should consider himself competent. Xiaoyu was still live streaming when Q saw Lin taking off his shirt to go into the boxing ring. She asked him what he was doing, and he replied that Yang had asked him to compete. She told him that he was a small anchor and should go look for attention somewhere else. Lin looked at her and asked if she was looking down on him. She told him that he could compete. Lin looked at his opponent, but he refused to fight him and said he wanted to fight the big guy. He went into the ring and fought with the big guy and won. Mr. Yang told Xie Wang to go and try, and Lin defeated him as well. Then, Go told Mr. Yang that they seemed to have misjudged him because he was more powerful than they thought. Mr. Yang told Go to go into the ring, and they fought. Go was knocked to the ground, but he got back up, and they continued fighting. When Lin saw that he was going to win again, he told Gao that he would save him face, and he surrendered. Mr. Yang asked Lin where he learned all the skills he just showcased, and Lin told him that nobody had taught him. Then, they said their goodbyes and left. Mr. Yang turned to Gao and asked him how he was feeling. He replied that he had bruises all over his body, and when he tried to punch Lin, it was like punching a stone. Mr. Yan called a number and told them what Lin had just done. Thinking that Lin Jingzhan's secretary came back and taught Lin the ancient way of power generation. When they hung up, the person on the phone was asked by Baiken why they were talking about Jingzhan. He explained. Meanwhile, Lin went to Lingyan Group and asked Qi where Yuan was. Qi told him that he had gone out to sign a contract. A female worker walked into the office, saying she had brought papers of the investment. They had just negotiated and asked Lin if he wanted to see them. The head of Lingyan Group showed Lin a contract for an investment in the livestream platform. He told her that he would not read the content and she could handle it herself, then left to attend a meeting with the livestream platform workers. The lady asked him to take off his mask, but he refused, saying that it was his personal style that must not be easily broken. She told him that she wouldn't force him and handed him the contract. When he saw that they were expecting him to do more than 100 hours of livestream per month, he told them that it was impossible for him to be in front of a camera every day. The lady told him to give it serious thought because they had a contract fee of 50 million. He asked them if he looked like a person who was short of a little amount. Then the man asked Lin why he was an anchor if he didn't need the money. He told the lady that the investment talk was over, and they didn't need to waste any more time talking to him. Lin told them not to think about the investment because it wasn't happening. The man replied that the investment negotiations were over, and a company like Lingyun wouldn't easily backtrack. Then Mrs. Tian called the lady and said that they wanted to invest. Lin told them that if one of them offered to leave, then maybe there might still be a possibility of this project becoming a reality. The man asked him if he thought he was the boss of Lingyun, and if he was, then he would quit his job. Lin texted Mrs. Tian to continue with the investment. She called the lady and informed her. Lin exited the building, and the lady ran after him, telling him that she would change the contract and that if he had time, he could go to a live event to help farmers, and the head anchor would be there. Lin told her to contact him when the contract was ready. Liang Roxu called Lin while he was in his car to tell him that the medical institute they launched would be officially launched tomorrow, and if he had time, he should go. The next day, she met Roxu outside a building and gave him a file. He read it and found out that he had been made the Secretary General of the medical associations. Roxu told him it was a way to thank him for the things he had done for China. When they reached the elevator, she told him to go up by himself, and he would meet Zhao Wen upstairs as she had something to do. When he got off the elevator, he saw Xin and Liu Chuhan. He walked up to her and asked for her VX. She was surprised to see him and asked him if he had time for dinner. The other young doctors were glaring at him, wondering where he had come from. Then, Fu Chuang asked Chuhan if she was leaving and who she was with. She replied that he was her former colleague. He reminded her of what they were discussing, but she told him that there was no need as she would talk to Lin. Chuan glared at Lin and asked him where he was working, and Lin told him what he did. Lin replied that he quit his job as an anchor. Chuan told Chuan that Lin was just an anchor and would not understand high-level issues when they discussed them with him. She defended him, saying that Lin was a good cardiac surgeon and had the ability to discuss issues above her without any problem. Chuan told her that he talked to Mr. Miller about the issue. Lin asked Chuan if he thought he was at the same level as Mr. Miller. Chuan furiously yelled that Mr. Miller was a major figure in the industry. Mr. Miller walked towards them and explained that Lin was the research and development leader of their center, and his attainment in the field was higher than he could imagine. The other doctors in Chuan were shocked. Then, Lin and Chuan exited the room, and Mr. Miller ran to them. Lin gave him a recipe for a blood clot remedy so that they could work on it. Mr. Miller's partner asked to talk to Lin in private. Lin sent Chuan to wait in his office, and Mr. Bei told Lin that the Va family was setting up a world-class laboratory. Lin asked if they wanted to hire him. Mr. Bei told him that they could give him enough power and money. Lin told him to go away as he was not interested. Then he went to his office, and Chuan went and kissed Lin, saying she missed him. While still at the office, Xiao Yu called and asked when the time of their flight was for tomorrow. He replied that it was a private plane, and they could leave whenever they wanted to. At the airport, Xiao Yu saw Long Shuai and Bai Binju live streaming, and she pushed Lin, saying she didn't want to see them. Bai Binju saw her and told Shuai. Shuai called the masked guy, telling them that the flight was in the opposite direction, and asked if they were hiding from him. Lin replied that just because they were going to the same place didn't mean they had to take the same plane. He replied that there was only one flight to Yowan. Then he gasped as he saw them walking towards the private plane. Bingyu told him that they should go on the plane first. Zhang Meng appeared and told him that maybe Lin wanted to create a rich kid personality, so he spent a lot of money on the plane. On the plane, Kinhan welcomed them and introduced Xiao Yu as his friend, coming with him to Libstream. They arrived at Yoan Island Airport, and Kinhan told his friends that they should find a club to go to at night. Lin told them to go because they had an event at the terminal. He was looking at his ship when Xiao Yu told him that it was beautiful. He told her that it was his and he would take her up soon. Then she suggested that they do a live stream. He noticed that his popularity was 200,000, so she told him that Shuai went live on the plane. Then she told him that they should look inside the ship. Shuai walked towards them, saying that the starship was the second largest ship and it didn't accept anyone. Lin asked him if he wanted to board the ship, and he replied that he couldn't get up there and neither could he. Lin told him that if he couldn't get up there, it didn't mean that he couldn't either. Lin walked towards the guard, removed his mask, and the guard recognized him and let him through. He told the guard not to let them in, so he looked at his phone and told his followers that if the next live streamer sent red packets, he would send out double. On the ship, Xiao Yu told Lin that his popularity was about to exceed 5 million, and she asked if he wanted to release a wave of red packets. Then she saw what Shuai said. She told Lin, and he told her to see how much he sent because he couldn't lose. She saw and told him. He told her that they would send twice as much as Shuai sent. Then Shuai called and asked why he was trying to get on his nerves. Lin replied that he was competing. Shuai told him that there was no point in competing, so he should just save face. Lin told Xiao Yu to send 1 million. When she did, people started leaving Shuai's room. He got frustrated and told them not to leave, saying that money was nothing. He told Binju to send him some money so that he could send out 2 million red packets. She did, and he announced to the live streamers that he was about to send 2 million, and told Lin to prepare 4 million. Lin told Xiaoyu to send the 4 million packets. When Shuai saw that he couldn't compete with Lin, he told them that he couldn't handle it, so he would seek the boss. Meanwhile, Lin ended his live stream and went to do business. The guy told Lin that the Va family gave them a 10 million booth for free and said they appreciated their company and hoped for the possibility of cooperation in the future. Lin told him to send them 30 million, and if they contacted him, he should call him. As he was getting off the ship, Yan called him and told him that she wanted him to participate in the wilderness survival program. He agreed. Bingju and Shuai met their boss at the bar, and he told them about Lin and that they needed him to step in and solve the problem. Bingyu told them that the rich women in his room must have given him the money, and Shuai told them about the contract he had signed with the platform. Xinchin suggested that they ask him out to talk. Lin arrived at the club and barged into their VIP lounge, telling them to say what they wanted to say. They told him that they wanted to talk about the live stream. Xinchin told him that he would offer a higher price if he went to his company. Lin replied that he didn't feel the need to cooperate, and then he left their lounge. Shuai told the boss to use the hard way. As they were about to exit the club, Kai Liu stopped him, saying he should have a drink. Xinchin and Shuai were watching as the people in the bar chanted for Lin to drink. Lin drank the whole bottle of wine and told Kai Liu that it was his turn. Liu replied that they were just fooling him and that Lin wasn't worthy to drink with them. Lin smashed the bottle on Liu's head and took a bottle of wine. He forced Kai Liu to drink all of it, and Liu started throwing up. Lin and Xiaoyu left. She put Lin in the passenger seat, saying she would drive. While in the car, the system lady congratulated him for opening a new career as a farmer. The next day, they went to the airport to interview a movie star, Zhang Wengxi. When Mr. Go told her about it, she told them to make an appointment with her agent, and that she only does interviews with regular media. Lin apologized to everyone and told them that he would take them to meet other stars. Then Mrs. Wang asked if one of them was Zhang Yuan. She told him that she just had dinner with his parents and invited them to dinner. Then she called Wengxi to introduce her to her friends. Mrs. Wang introduced Wengxi as the young actress she recently cast in her film, and she would send them tickets when the time came so they could go to the show. Wengxi smiled and waved at them. Mr. Gao reminded her of what she just did and told Mrs. Wang that his friend wanted to buy a plane, so they would leave. Mrs. Wang told Wengxi to go back and tell her agent that she wouldn't cast her in the next play, and they should find somebody else. Meanwhile, Lin met Yan, and she told him that her boyfriend was in charge of the aircraft display, so she came over to see him. Lin replied that he came to purchase a plane, so he would just buy it from her boyfriend. They went to check out the plane, and as they were coming out of the plane, Yan's boyfriend Zhen Kyo walked up to them. She told him that her friend wanted to buy a jet, so he should find someone to introduce it. Kyo replied that he didn't have time for anchors to live stream and increase their traffic, and he asked her why she was friends with them. She told him that Mr. Lin was richer than he thought and told him that if he didn't want to do it, then she would let them go. Kyo went to Lin and told him that he would get someone to introduce them. He told the sales lady Zhang Ni, and she asked him if he was sure it was them. Zhang Nana went to the lounge and introduced herself. Then she read a few details of the plan. Xiaoyu asked if salespeople have that kind of attitude when they see ordinary people. Go asked if she was done with the introduction. She replied that she was done, and it was all she had been assigned, and if they were not satisfied, they could complain or go to another company. Then she went to tell Chiao that she had done her job. As Lin and his friends started leaving, Yan followed them out, and Kyo asked her what she was doing. She told him that she was leaving because he was looking down on others, even though each one of them was richer than him. He replied that they were just internet beggars. Then Yan said they should break up. Go walked up to Kyo, telling him that it was his first time hearing someone call him a beggar. He grabbed a vase and smashed it on Kyo, and told him to be polite to Lin in the future. They walked out. Nina was helping Kyo with his wounds when she told him to give them a taste of their own medicine. Once they were outside, Lin apologized to Yan for the breakup. She told him that they were already having some problems, and if not for this incident, they would have broken up anyway. They went to the club, and Lin's friends convinced him to go talk to Yan. While he was telling her to get drunk and drown her sorrows, Mr. Hong To, the head of the aerospace division, arrived and called Kin Han. Kin introduced him to Lin, saying he was the one who wanted to purchase the plane. He gave Lin the information on their aircraft, and Lin signed the contract. Mr. Hong To left to get a copy of the contract. Then, Gao told Lin that there was a familiar face. Lin went to look and saw Zhao Mo and his friends. Sun Ce went towards Lin and tapped his shoulder, telling him that he had made them lose too much money. Kin Han told Sun not to touch Lin like that because he had a bad temper. Sun asked Han if he was threatening him, and then Lin grabbed Sun's hand, making him lose balance and hit his head face first on the table. Lin took a fork and pointed it at Sun's eye. He told Lin that if he touches him, his family will not let him go. Lin replied that they are a bunch of wimps, and if something happens to them, they look for their parents. Zhao Mo asked him who he was talking about while walking towards him. Lin kicked him in the gut. Then, Shine told Lin to release Sun Ce, and that at the maritime reception, there would be a ring match, and they would both fight. Lin released him and told them that he would be with them to the end. As they were walking out of the club, Gao told Lin that Gu Chang was really great at things. He grew up playing sports, and his physical fitness is superb. Lin replied that he would keep that in mind. Then the daughter of the Va family called Lin to meet up, and she told him her room number. He arrived at the Hotel the Dana, and she introduced herself to Lin and gave him tea. Then she told him that the Va family had business in their area, so they wanted to start a cooperation with him. Lin replied that he remembered rejecting them. She went close to him and seductively touched his hand, saying she could satisfy him. Lin asked her what she meant. Then she rose from her seat and took off her clothes, telling him that she could give him a different feeling. Lin rose from his seat, telling her that she had a beautiful body, but she wasn't attractive to him, and his wife was much prettier than her. After Lin left, she called her grandpa and told him that it didn't go well. Lin reached his hotel room, and then Tita got off the elevator with his friend. They went to Yan's room to ask for Lin's room number, but they didn't find her. Some time later, she entered her room, and they asked where Lin was. She asked him what he wanted with him, and he replied that Lin hit him, so he wouldn't let it go easily. She told him that it was his friend who hit him, and he got furious that she was defending him. He told her that he really misjudged her. She told him that she was doing it for his own good. His friend Xianghuai told her that they were not leaving until she told them where Lin was. She told them she would take them there. They reached Lin's room, and they all entered. Lin asked why there were so many people in his room in the middle of the night. Yan explained that they came to seek revenge. Xianghui ordered the men to teach Lin a lesson. One guy lunged at him, and Lin slapped him. He landed on the floor groaning, and the other guys ran off, telling them that the job was too scary. Xianghui apologized to Lin, saying it was their fault, and they should forget about it. Lin kicked Xiang and Kiao out of his room and turned to Yan, saying he didn't know what attracted her to him. She walked towards him and touched his chest, saying there are few men who can compete with him. Lin replied that he'd like to hear her say that, and they started kissing. The next day at noon, Lin woke up, and his friends walked into his room asking him why he was waking up so late. Then they saw blood on the floor and couch. Han went to check the bed and told them that the bed was also available. Xiaoyu commented that brother Lin was so powerful. Lin yelled at them, saying it was enough. They both went to a restaurant to eat. Xiaoyu asked Lin why the girls were looking at her with ambitious looks. Gao replied that they were jealous of her, because she was sitting with the four of them. Lin asked Han about the cruise ship dinner, and Han told him the details. As they were at the beach broadcasting, Lin's live broadcast got blocked. She called Ms. Lee and asked why his live room was blocked. Ms. Lee told him she would call back when she knows what's going on. Xiaoyu asked if it was because she took pictures of something she shouldn't have. Lin called a person telling him that his broadcast was blocked, and he thinks it's him. The person told him to meet at Yunshu Hotel. He went to the person's room, and the person gave Lin a contract to sign, saying that they could offer him a 20 million fee. Then Lin asked him who had reported him on the live stream. He told the guy to call the person. The guy told him to sign the contract, and he would help him solve the problem. Lin flipped the table in anger, and the guy told him that since he didn't want to discuss it, he couldn't do anything about it. Then Shuet walked in with his boss, Wang Xingqin. Wang told Lin that he should not have trouble with money. The other guy told Lin that if he signed the contract, their previous grudges would be settled. Lin told them that he just wanted to know who had set him up. Then he beat them and called someone to connect his live stream. At Phoenix Terminal, he met Chinon with Nena. He told Lin that if he didn't have money, he was nothing. He was about to make a call when Mr. Hongtao came running towards them, calling Mr. Lin. Mr. Hongtao gave Lin the contract, and Kyo asked him if he also came to buy a plane. He told her that Mr. Lin had ordered it, and Han was the one who helped them get in touch. Lin signed and told him that he would call the finance department to make the payment. Then, he turned to Kyo and Nina and asked them if they still thought that he was just an anchor. He told the workers of his ship not to allow them on his ship. Kyo told Lin that he couldn't bully him like that. Lin replied that it was his ship, so he could decide who gets on it. Once he got on the ship, his friends told him that Zhao Mo and the others were having a party at the stern of the boat. They planned to compare the popularity of both sides and see which side had more girls. Lin told them that he had an idea. Then he called Mr. Hongtao and told him he needed a favor. Zhao Mo and his friends were mocking Lin because their party was boring, and Lin looked at his watch, telling them that there was still time. Zhao Mo and his friends left after telling Lin that they were welcome to come to their side. Mr. Go asked Lin why they were still standing there and that they should hurry up and do something. Lin replied that it was almost time to sail and the big mystery gift he prepared should be arriving soon. Zhao Mo and his friends saw helicopters carrying sports cars. Lin grabbed the microphone and announced that there would be a raffle later for the 3 sports cars, and now they should review the small gifts in advance. The people went to Lin's side, and then Zhao Mo told Gu Chang that at the match, he should not give him a chance. Lin's phone rang, and Yan told him that Longxing had received an investment from the Va family. He replied that Tian's side would handle it. Then Xiaoyu told Lin that their popularity had exceeded 9.6 million. Badana walked in, and when Zhao Mo asked her for a dance, she refused and asked Lin to dance instead. Lin told her that it didn't matter what she said, he wouldn't change his mind. Badana told Lin that she suddenly felt tired and that they should stop dancing, but Lin grabbed her tightly and continued dancing. When he went to sit down, Zhao Mo told Lin that he was good at even hooking up with the Va family, and that they would see what would happen at the auction. Lin told him that he wasn't interested in anything at the auction, and that he could have it all. Zhao Mo told him that he was too weak-minded to shoot with them. Lin laughed and told him that the ship they were on was his. Gu Cheng told Lin that the auction was not fun, so they should just go down to the arena. The loser would get kicked off the ship. The boxing match began, and Lin punched Chung in the face, causing him to stagger to the side of the ring. After balancing himself, Chang told Lin that he had some strength, but he would show him what he was capable of. He lunged at Lin and swung a punch, but Lin dodged it and kicked him in the stomach. Chang wondered how Lin could move so fast. Then he punched him in the cheek, knocking Chang out. Lin won the match and told some people to arrange for them to leave. The next morning, Chi called, saying that the recruits at the factory had left, and he told Lin to wait at the office. He borrowed Han's jet and went to Shanghai. He asked them if they had found out the name of the factory where the recruits went, and Yuan replied that it was New Technology in Science and Technology Electronics. He went to Seiko Industrial Park with Yuan, and Lin asked Yuan why the people at the entrance kept looking their way. She told him that their names were Zhang Yanchu and Liu Quanbo, and they jumped to work there after the company was acquired. He asked if they went on their own or if they were headhunted. Then they went to talk to them, and Yuan told them that they could be hired back. They replied that they wouldn't go back because their pay was too high there. Then Lin told her that they should go to the electronics store and see if they have any available personnel. She saw Wang Fu. She told Wang that they intended to rehire him with a higher salary, but he told them to stop fooling people and leave. Yuan told Lin that the situation was not very optimistic, so Lin told her to send the numbers of the 2 directors. He called Mr. Wang, but he told him that he was abroad for business. Sun told him that his daughter-in-law had just given birth, so he was home with her to recuperate. Lin then told Yuan to get Han to help her get a construction team because he wanted to build a road. He got in his car and drove to Rox's house. She asked him what he wanted from her. Lin replied that the road in Seiko Park was not too flat, so he wanted to renovate it, and she should help him apply for the project. The renovation began and Mr. Sun and Wang walked into Lin's office and hit Yuan on their way in. Lin told them not to go close to him because he didn't know them, and he told Yuan to get security. When they arrived, he ordered them to take Sun and Wang to the police station for subjecting his staff to physical and mental torture. The directors told Lin to stop so they could talk properly. Yuan was on the floor crying, and she told them to pay for it. Lin told them that it's 500,000 per person, and if they didn't pay, they would see each other in court. They paid and sat down so they could discuss the matter and come up with a solution. The matter was not resolved, and the directors left. Yuan told him that she's going back to work, but Lin reminded her of the money, saying he's the best actor, and he should get his own share. She opened the buttons of her shirt and called Yan, telling her that her boss is trying to molest her. He told her that he could take the money and get lost. He called host Yan, saying he needs a favor from her. Meanwhile, Sun and Wang were discussing how Lin treated them. Then Mr. Wang called Zhang. After the call, they decided to settle the matter their old way. So they went to the construction site and found Sun Dong. They told him to get out of their way, but he ignored them. Wang told them that they would regret it and called for all his people to come. Wang told them that he would give them one last chance to fill in the excavated road quickly, but Dong replied that he didn't agree. Wang kicked him, and Yan yelled at him to stop while running towards them with her camera guy. The workers all lay on the ground and pretended to be hurt. Fan asked Wang to give a perfect explanation for openly committing violence against charity road repairs, but Mr. Sun replied that it was just a small friction. Then she asked one of the victims what happened, and he explained that they were hit while legally there for construction. Mr. Wang ordered one of them to smash the camera, and Yan told him that it was against the law. Then the Zhang administration arrived and took Wang and Sun away. Lin walked into their room, and they started apologizing. Lin told them that since they owned a cell phone screen and accessories production company, they would supply for free so that he would let go of the issue. They agreed, and he asked them who was behind it. They told him that it was Zhang Haiyong. He took Haiyong's number and walked out of the building. He told Yuan to tell Wang to arrange the recruitment of the factory. Then she told him that Mrs. Tia wanted to talk to him. Tia explained that the VA family sent them money, but said no to discussing the details of the investment. He told her to invest the money in Tong Electronics. Then he went home and told Yan that she was losing weight. He had to cook for her to make her fat. She replied that he had the potential of a homemaker. Then she asked him to stay home with the kids while she made money to support them. Lin agreed and told her that they should have a baby, otherwise he would have no child to raise. The next morning, Lin made breakfast for Qin Yan. She told him that her mom wanted him to come over for dinner. Lin agreed and they planned to go that night. Then, Xiao Yu called and asked if Lin had any live broadcasts she could help him warm up. He told her that he had a public service broadcast to help farmers. He went to the construction site and asked Dong how he was feeling after being beaten up. Dong replied that it was no big deal. Meanwhile, Wan Ran was talking to the factory workers, and one of them told his friends that they should go to the next factory where they would be treated better. Lin asked the recruits if any of them had any idea of returning, but one of the recruits replied that no matter how much money they offered, he would not go back. Lin told them that he would not force them to return. Wang Ran asked Lin what they should do now, and he told her that the matter would not take long to come to fruition. He then told her to give him a tour of the factory. Meanwhile, Sun and Wang arrived at the factory, and Wang Dong told them that he had taken care of everything. Mr. Sun slapped Dong and asked who had told them to do that. Then he fired all the recruits from Tong Electronics. They went back to Tong Electronics, and Zhang Yanshan introduced himself, saying that they were ready to support their factory to continue production. Lin reminded them of what they had said about the factory having no development, and Dong replied that it was a misunderstanding. Lin called security to escort the leaders out and allow the rest to enter the factory for an interview. Then, someone called him to talk about the public welfare live broadcast and informed him that they had arranged a celebrity. Lin suggested finding some really poor places and helping them sell things. If they couldn't agree, she could change anchors. Lin went to buy a gift for Yan and bought it. He arrived at Yan's house, and her father welcomed him. At the dinner table, Yan's mom asked them when they were going to get married, and Yan replied that they were still building their careers. Her mom told her that they had a stable relationship, so they naturally had to think about these things. Yan rose from her seat, saying they should get going. Lin started pretending to feel drunk, and Yan asked how he could get drunk by drinking soda. He replied that maybe there was alcohol in the soda. Yan's mom told them that they could stay the night. They entered their room and slept. The next day, he went to the Ling Yun group and called a meeting. He told the workers that he was doing a live stream for an event to support farmers' public welfare live. His idea was to find a few poor areas, help them sell their products, make publicity, and solve the problem of their future sales. Chi suggested a village that makes a living by growing peaches. Lin told him to send the information and contact their director about the live stream. After the meeting, he went to Zhang Xiaoyu's house and showed her the list of things he had picked. She told him that they would not have high sales. Lin told her that if they had the talent for processing, they would not suffer from poverty. She replied that since he was rich, he could help find a few factories that could deep process and make canned fruits, and they would make much better sales. They went to the village and asked one of the farmers the price of the peaches. He replied. Then Lin called Wu Zhuoyo, telling him that they had a live broadcast to help farmers, and now they wanted to process the peaches and make them into canned fruits. Then a lady banged on his car window, telling him that she heard he wanted to buy yellow peaches. He asked for the price. She took them to her storage room and told them to feel free to inspect. She gave Yuan a peach to try. Lin asked why she was selling hers at a lower price. She told him that her peaches had been picked for some time, and if she didn't sell them, they would have to fight poverty. Some of the farmers came to her storage asking Liu Lao why she was selling hers cheap. The guy next to Lao told the farmers that her peaches would be rotten in the next 10 days, so she couldn't afford to waste them. The farmer told her that she still couldn't sell it to them. Lin told them that he could help with the intention of taking goods. He didn't want to exploit them. He told them a price, and they agreed. He told them to report their supply quantity to Xiaoyu. They did. They went back to the Lingyan group and started calculating the price of their juice. They found out that the seller's commerce uses aged frozen fruits, but their price is cheaper than theirs. They decided to focus on the quality of their product. They went to Shuangtang Township and met Xu Zhengkai. Xiaoyu started broadcasting, and Shi Jiangdan went to the site to see the two anchors who stole his business. As they were busy, Jiang asked them who told them to collect things there. Lin replied that he was the one who received the stud. One of the farmers told Lin that they were the previous people to collect yellow peaches, but at a low price. They didn't agree. The farmer tried to explain things to Jiang, but he kicked him. Lin slapped Jiang and kicked him in the chin. Jiang's people went to hit Lin, but he punched one of them in the face and the rest left. Then he told Xiaoyu that they should continue the acquisition. He received a call telling him that they had a problem with the equipment. He arrived at the factory, and Wang Ran explained the problem with the machines. Lin asked who had discovered the problems, and Wang Ran pointed at Hu. Mr. Hu Zhilin introduced himself as the newly hired factory manager. Mr. Hu explained the problems. Then Lin told them to continue looking for other problems, and he called Wang Ran to his office. She told him to scold her because it was her fault, but Lin told her that it wasn't her fault and that someone had been messing with the machine. They started kissing, and suddenly someone knocked on the office door. She hid under the desk, and Lin told them to enter. Mr. Hu gave Lin a file of information on the devices and left. She got out of the desk, and they continued making out, asking who was screwing with the machine. Lin replied that there were two pawns, masterminds behind the scenes, Zhang Haiyong of Jado. Then he went to a bar and met with Qiu Jingyu. She called Lin, and he replied that he screwed up, but she still wanted to talk to him. She told him that he was the investor and shareholder of her company, so she didn't have to mess with her own partner. She asked him who he wanted to screw now. Lin replied that it was Tito. As he was leaving, Yuan called him, and he told her to write a public relations article in the name of Longzhen. The next morning, Aunt Shen called him and talked to him about the war he was about to start with Tito. She told him to call her if he couldn't get it right. Then he went to Lingyan and asked if Tito had responded yet. One of the workers replied that not many people believed it. He told her not to worry about the situation and asked what the people in the industry community thought. She replied that they looked at it as a joke. His phone rang, and Haiyang asked him why he was accusing them of doing something wrong. Lin told her that justice is never absent because the truth will always come out. Then he asked Director Han if she had prepared the articles. She showed it to him, and he told her to go and write an article reflecting on the segments. Then he left the office. Meanwhile, Ruoxin and her mom were discussing the war that Lin had started. Then she saw another article saying that Tong Electronics was a consortium investment. Her mom replied that his move was wonderful, and he was able to return unharmed. Roxu asked how Lin Yi's head had grown. Wachula went to his sister's room and asked if she had seen the news on the internet, that Lin Yi had fooled them. But Dana told her to calm down because they had nothing to lose. He replied that the family had given notice that they should act quickly. At Kushan Pavilion, Aunt Shen called Lin to inform him that Haiyang had been fired and the stock price was fluctuating erratically, but the Hua family had not moved. The next day at Tong Electronics, Rand told Lin that Mr. Hu had resigned, and she thought he was responsible for the destruction of the machines. Lin told her to contact the police. Then an unknown number called Lin, introducing himself as Zhang Zheno. He said he would like to talk to him about withdrawing the false statements on the internet. Lin told him to let his father handle it. He should not get involved. In his office at Lingyan Group, one of his workers walked in to inform him that the things needed for the broadcast had been set, and the price was 20% cheaper. As she was leaving the office, she bumped into Mrs. Tian. Tian told Lin that tomorrow was when Longson was going to the public small bell ringing ceremony and asked if he wanted to attend. Lin told her he didn't like to show his face, so she should ask Boss Shen. Then he went to a coffee shop and met with Tony, an agent of Li Chensing. He told Lin that his trafficking was no match for their Chensing. Lin replied that he came to his studio, and he still wanted to be in charge. Tony rose from his seat, saying his problem was the character, so there was no need to cooperate. He left. Yuan called Lin, saying something happened after the launch, and there were a lot of negative posts about Longson. It was affecting their stock. At Lingen Group, Qin Yan was furious that people could believe the fake news. Lin explained to him that there's a mastermind behind it all, and people with grudges against him are spreading it. He warned them not to read the posts and said he was going to visit an old man at Go's house, asking Yan to come with him. When they arrived, they found the elevator to the 18th floor wasn't working. Lin told Han to try the 17th floor and they'd walk up, but they discovered the stairwell was locked. Nurse Xiaoliu appeared and refused to let them enter, despite Yan's attempts to call the family. Suddenly, Director Liu recognized Lin and ran towards them. Lin asked who he was, and he replied that he was Liu Tou, the director of the orthopedic department. Lin and his friends reached the ward. Qin Han introduced Aunt Fan to Lin and Gao. Then the lady lying on the bed woke up, and Fan helped her sit up. After some time, they bid their goodbyes and left, saying they would come back when they had nothing to do. As they were getting in the elevator, Qin called Lin to inform him that the stock had dropped to 5%. Lin told her not to pay too much attention to the matter. Then Han asked what was going on, and Lin explained. Han asked if he had come up with a plan yet. Lin replied that he was waiting for the person behind it to contact him. Qin Yan told them that it must be Tato. Han replied that if it's Tato and they join together to do them a vote, the problem will not be too big. Yan advised not to be impulsive. She also told them that if they do it, they will be offending many companies. They got in their car to leave. Lin's phone rang again. Zheng Zhenchuan introduced himself and asked to meet up with Lin in an hour. He dropped Yan and went to meet Zheng. He introduced himself again and introduced Wachala, who was sitting next to him. Lin told Wachala that his family is very persistent. Wachala told Lin that he had another request, to give them the result of their research in exchange for anything he wants. Lin replied that he still wasn't interested. He then asked Lin if he wanted to give up on Longson. Lin told them that he hadn't made a move yet and was just waiting to see what they were up to. While he turned and walked out of the room, after he left, Zheng Zhenchuan told Wachala to take it to extreme measures. He asked to know Zheng's idea so that they could do it together. Zheng told him that he would do it alone and then left. Wachala called his guard and assistant, Zhong Jian, to mobilize a group of people to go search Lin's house and company. At the Lingyan group, they were in a meeting discussing the broadcast they were going to do the following day. Lin suggested they do it at the Peninsula Hotel. Mr. Gu, Li, and a lady were talking about the broadcast at the Peninsula and how they were going to pull him down. Mr. Gu and his friends assumed that Lin had an ugly face, and that's why he always wore a mask when doing a live stream. So they decided to use that against him. At the Peninsula Hotel, Shuoi told Lin that people were saying he looked ugly and relied on the establishment of his persona to deceive people. She continued telling him their comments while he laughed at them. Then he told her that he was looking forward to bringing the goods lib tomorrow, and he told Xiaoyu to get back to work. He put on his mask and sunglasses to do a live stream. When Tan Long called him from behind, he wondered how he could recognize him with his mask on. Chen Long told him to give the people below some guidance on their work. Lin put his hand on Tian's shoulder and told him to forget about mentoring because he had a job for him. He told him that he would like to apply for a membership card. The guy asked, "It's the same as the Sinbad card." Lin replied and told him he would send some phone numbers later. Then Mrs. Li walked towards him and asked if he would take his mask off during the live stream. He replied that his girlfriend wouldn't allow him, so he would keep the mystery alive. Then the lady asked if he was the president of Peninsula and Lingyan, since his name is also Lin Yi. He replied that she guessed it right. Meanwhile, Mr. Li asked if everything was going according to plan. Mr. Gu replied that it was, and once the broadcast started, he should go to his live room with the rhythm. The lady also added that the Master Brothers' goods were expensive. An hour before the live stream, Ting Yan, Tian, and Yuan showed up. Lin asked them why they came, and Yan replied that they wanted to support his first broadcast with goods. He told them to find a seat, and then the live stream began. Xiaoyu introduced their first product, yellow peaches, and the viewers kept making comments about Lin's face, saying he was ugly. Mrs. Lee told the girl behind the computer to kick out all the sailors from the live stream. She replied that she was doing it, but there were too many sailors. Then Lin told the viewers that the broadcast had nothing to do with looks. He reached into his pockets and fished out his car keys, dangling them in front of the camera, saying his car was worth $1.24 billion and they couldn't afford it. Then he turned the camera towards Yan, saying the beautiful woman is his girlfriend. He has everything they could ever dream of, so whether his face is good or bad, it's not really important. Then So Yu continued introducing the goods, and the viewers started saying the prices were too high. Yuan told Mrs. Tian that it was time to come out. Mrs. Tian walked towards Lin and So Yu and stood between them and introduced herself to the viewers. Then she told the viewers that everyone who places a purchase order would be given a redeemable 10 yuan non-threshold taxi coupon. So Yu introduced another product, but the sales were still not going up. Meanwhile, at the Four Seasons Great Wine Live Room, Mr. Lee asked Guo how the sales were going, and he replied that they were ahead in both sales. Lee told Guo to tell the sailors to keep the rhythm going because he wanted it to look like Lin's business had flopped, and he quit. Mrs. Lee received a phone call about their data falling. Yan overheard and asked Yuan to text Xiao Yu to remove Lin's mask. She read the text and told the viewers that she would let them see the real face of the masked brother. Then she took the mask off Lin's face. The viewers were mesmerized by Lin's handsome face and started placing orders. At the Four Seasons Great Wine Live Room, one of the workers told Lee that the masked brother showed his face. They looked at the foam and gasped. Then, Lee asked the worker how the sales in Lin's studio were. He replied that they had hundreds of orders. At the Peninsula Hotel, they sold 2 million goods, and their live stream ended. Mrs. Lee told Lin that the sales amounted to around 280 million, and they could still make a profit of 100,000. Then the system lady appeared, saying his mission had been accomplished and to complete the additional live delivery task and get first place in wild survival. He told Xiaoyu to take care of the rest of the cost, and then he left with Yan and Yuan. He got a call from Han telling him that they were waiting for him at the metropolis to celebrate. Lin told the ladies that they were going to the metropolis. As they were toasting at the metropolis, he received a text from Chuhan to go to her house. He told Yan, and she told him to go. He arrived and found her sitting outside her apartment. When he asked why she was sitting outside, she replied that she felt like someone had been into her house. Lin asked if it was a thief, and she told him that nothing was stolen, but the markers she made had been removed. He told her that they should go up and see. He saw that the lock was in good condition, so he asked who had a key to her apartment besides her. She replied that Kyo-Xin did. When they entered the house, Lin asked if there was anything she felt had changed in her house. She looked around and told him that the study room was the only place that had been turned over, but nothing was lost. Then she told him that the computer's mouse position had changed, and she had 6 scientific papers. Lin then told her that if someone sends a similar paper to her research results, she should let him know so that he could handle it. They sat on the couch and Chuan asked what they were going to do now. Lin told her that they could just sleep, then he kissed her and carried her to her room. The next morning, he woke up to the sound of her making breakfast. He got dressed and walked to the kitchen and hugged her from behind. Then he asked her if Sin was working today. She replied that she had a day off, and then Lin called her over. They started eating their breakfast. Lin asked Sin if she had anyone following her when she was coming home. She asked them what was going on, and Chuan explained. Sin reminded them of the cameras she saw while coming in, so Lin suggested they should go and transfer the footage. Together, they went to the property building, and they told the receptionist the reason for their visit. Then she told them to wait while she goes to get the manager. The manager showed up and asked what he could do for them. Lin explained, and the manager told them to go to the police station first to report, then come back with the comrades so they can get the video transfer. Lin handed him an envelope with money in it to let them see the footage. The manager accepted and asked for the number of the building. Chuhan replied, and the manager apologized and told them that the camera on the 14th floor was broken, so he tried to give Lin back his money. Lin refused. They went back to the apartment, and Sin asked Chuhan if she was sure she kept her keys in her hands all the time. She replied that she did, and she remembered that while she was shopping, 2 ladies came while she was trying on dress. They talked to her for a few minutes, and her bag was in the fitting room. She rushed back, but everything was in the bag. Sin told her that someone must have copied her key. Chuan asked how a key can be copied. Lin explained to her that it's like a printing clay, where you stick your key on both sides and copy the shape. Lin received a call that someone was hacking the computer. He told the person to wait at the institute. He's on his way. At the institute, he told Mr. Sun to show him the protection data. He explained everything to Lin. Lin replied that he is handling it well, so he should pay more attention to that area. Then he went to Shen's office and asked him to check the security system. Shen replied that he had already double-checked and it's fine. Lin told him to keep an eye on the security system because if anything goes wrong, all their effort would be wasted. Shen replied. When Lin was about to walk out, he asked him if he had checked his house. Lin told him that he will go back and take a look. At home, he saw that his computer was also hit, so he started the computer's defense program. Meanwhile, Wachala asked John if he had found something. He replied that he found nothing, and he also tried to hack their computers, but they were unsuccessful. Wachala told John that Lin's computer may have important things. He replied that he sent someone to check and make a copy of what's inside. Wachala also suggested Chuan. John told him about Ruoxu. Wachala told him not to hit her, because her mother would cause heavy damage to their family. Lin stayed on the other floor of his villa and watched the surveillance videos. After waiting for several days, he saw two men entering his house through the window. They started going through his computer, but when they heard footsteps, they attempted to escape through the same window. Lin kicked the first person back into the house, and one of them asked how he found out they were there. Lin replied, and then they took out their pocket knives, threatening him so that he would let them go. Lin didn't move out of the way, so one guy lunged at him. He beat them all up, and while they were lying on the floor, he asked them who had sent them. They replied that even if he calls the police, they will not tell him. Lin took out small sharp knives, pointing at them and said he was going to start counting to 5 seconds. Before he could even begin, one of the guys confessed that they were sent by Wachala to find Lin's research materials. Lin asked whether Vedana was behind all this, and they replied that it was all Wachala. He asked them where Wachala was, and they replied that they had no idea but only communicated with the bodyguard on the phone. He told them to contact him because he wanted to see Wachala. After they told him the location, he knocked them out and went to Awasa Pier. There he met Jan, and Lin told him that his 2 men had been sent away. Jan asked him if he was trying to make a move. Lin told him that if he tells him where Wachala is, he will let him off the hook. Jan replied that he's not afraid of death, then ran towards Lin to attack him, while saying he would have let him go if he had given him the research. He lunged at Lin, but Lin dodged all his attacks and punched him, sending him flying to the ground. He grabbed Jan's hand and started turning it while telling him that he will tell Vedana what they have been doing behind her back and threatened to make a move on his family. Jan told Lin Wachala's room number. Then Sin called Lin to tell him that Chu Han went missing. Lin asked John if they had taken Chu Han, and he replied that she was at the hotel with Wachala. At the Shangri-La Hotel, Chu Han asked why he broke into her house. Wachala replied that she's Lin's colleague, and they are interested in his research results. She told him that the medicine he had researched was done by him independently. Wachala told her that they want the biopurification research results, but she told him that she knows nothing about it. Then, Lin barged into the room, and Wachala ordered his guards to stop him. Lin kicked the chair and hit Wachala in the face with it. He got back up and told Lin that he is too lazy to fight, not that he's afraid of him. Lin beat up the guards and Wachala knelt on the floor, promising Lin that he won't be involved in the matter again. Lin kicked him in the face and stepped on his leg. When he was about to step on the other leg, Vedana and her guards arrived, telling Lin to stop and give her brother another chance. Lin replied that he will stop when his anger subsides, then he stepped on the other leg, and told Chu Han that they should get going. Wachala told his sister to take revenge for him. She reminded him that she told him to stay away from the matter, and he replied that he was just being a good younger brother by helping her finish her task. She told him that he has finally learned to think about his sister. He replied that he has to think about her because she's his sister. Then she shot him in the head, saying if there is an afterlife, he should learn to listen to her. After the cleanup crew was done, Vedana told him to write a funeral invite for her brother's funeral. The guard told her that they could blame his death on Lin, but she told him that her plan has not been accomplished yet. Lin and Chu Han slept together. The next morning, while having breakfast at the hotel's restaurant, Wang Tian told Lin that he's almost done with the things he gave him. While they were talking, he received a call telling him that the Wilderness Survival Program is open, and he should sign an agreement. He went to the TV station and met Director Yan. Chen and some guy were talking about hooking up with Director Yan. She took Lin to the lobby, and Zhang Shi asked who Lin was. She explained that she invited Lin to come and sign up. She told them that the activities they have are not suitable for him by looking at his body. Yan told Chi that she had already decided and she would get him a copy of the agreement. They got the agreement, and Shen told them to wait. Chen asked why Lin got the agreement before the test even began. Yan replied that Lin is a special guest invited on the sports show, so he can skip the test. Then he asked why he didn't get one, and Yan replied that he must not be strong enough. Chen told her that Lin's body does not look like someone who can pass a physical fitness test. Jiangxi told Lin to try it, and the other people wanted to try as well to get the inner invitation. They tried to hit Lin, but he knocked them out. Then Yan told Lin that they should go. As they were exiting the building, Carol Lee told her sister to look at the handsome guy. Carrie Lee replied that he looks like an expert in wilderness survival, and then Carol told her to team up with him, and she will go farther. Wang Yunhang told them that they don't need anyone's help. Lin asked if they had decided on the location yet, and she told him that it was set on an isolated island. He asked if people will die, and she told him that they have made a lot of security measures. He signed the agreement, and as he was leaving, Carol Lee called him and introduced her sister, Carrie Lee. Carrie Lee told Lin that she wanted to cooperate with him, but he said no and drove off. At the entrance gate of his mansion, a guard handed him Wachola's funeral invitation. After reading the letter, he received a phone call telling him that they are being sued for monopoly, and the court summons had already been handed to them. He told the person that it's not a normal lawsuit, so he will handle it himself. He drove to Longsan and met Shen. Lin gave him the flash drive and told him to look at it. Then he told Shen that it is the world's most advanced chip 3.0 technology and told him to help them find their bugs. Lin received a call that the people of Ying wanted to talk to him at 6 p.m. at Zunyi Palace. He went to Zunyi Palace and ordered his food. Auntie Alice told Lin that they will withdraw the lawsuit, but she would like to take a stake in Longsan. She said it would be good for both of them because they are giants in the industry. He replied that the Ying guys are awesome, but the gap between them is huge. Then he gave her a USB, saying there is something in it that could knock her off the throne of the world. He told them that it's the basic source code of chip 3.0. She told him that he will not be able to use it, so he can just sell it to them. Lin told her that he's not short of money, but he wants shares of the photolithography company. She replied that it's impossible because they are two different companies. Lin took back his USB and told her that he will talk to her some other time, saying he has an appointment with the family. After Lin left, Alice told her friend that she underestimated him, but he couldn't threaten her because she had secretly copied his code. She opened her laptop and saw that her computer was not connecting to the network. Her friend told her that her computer was hacked. Lin went to the store to buy a gift. Then he noticed that all the people in the store were looking at him. He asked the sales lady why they were looking at him. She told him that he read the bracelet's price wrong. It's 1.8 million instead of 18 million. He told her that he wants to buy another gift, so she showed him a pendant that cost 19.8 million. He bought both the bracelets and pendants. He went to Wang Ri's house and gave her the bracelet first. She gave him a gift bag, and when he looked inside and took out a belt, he used it to tie her hands. The next day, he went to the hospital and asked the nurses where Chu Han is. They told him, and he met with her while she was getting out of the elevator. He gave her the present, and she opened it. He helped her put on the pendant, and then she started crying. When Lin asked why she was crying, she told him that no one has ever been nice to her except for her mother. After she stopped crying, she gave him his present. Lin saw that it was a belt, and then she hugged him. He was in his house, lying on his bed, when King Yan snuck into his room. She was about to leave, but Lin told her not to, and he grabbed her, dragging her onto the bed. Then he asked her why she was sneaking into his room. She replied that Santa sent her a gift to give to him. She opened the box and showed Lin her childhood pictures. They lay back on the bed, and she asked him if he would like to find his parents and if he still hates them. He replied that it is impossible to hate them and that they shouldn't talk about it anymore. They should sleep. The next morning, he woke up and found Yia getting ready for work. She told him that she wants to go to the cinema in the afternoon, so they should go together. He told her that he will buy the tickets. Then he went to Rox's workplace, and she took him to her office. He gave her a bracelet, and she gave him a gift bag. When he saw that it was another belt, he wondered why they were giving him belts while he doesn't have a fat waist. Then she hugged him and told him that it's mealtime and asked if he wants to eat her. Lin kissed her. They went to the cinema, and he bought popcorn for her. While watching the movie, she started crying, and when Lin asked why she was crying like that, she told him that the movie is touching. Then they saw a guy proposing to his girlfriend, but the girl turned him down and walked out of the cinema, leaving the guy in an awkward situation. So he gave the roses to Lin. Lin took out a gift and gave it to Yan with the flowers. She thanked him and gave him a gift in addition to the box. Lin saw that it was also a belt and wondered whether the four of them conspired together. Then he told her that they should go home. On their way home, she asked him if he will go back to Yanqing. He told her that he will go on New Year's Eve, and she told him that she will go with him. They arrived home, and Yan was sleeping. Lin called the system lady. He asked her if she would disappear when he dies, and she told him that she would destroy herself. On New Year's Eve, they arrived in Yanqing, and he asked Wang Me if Ningyu was getting along with her boyfriend. Wang Me replied, and Zhang Yu called to ask if he was in Nanjing, because he wanted to talk to him about the demolitions of the orphanage. Lin agreed to talk in person. He told Wang Me and King Yan about the call and that Chuang has been given the project. Wang Me was sad about where the kids would stay if they demolished the orphanage. He told her that Kim Yan will take care of it. Then Yan called him aside to ask if he knew about Uncle Zhou's fight with some people a few days ago. They went to the Chuang branch and called a meeting. Yan told them about the project, but they didn't seem happy. Lin asked them why they were not happy, and the manager explained that the first master of Yanqing had his eyes on the same project. So if they took it, there would be a conflict. Yan asked if the person is powerful, and he replied that he is. She told them that he was invited to his birthday today, and Lin told him that he would go with him. Yan went back to the orphanage, and Wang Me told her that Ningyu was waiting for her inside. She saw Ningyu and asked her where the monitor was. Ningyu told her that it was in their mother's room. They went to the room, and Yan asked her to help her find footage from last Saturday. When she couldn't find it, she went to look for a drive. While searching, she found something and called Yan to come and see. She told her that it was a Su embroidery, and it was very valuable. Ningyu replied that her brother was wrapped in it when he was sent to the orphanage. They took it out, unfolded it, and saw a letter. When they were about to open the letter, Wang called them and said that dinner was ready. She asked them what they were doing, and Ning explained that they were looking for something. Then they saw the quote in the letter, and she pleaded with Wang to let them read the letter. After some time she agreed, and Yan opened the letter and read it together with Ningyu. She told Wang that the letter was addressed to her, not Lin. Then Wang told them to stop talking about the letter and said that the food was ready. Ningyu gently pushed her out of the room, saying they would be right there. She found the drive and watched the footage of two guys beating Lin's dad. They took a screenshot and sent it to Lin. Meanwhile, Lin saw the picture as they approached the entrance of the Leighton Hotel. The girl at the entrance asked to see their invitation, and he told them that Lin could not enter because he was not wearing formal clothes. Wu Jinsong saw Liu and recognized him. He introduced Liu to Lin and explained their situation. Jinsong told the girl to let them in because they were the stars of the show. They entered, and Lin met Bing. They started chatting, but then her friend Pei Pi suddenly dragged her away from Lin, saying she should stay away from them if she didn't want to get in trouble. Bing told her that they were friends, and Pei told her about the project. Then an announcement was made that the fifth master had arrived, and they made a toast for him. Zhao Guangli, the godson of Wu Jianfu, gave him a gift. Two men walked in, carrying a golden statue. Lin recognized them from the picture. Jianfu walked towards Liu and talked to him about the project they stole. Jinsong told his father that he should talk to the person in charge, not the manager. Jianfu asked if Lin was the one in charge, but Lin told him that he had nothing to talk about with him. However, he was interested in the two people behind him. Then, he called the two boys and reminded them that they'd beat up his father. One of the boys told him that if he wanted to fight, he should just fight. Lin grabbed the boy's finger and twisted it, making him scream. Jianfu asked Lin if he came to smash the place on his birthday. Lin replied that if he was happy, he would have a big birthday, and if he wasn't, he would have a funeral. Jinsong lunged at Lin, but Lin punched him. Then Guangli took out his dagger to attack Lin, but Lin snatched it and threw him to the ground. He then pointed the knife at Jianfu's neck and asked him if he still wanted the project. Jianfu replied that he didn't want it. While on deck, Director Yan announced that they were going to Kukoa Island, and the one who climbed the top of the mountain first would be the champion. Huan told Lin that they needed to prepare well in advance. Lin told them to eat a meal first because it would take 36 hours to get there. Then he went to the ship's restaurant. Chen asked Lin to eat at their table. Lin asked him if he wasn't convinced the last time he beat him. Chen replied that he should not think he's great because he defeated him. Some girl dragged Lin to her table and told him that the two guys with Chen were representatives from the USA, but she would protect him. Chen, Brown, and Martin were planning on sneaking into Lin's room to teach him a lesson. Then he received a text from Director Yan to go to the conference room. In the conference room, Yan was introducing Lin to the people present. When Wu asked her if he was the man he found and if she was sure of his physique, Yan told Wu that Lin was considered outstanding among many contestants, and then introduced them to the field expert Niu Dongliang. Chengxing arrived with Tan and some other guy. Wu introduced him and told the people to form a squad with him and go for the glory. When Lin saw that the people were just arguing, he rose from his chair and started to walk out. Then Yan called and asked him what he was doing. Lin told her to figure out what was going on first before she invited him. Some of the guys in the room recognized Lin, including Tony. Tony told Lin that he would teach him a lesson he would remember. Lin slapped him and his friends lunged at him, but he beat them all, and Director Wu disqualified Lin. Tony tried to convince the director to kick Lin off the ship, but Wu told Yan to make sure Lin's movements were restricted. Then a guy told Wu that they had returned. Wu wondered who could have done that. Yan told him that they had disqualified Lin Yan, and he ordered the ship to return. She told him that he owned the ship and it was his fault. He should go and apologize. Mr. Wu went to Lin's room and apologized. On his way back, he met with Tony and asked Wu if he had dealt with Lin Yi. Mr. Wu told him that he realized he had done something wrong, then left. Tony went to tell Chengxing, and they discussed that they would find people to sneak in and teach him a lesson. Lin was alone on the deck when an actress named Zhao Yini approached him and asked to team up with him. He told her that it was not possible because she was weak. He returned and found some guys looking for him, saying they wanted to teach him a lesson. They tried to attack him, but he defeated them all. He went to Director Yan's room and asked to stay in her room because his room was messy. She asked him if he needed help with bathwater. He carried her and told her that they should bathe together. Meanwhile, Owen and Jones were discussing their next target, Lin Yi, and that they were told to bring him alive. Then they announced for all participants to gather on deck. Director Yan woke Lin up and helped him get dressed. When he reached the deck, he found that his teammates had already found a lifeboat. Then he saw Zhao Yini and told her to come with them. Wang Yan did not agree with Lin, so he told him he would take another boat. He scared off Brown and Martin and took their boat. They got their survival bags, and the participants pushed their boats off the board. Lin told Zhao Yini to get down, but she told him not to rush her because she had to take it slow. He told her to jump, and she did, and he caught her. Then she started screaming that her makeup was smudged. She started reapplying it, but Lin told her that it was not a dating program. They arrived at the island, and Carrie told Lin that they should study the map. He told them to do it while he dried his clothes. He made a fire and removed his shirt, exposing his abs. When he was done, they started discussing the route they would take. Lin and Wang did not agree with each other, so Lin told them that they would go separate ways. The cameraman was afraid to follow Lin on the waiting route because it was dangerous. Lin told him to follow him on safe routes, but he replied that he was told to follow him all the time because he has drama. He started walking and told the cameraman to follow him if he was not afraid to die. As Lin's team was walking, Chengxing's team planned to follow them and rob their supplies. Owen and Jones were also planning to attack Lin. Then Chengxing and his group met up with Lin's team. Chengxing told Lin that they did not have enough supplies, and since his team had 2 girls, they should share some with them. Lin told them that they could survive by drinking the northwest winds. They did not need the supplies. Dongliang told Lin that they had come to discuss things with him, and he scolded them. Lin replied that they should get as far away as they could and stay out of their way. Wang and Carrie Li stepped forward, preparing for a fight, and told Zhao Yini and Lin to stand back. At the ship, some guy went to report that Lin Yi was about to get into a fight. Yan asked if it was because they were stealing resources. Dongliang lunged at Carrie Li, and she kicked him, sending him flying into a tree trunk. They all lunged at them, but they managed to defeat them. Dongliang knelt on the ground and started apologizing. On the ship, Tony and Yan were arguing about whose team was in danger as they watched the fight. At the island, they told Chengxing's team to leave the supplies and quit the program. Then, other participants came and told them that there was no telling who the supplies belonged to. Carrie and Huang tried to fight them off, but they were not strong enough. Lin stepped in and beat the 2 guys, and they escaped. Chengxing's team left as well. As they were busy looking at the supplies, they noticed that there was a snake. Lin tried to kill it, saying they could make snake soup. Then, he asked why Zhao Yini was not backing off. She told him that the snake looked familiar. She told him that she studied it in biology, and it's called a ball python. It's not poisonous, but it is strong. A person is likely to be strangled to death if they get entangled. The snake jumped on Lin, but he killed it without any difficulties. Zhao Yini told them that the snake they used in their class was small, but that one was bigger, and they should donate it to colleges. Then she saw another snake. After killing the other snake, they separated. Lin went with Zhao Yini and the cameraman, while Carrie went with Wang Hangyan. The assassins continued watching Lin, and the cameraman told him that Director Yan wanted to talk to him. He took the phone from the cameraman, and Yan told Lin that the route he was taking was dangerous because there were crocodiles. She hoped he would not take it. He replied, telling her not to worry. They continued walking until they reached a river, and Yini started getting scared. She told Lin that they should get out because she could sense the eeriness. Lin ignored her and told her that he saw some bubbles in the water, and he thought they were from the crocodile. They continued walking, and a crocodile appeared in front of them, crawling towards them. Zhao Yini screamed and clung onto Lin's arm as the cameraman continued filming. Lin told them to stand back as he took out his pocket knife. The crocodile jumped at Lin Yi, and he stabbed it in its mouth. He grabbed both sides of the crocodile's mouth and pulled it apart. Yini and the cameraman gasped. Then he stabbed it again between its eyes. He stood straight, looking at the dead crocodile. The two assassins were watching from the bushes nearby. Then he felt a murderous aura. As he was about to turn, the assassins shot him in his back, and he landed on the ground. The assassins ran off. Director Yan arrived at a helicopter with a medical kit. She dressed his wound. When she finished, she told him to go with her so that he could go to the hospital to prevent the wound from getting infected. He refused, saying he had to find the murderers. Yan then told him that he could not participate in his condition. He replied, telling her that it was just a small injury, and she did not need to make a fuss about it. Yan gave up trying to convince him to go to the hospital and told him that they would leave the medical kit for him. A day later, they were close to reaching the mountain called Yumashima. The cameraman told them that his work was done, and he would be transferred to banal photography later. Then he left them. Half an hour later, Lin and Zhao Yini were close to climbing the mountain. He asked her how she was feeling, and she replied that she was fine. They continued their journey towards Yumashima Mountain. While the cameraman left, Lin and Zhao Yini climbed the mountain together. Zhao Yini and Lin started climbing up the mountain. Then, she saw some movements on top of the mountain. She told Lin that there were some people on the mountain. Lin told her to wait while he checked it out. He ran up the mountain and found two people wearing masks. He asked them who they were, but they did not answer. They started running towards him to attack him. Lin fought with them, and then one of the killers kicked him hard in the chest, making him wince. At that moment, a helicopter arrived, causing the two assassins to escape. Lin asked Director Yan if she had looked into the guys. She told him that they were two men who had gotten rid of their cameraman. On the ship, Ohm and Jones were discussing how they had failed to complete their mission. Suddenly, they heard a knock. Before they could open the door, Lin barged in and asked them who had sent them to kill him. They did not reply. He beat them up and then asked again. One of the assassins finally told him that it was Lowe's, Andy's bodyguard. Lin used the helicopter and went to Lingyan Group to see Qin Yan. She hugged him and noticed that something was on his shoulder. She asked what was wrong with his shoulder, and he told her that it was nothing. She insisted on taking a look, and then she saw that his shoulder was bandaged. She asked why it was bandaged, and he told her that he had just gotten a little hurt. Then she knocked, and she told him to come in. He gave Lin some papers, and Lin asked him if the stocks were still stable. He replied that the stock price was continuing to rise. Then Lin told Chi to pick a day for the launch of the basic code of Chip 3.0. After everything, Lin went back to the ship and asked the assassin how much it would cost to kill Andy. The assassin replied that it was impossible, because Andy was the kind of person who spends hundreds of thousands on security. Then Lin told him not to go back to M. He should stay so they could work together. The assassin agreed. Lin walked out of the room, and Director Yan asked if they were still going to the sea with him. Lin told her that he was sure they would, and that he was going to get it done before they did. The next day, Lin was in his office on a call, discussing the launch. When someone knocked on the door, he told the person on the phone that he had some people coming in. Then the person walked into the office and informed him that Alice wanted to see him and was waiting outside. He told the person to let her in, and she entered. He asked her to take a seat and then inquired about the big deal. She replied that she had thought about the 3.0 thing and they needed to talk. Lin reminded her that they had already talked about it before. She told Lin that it would be a win-win situation if they could reach a cooperation. He told her that he had already given her the conditions, and she replied that they could not accept those conditions. Lin told her to let her father talk to him personally, and then he told her to get out. Alice rose from the chair and walked out. Moments later, Mr. Andy called Lin and expressed that they valued their cooperation and hoped for a pleasant partnership. Lin replied that he didn't know if working together would be pleasant, but someone had shot him on the day he was recording a show. Mr. Andy commented that it was terrible and showed that the security was very poor. Lin replied that the city's security had not been very good, and he was concerned for his daughter Alice. Mr. Andy threatened Lin, stating that if he dared to hurt his daughter, he wouldn't let him go. Lin told him that if his daughter set foot in the airport, he would ensure that she wouldn't get on the plane. Then he hung up. 10 minutes later, Chi walked in and informed him that the people from Ming Group wanted to discuss business. He told Chi that he would meet Andy personally. Later, Lin returned home and found King Yan sitting on the couch eating a snack. He told her that the new phone was going to market, but the name was yet to be determined. She suggested that they call it May because she and Lin had met in May. She asked Lin if he had plans for the new year. He replied that he would go to the orphanage. She complained that it was their first new year and asked if he didn't feel different. He told her that he felt different because God had given him a different Yan from the first day he met her. She left, saying she wanted to take a shower. Then the system lady appeared and asked Lin if he wanted to start a new career as a farmer. He accepted, and she congratulated him and awarded him golden clay. He went to the garage and found the clay in a box. He took a packet of the clay and realized that it wasn't golden clay. When he turned the packet, he read the words on the back stating that the golden clay was a concentrated formula that needed to be used with regular clay. He also saw a land lease contract and a map. The next morning, Lin made breakfast. As they were eating, Yan asked him if he still wanted to pursue broadcasting. He replied that he was ready for something new. She asked if it was a job like giving women massages. He told her that he was going to plant his own land to experience the hardships of life. She told him that she would go with him. He replied that she still had work at the company and couldn't help him with crops. She insisted that she would help him with watering the plants. Then, she sent him a message saying that the arrangements were finished, and they were scheduled to meet at Peninsula at 1 p.m. At 1 p.m., Liang Ruoxu introduced Lin to Mr. Andy. They sat down and started eating. Lin asked the waitress to bring wine. She poured the wine into their glasses, and Ruoxu proposed a toast, wishing them a successful cooperation. Mr. Andy praised Lin as the greatest scientist for being able to research the source code of Chip 3.0. He brought his glass close to Lin's. Lin told him that he couldn't clink glasses with him because his level was not enough. Andy expressed that he came hoping for the possibility of cooperation. Lin reminded him that he hadn't forgotten about being shot. Andy replied that he came solely for the cooperation and nothing else. Lin told him that he had already been shot, and if Andy was willing to establish cooperation, he would let it go. Then, Lin poured wine on Andy's head while telling him that his daughter's life was in his hands. He further revealed that he already knew about him and the photolithography company. Andy offered compensation for that matter, but Lin replied that he was a vengeful person and couldn't reconcile with him for a little money. One of Andy's guards tried to attack Lin, but Lin kicked him and he crashed through the wall. Another guard instructed his friends to stand back and protect Andy. He lunged at Lin, but Lin grabbed a wine bottle and smashed it on the guard's head. He defeated all the guards and then grabbed Andy by the hair. Andy begged Lin not to do it and offered him 11% of the equity in his possession in exchange for the 3.0 technology. Lin replied that he wouldn't have minded if he hadn't been shot, but accusing Andy of hiring a murderer would cause his stock price to drop. He stated that the stake in the photolithography machine was not in Andy's hands, and they wouldn't agree to exchange 24% of their equity for the 3.0 technology. Lin let go of Andy's hair and left the room, telling him that he knew he would handle it. Ruoxu asked to see the gunshot wound. When she saw the wound, she immediately started making a call while telling Lin that it had to be dealt with. Lin told her that Andy wasn't about to screw him, so she should let the guy live a few more years because he still counted on him to help with his work. Someone informed Lin that Mr. Andy wanted to see him. He went to the room, where Mr. Andy told him that they had discussed the results on their side and were willing to offer 12% equity for the 3.0 technology. Lin replied that he would have someone contact him, and he would be responsible for exchanging the details. Then, Lin told Ruoxu to call her mom. She did and handed Lin the phone. Lin informed her about the 12% equity and asked if she wanted it. She replied that she wouldn't normally accept it, but it was important. He assured her that he would handle the implementation and promised to call her once it was all set. He returned home and Yan walked in. He asked her if she was busy at work, and she replied that all the meetings had wrapped up, so she wasn't busy. He told her that he was planning to visit the land and asked if she had time. She told him that she was all ready and waiting. The next day, they went to town. Yan told Lin that she didn't expect it to be so poor. Lin told her that there is more to the world that she doesn't know. They arrived and got out of the car. She insisted that he show her his house. He told her to call him husband instead of Lin Mi, because the villagers might be conservative. They started walking around the place and came across a man fishing. Lin asked him if he had obtained permission to fish in the pond. The man replied that he paid 200 yuan a day to fish as he pleased. Lin asked who he gave the money to, and the man pointed at a Range Rover, saying that the manager was sitting behind it. He found people playing cards behind the car. One of the guys asked Lin if he wanted to fish. Lin told him to pay 200 yuan for any fishing. Lin clarified that he didn't want to fish but wanted to ask if they owned the place. The guys stood up from their seats and claimed that they owned the place. Yan told them that they were lying and that the fish pond was Lin's property. One of the guys asked if they were the ones who bought Zhou's house. Lin replied that they also bought the fish pond and the shed. Then the guy introduced himself as Yu Deqiang, the owner of the largest seed dealership. He had been looking for Lin to discuss a matter with him. Lin asked what he wanted to discuss, and Deqiang replied that he would offer him tens of thousands of yuan for the pond. Lin told them to provide a written statement regarding the matter. The other guy told Lin to be polite, but Lin slapped him. Deqiang got scared and said that he would have them removed. They returned to Shanghai and welcomed Yu at the airport. She introduced King Yan to Yi Wenxing, Suan Yu and Wen Wang, who were both college students. They began walking around, and Yu told Yan to buy her some clothes. Lin told Suan Yu to choose a computer, but he refused, saying he would use the one at the library whenever he needed to. Then they went to Kyushu Pavilion. Yu kept admiring the place, and Yan told her that it would be her place to stay whenever she came to Shanghai. The next day, Lin went to Longxing Group and informed Shen that he had solved the problem of the light source. He also told Shen that the photolithographer would bring the shipment over. He mentioned that he had acquired shares from Ying Group, enabling them to engage in global procurement. Shen replied that it was impressive, and Lin should provide him with the technical difficulties that needed to be solved. While exiting the Longxing building, Lin made a call to someone to find a guy named Wu Feiyu. His phone rang while he was driving, and the person informed him that they had found Wu Feiyu and provided his location. Lin went to Feiyu's workplace and asked the guard about him. The guard informed Lin that Feiyu had quit a month ago and told him where Feiyu was currently working. Lin arrived at the new workplace and saw Feiyu. He tried calling him, but Feiyu told Lin that he had mistaken him for someone else. Lin replied that they had lived together for 20 years, and for Feiyu to mistake him for someone else would be unkind. Then Lin told Feiyu to come back with him because their mother missed him. Feiyu responded that they should go somewhere else to talk since it wasn't an appropriate place. They went to eat, and after ordering their food, Lin told Wu Fei to stop working and come with him. Wu Fei replied that he didn't have the face to go back because he used to fight all the time and it caused their mother to have a heart attack. Lin asked Wu Fei what happened, and Feiyu explained that Yu had told their mother that some hooligans always bullied her in front of the school. When he went to the school, he encountered them and ended up stabbing one of them. Lin told him that if he didn't go with him willingly, he would take him by force. Wu Fei agreed and went to get his paycheck while Lin waited outside. However, Wu Wenling, the person in charge, refused to give him his money. Wu Wenling told him that he would only give him 500 yuan because he was poor. Lin barged into the room and kicked Long's desk. Long threw 500 yuan on the floor, and while Feiyu was picking up the money, Lin grabbed Long by the throat and pinned him against the wall. Long's goons entered the office, and Long warned Lin that if they didn't pay 20,000 yuan, no one would get out. Lin started fighting with the goons. Long told Feiyu to tell his brother to calm down, promising to give him his salary. Lin told Long to give Feiyu 20,000 yuan. They walked out after receiving the money. His fellow construction workers asked Feiyu what the fight was about, and he explained. They also expressed their decision to quit. When Fai mentioned that he wanted to go and pack his clothes, Lin told him that he would buy him new clothes. At the mall, the sales lady told them that they couldn't go in because of their attire. Lin asked if she was looking down on them because they weren't dressed well. Yan walked towards them with his girlfriend. Lin told his friends that they were kicked out because they weren't well dressed. They went to another mall. After shopping, Han offered to take Wu Feiyu to relax and unwind. While they were getting massages, Long called Feiyu, asking where they were because he had encouraged other workers to leave the place. Lin yelled, revealing their location to Long. When Long arrived with Lu Chen at the water soup spring, Long mentioned that he didn't realize that the place was owned by Chen's uncle. Chen informed his friends that his uncle wouldn't protect them. Lu Chen asked the receptionist to find out which room Wu Feiyu was in, and she provided them with the room number. Meanwhile, Lin and Wu Feiyu were talking in the room when they heard a knock. Lin told his brother not to move and said he would go out to see who it was. Lin opened the door, and when Long accused him of being the one who beat him up, Lu Chen ordered his thugs to teach Lin a lesson, and they lunged at him. Lin quickly grabbed one of their hair and slapped him. Then he walked towards Chen, slapped him, and asked why they were afraid to seek revenge on him. Chen instructed his goons to beat Lin to death. However, Lin fought back and defeated them. He warned Chen that if he made any move, he would ensure Chen would crawl out of the situation. Then he kicked Long in the stomach. He started pleading for Lin not to hit him because he would die. Lin asked Chen if he was capable of backing him up. Chen replied that he was convinced and that they were even because the place belonged to his uncle. However, if his uncle found out about this, he would deal with him. Lin told him to call his uncle. Chen did, and his uncle arrived minutes later with guards. He recognized Lin and asked him if he was Lin of Lingyan Group. Lin asked him how he knew him, and he replied that he had seen him at Yawn Island. Then he apologized for his nephew. Lin walked back into his room. Hendong explained to Chan how powerful Lin was. Lin kicked Wenlong, saying it was all his fault. They went to a hotel to stay for the night. In the lobby, while he was paying for their room, Carrie Lee called Lin and asked him why he was there. Lin told his brother to go to their room while he met his friend. He turned to Carrie, telling her that he came to take care of some business. She grabbed him by his shirt and told him that there was something she wanted to talk to him about. Then she told her sister Jamie Lee to wait while she talked to Lin. She asked him if he found anything strange at the top of the mountain during the show. Lin replied that he saw nothing. Carrie left after giving Lin her number. Then, Lin walked out of the hotel and got into a black van, driving to the beach. After setting the boxes on the sand, he called Ruoxu and told her that he wanted to set off fireworks and wanted to take her with him. She replied that she was in her hometown and fireworks couldn't be seen. Then she turned towards the window and saw fireworks in the sky. Ruoxu told Lin to wait down there. As she was about to walk out of the house, her father asked her where she was off to. She explained, and her mom started laughing and told her to get rid of Lin quickly before he got arrested, because fireworks were prohibited in the city. Ruoxu ran towards Lin at the beach, trying to push him while telling him to get in the car because there was no time. When she saw that Lin was not taking the matter seriously, she told him what her mother had said, and they immediately got in the van and drove off. Once they were a safe distance away from the beach, he stopped the van. She told Lin that it was almost 12 o'clock and he should take her home. He dropped her off and returned to the hotel. The next morning, when Lin and his brother were leaving the hotel, they met Carrie Lee, and she told Lin that her grandfather wanted to see him. Lin accepted and told his brother to wait in the lobby. Once they arrived in Yanjing Old Town, Carrie urged Lin to go inside the house. Carrie's grandfather, Lai Xuyong, told Lin to take a seat and offered him tea. Lin asked what he wanted from him. Xuyong explained that his intention was mainly to ask about Juchuan Island. Lin told him that he would share what he knew about the seriousness of the situation and his encounters, but they would exchange information equally. Xuyong urged him to tell him about the island. Lin rose from his seat, telling him not to play that kind of scheme in front of him, and that he had other things to do. He stated that Xuyong could forget about it if he didn't want to talk. Lin started walking towards the exit when the man next to Xuyong stopped him, saying that Elder Lai hadn't allowed him to leave. Lin replied that they were not qualified to get their hands on whatever was on that island. Lin left and stopped a taxi. He told the taxi driver that he was going to the 7 Stars Hotel. Then, Lin noticed that he was being followed. He instructed the taxi driver to go to a secluded location where no one would be around. The taxi driver thought that Lin was trying to rob him, so he begged him not to because he didn't have any money. Lin clarified that the driver had misunderstood and explained the situation to him. The driver dropped Lin off at some unfinished buildings, and the other cars came to a halt. The occupants got out, and Lin asked them who they were. White Primus introduced himself and mentioned that he had also participated in the competition. He invited Lin to his house for a meeting. Lin replied by saying that his family was on the same level as the Lai family and they couldn't handle them, so the Y family was even less qualified. Primus, however, decided to use force. He attempted to grab Lin's hand, but Lin caught his hand before he could and twisted it, causing Primus to cry out in pain. Lin then released his hand and stated that since it was almost New Year's Eve, he would spare his hand for a good year. He took one of their cars and left. They returned to the orphanage, where Wu Fei expressed his nervousness about returning after causing their mother to worry. He was also concerned about dragging the orphanage into such a dangerous matter, given the powerful individuals involved. After getting out of the car, Lin called their mother. Clipping was surprised to hear from Wu Fei. They had the house, and she informed them that she was going to make dinner. After dinner, Lin went out and met a female friend. He gave her a gift bag while telling her that it was New Year's Eve and she should wear new clothes. She gave him food to eat. He left after advising her to go to bed early. He returned to the orphanage and found his brother still awake. Yu informed Lin that he was looking at some job search information. Lin asked if he had any particular companies in mind. Yu replied that he had searched for a while but hadn't found the right one. So with the money he had, he planned to buy a used truck to use for transporting goods. Yu entered their room and reminded them that their mother had said they should go to bed early so that she could take them out the next day. The next morning, Clipping, Zhao Kunfu Yu, and Lin went out to visit Kunfu's father. Lin gave his grandfather a gift. Jifeng asked why he had bought such expensive things. Then he told Kunfu that he had made a mark because his son and daughter were successful. Kunfu's sister mentioned that she remembered Lin had changed jobs, so she asked when he would be able to afford to buy a house. Lin replied that he didn't just buy a small house, but he also started a company. Then, Kunfu's nephew asked Lin if he could give him a job contact. Lin replied that he could choose between Yanjing, Zhonghai, and Yangsheng. The boy chose to stay in Yangsheng. Lin took Yu and Fei Yu to search for housing since the orphanage was slated for demolition. They looked for over an hour, but found nothing. Then, Lin asked Yu if the house she used to live in was an apartment. When she confirmed, they drove to the apartment building. A sales lady named Sun approached them and asked if they were looking for properties. Yu responded that they wanted to buy an apartment. She called Chen and instructed him to show them the available apartments. Yu informed Chen that they were not interested if the apartment was too expensive. Chen began showing them the apartments, and Yu told her brother that it was his turn to make a decision. Lin chose an apartment that cost 1 billion and informed Chen that he would buy it. Chen replied that if he really wanted to buy it, he needed to discuss it with their manager first. Meanwhile, sales lady Sun encountered the manager in the hallway as he was heading to meet up with Lin, with Chen following behind. She informed him that she had sold 2 apartments. The manager pushed her out of the way, stating that he had important business to attend to. Sun asked him about the nature of the business, and he revealed that a tycoon had purchased the entire complex. She asked if they were the people she had directed to him, and when Chen confirmed it, she gasped and explained to the manager that she had directed them to him because she was busy. The manager informed Lin that he had notified the president, who was on his way. The president arrived and apologized, stating that he hadn't been aware of Lin's presence in Yangsheng. He then offered Lin the open space if he bought the building. Lin replied that they should prepare the contract. When they returned to the orphanage, Clipping informed Wu Feiyu that her cousin had a friend's granddaughter who was said to be pretty. She suggested that Feiyu should get a haircut and clean up a bit so that he could meet her tomorrow. Feiyu replied that she should forget about it because he was just a high school graduate and had been in jail. Yu chimed in, telling him that their mother was right, and he should take a shower because he was also handsome. Lin placed his hand on Wu's shoulder and assured him that he would take him to get a shower and a haircut. While bathing, Lin asked Wu what the gang members looked like, since he had mentioned that they were still looking for him. Wu asked why he was asking, and Lin explained that he was trying to help him get through it before he left. Wu assured Lin not to worry because if they started a fight, he would call the police. Meanwhile, Wang Weizi arrived at the location where they were. The manager informed them that Lin and Wu were still bathing. Weizi instructed his friends to wait in the car and surprised them when they came out. Lin and Wu were getting ready to leave when the store manager informed them that someone was waiting for them outside. They encountered the gang, and Weezy asked Feiyu if he still remembered him. Lin told Weisai that he had been looking for him, but Weisai showed his face first, which saved him some trouble. Weisai asked if Lin wanted to stand up for Wu. Lin replied that he's his brother and the girl who was molested 5 years ago was his sister. He kicked Weisai and ordered his men to beat up Lin. However, Lin defeated his men and then grabbed Weisai by the hair. He told Weisai that he was also stabbed by Wu, and challenged him to let him call his brother if he had the guts. Minutes later, his brother arrived. Upon looking at him, Lin recognized him and his scars. Lin looked surprised to see Lin. His brother gave him a cigarette and asked why he was there. Lin asked Lai if he knew Weisai. Lai explained that his father opened a company and his mother has a certain status and fame. Then Lin told them that he's not interested in doing anything, seeing how scared they are. He also told them to meet him at Blue Sky Orphanage tomorrow. After they left, Lai told Weisai how powerful Lin is. The day of Wu Feiyu's date arrived. Bai Jing's mother was telling her to get a grip on this man. She told her mother that the man has no job, and he is from the orphanage. She asked her mom if she thinks he is good enough for her. The mother told her that Fei's brother is rich, and there will be a large amount of money from the demolition of the orphanage that they can get some of. Bai Jing suggested she should just go for the brother. Her mother replied that he already has a girlfriend. They arrived at the orphanage and went inside. They started talking about the bride price. Her mother told Kuiping that the bride price is 880,000 yuan. Kuiping told them that it is impossible to get that kind of money since they have so many children. So she suggested they reduce the amount. Bai Jing's mother told them that they did not ask for too much money. Lin told them that the money is not much, and then he asked them what else they wanted. The mother added that they wanted to be in the center of the town, with a house of 300 square feet or more. Lin asked her how much she could contribute to the dowry. She replied that the dowry is an old idea. Yu walked in and told Lin that a man named Mr. Wu was looking for him. Bai Jing and her mother were surprised that the famous fifth master had come to their orphanage. Mr. Wu told Lin that he came to give him New Year greetings. Then Weisi's mother, Mrs. Liu, came and apologized to Lin for her son's mistake. Lin replied that he would give them one more chance. Weisi thanked Lin and then told him that he had something to share with him. He told Lin that Bai Jing is not suitable to date with any of them. Jing furiously told Weisai to stop talking nonsense. Weisai told her not to act innocent because the pictures of her sleeping in a group are, in short, very immodest. Upon hearing what was being said about Jing Wang, Kuiping told Jing's mother that they would go back and think about it. Jing clung to Feiyu's arm, telling him that everyone has a past. Mr. Wu asked Lin if he wanted him to handle it. Lin replied that he should get rid of them. Lin went back to Shanghai and King Yan picked him up from the airport. She asked him what his plans were for the year. He replied that farming is his #1 priority. Then he went to Lingyan Group, knocked on Yuan's office door and entered. Yuan asked him what was wrong with him, knowing how to knock. Lin told her that it's New Year's Eve and he bought her a gift. Then he told her that he had been eyeing a project, and the only one in the company who can do it is her. Yuan asked him what the project was about. He replied that he had acquired a piece of land around Shanghai, and he was ready to expand his company's business. She signed a contract, and then they went out to see the project. While in the car, she noticed that he was taking her to town and asked why. Lin replied that she shouldn't be in a hurry. He took her to a shed and told her that the shed was her new project. He bought it to grow fruits. He also told her that the shed was just a small part of it. She asked him what other plans were there. Lin showed her the fish pond, but the main focus was on real estate. Lin replied that it was too far from the city to build houses, but it would be nice to have a traditional village attraction. He also showed her a building, saying it's his. Then she asked him where the hoe is because it's almost spring and the land needs to be prepared. Lin replied that they have to buy the seeds first. At the store, the salesman named Shou Wu asked them what seeds they wanted to buy. Yuan replied, and then Shou Wu was called by Kwang. Kwang asked him why the man and woman were at the store. He replied that they wanted to buy seeds and trees. Kwang told him to sell them fake ones. The other guy told Chuang that he should be taught a lesson for beating them the last time. Xiao Wu gave them the total price. Yuan told him that she should deliver it to her, and she gave him her address. Lin and Yuan went back to the farmhouse. Then King Yan arrived with Qin Han and some of Lin's friends. Han asked Lin what in the world he had been stimulated by. Lin replied that it's called a pattern and he wouldn't understand it. He asked why they were all there. Yan replied that she met them at the entrance of the village and asked him if he had bought her the piglet. The delivery truck arrived, and as they were carrying the seedlings off the truck, Yan commented that the saplings looked dead. Yuan replied that fruit seedlings can look like that. The truck left and Yan asked Yuan what kind of seeds they were. She replied, and then she noticed that there was something wrong with the seeds. Lin asked what was wrong, and she replied that the seeds felt dry. She called their neighbor, Sister Liu, to help them examine the seeds. Sister Liu told them that they had been sold useless seeds. They both went back to the store. Gao told the salesman to come, as he had something to ask. When he walked closer, Gao kicked him, sending him flying into the shelves, and he asked him how dare he sell Lin fake seeds. The salesman replied that he didn't sell them fake seeds. Gao told him to call his boss. The manager walked in and told them that he was the manager, and they could call him if they needed anything. Lin explained the situation, and the manager told them that they don't sell fake stuff. If there were fakes, they were the ones who swapped them. Then he told his men to attack them. Lin and his friends fought back and beat up the men. Then someone asked them what they were doing. Kong asked them if they came to the store to make trouble. Lin looked at the man and recognized him. The manager told Tuan what Lin had told him. Kong asked Lin who he was to say that they sell fake goods. The head of the four-sided village, Zhu Amen, told them to stop and told Lin to go to the office with him. They went to the village committee office. Amen told Lin that he should compensate the people he fought with, and he would also be sentenced to 7 days of detention. Lin told Amen that if he gets involved, he may not necessarily be able to afford the consequences. Amen banged his hands on his desk while rising from his seat, telling Lin that he would let him know the power of Zhu Amen. Then a man ran into the office and told Amen that several luxurious cars were parked outside and were blocking the entrance of the village. Amen rushed outside. Gap Qin Meng, Zheng Dongliang, and Qin Zheng King introduced themselves to Amen and told him that he had arrested their sons, Qin Han, Go Zongwu, and Liang Jinming. He took them inside and told them that they could take their sons, but Lin Yu would stay. Ruoxu and Mo Hongshan walked in, and they were all released. They went back to Zhonghai. Lin introduced Ruoxu to the well-known families in Zhonghai. Then he met with Shan. Shan asked him if he had time because he wanted to talk to him. They went to an empty room to talk. Shan told Lin that he was a reserve member of the Chinese Central Security, and to join the organization, one must know how to fight with Danshin. Lin replied that he knew how to fight with Danshin power, but he could be killed with a gun. Shan told Lin that the organization wanted to recruit him. Lin asked if it was related to the prehistoric civilization. Shan replied that he would solve his doubts when he met Mr. Yang. Ruoxu asked Lin why he wanted to go farming, and he replied that he liked the kind of idyllic life since he was a child. Now that he had money, he naturally wanted to return to nature. He went home and found Yuan and Yan eating. Yan asked Lin if he had gotten rid of the people, and Yuan told Lin that the countryside is different from the city. If they see him bullying, they will bully him to death. Lin asked her why she was still in their house and then chased her out. The next day, Lin planted a tree, and the system awarded him for his first plant. When he returned home that night, he found Shan waiting by the door. He told Lin that Yang was waiting inside. Yang asked Lin how he knew about the prehistoric civilization and asked if the Qin family had told him. Lin replied that no one had told him. He had found out by accident. Lin then asked Yang about the organization and its location. Yang replied that the organization had a lot of confidential staff. In addition to people in their country, there were also some foreigners on the island of Tilia. He then explained how the ancient Tilia was discovered. Lin asked if Yang was sure he wasn't kidding. Yang told him that some developed countries had developed gene alteration drugs, so they don't have the upper hand. Lin volunteered to go and check it out. Yang told him that he would contact the organization. Then Lin called Aunt Shen and asked if she knew any family with the surname Qin. She replied that her maternal grandmother's name is Qin Ying Yu. He thanked her, and a week later, Lin was invited to eat at Sister Liu's house. Lin and Lawson were discussing his shed. Lin talked about connecting a hose pipe, but Lawson told him not to because they have to pay to use well water. Lin told him that he wouldn't spend his money in vain. Lawson told Lin that doming was used to bullying villagers and that his brother-in-law provokes him. Lin told him that they would talk about it when the time comes. Then Liu was about to take her child to school, and Lin offered to take him. At the school's entrance, he saw Yo Bowen's female teacher, Mr. Yao. He dropped Bowen off and told him that he would pick him up again. Bowen asked Lin if he was going to come to pick him up or to see teacher Yao. Lin and the teacher both blushed. He bought the hose pipe and started watering the plants with the help of Lausen. Suddenly, the water stopped. Lin wondered if the faucet was not tightened properly. He turned and saw that a car tire had stepped on the pipe. Lin asked if Liu Mingdong was responsible, but Lawson replied that it was Zhao Xiaoliang, who was in the same gang as Mingdong. They approached the car, and Xiaoliang told Lin that he wouldn't bother with him. He just had to pay. Lawson tried to talk to Xiaoliang, but he yelled at him and then took out his phone, telling Lin to sweep. Lin punched him through the car window and dragged him out of the car. Another guy came out of the car and threatened to break Lin's legs, but Lin fought back and beat him up. When Xiaoliang started begging Lin to stop, he gave him the pipe and told him to water his plants. After Xiaoliang was done, Lin went to the hospital with his friend. Dong Ming went to visit them and asked what had happened. The guide explained the situation, and Ming commented that the man seemed pretty good at fighting since he had also beaten up Bekong's people and closed down the seed dealership. Then Liang asked what they would do now. Lin told them what he would do with his fish pond. Meanwhile, Lin was awarded a fighting skill from the system lady for his planting. Lawson reminded Lin about the piglet his partner wanted, and he told him that his sow was about to give birth. Lin called Yan, and she arrived. Liu gave her clothes to change into, and then they went to the warehouse. Dr. Cho Nu told them that the pig was unable to give birth and that it would die. Lin told Lawson to go and buy cloprostanol sodium. Lawson asked him what it was, and Lin replied that it is medicine that would help the pig to give birth. If he couldn't find the medicine, he should buy a knife to slaughter the pig for meat. Minutes later, Lawson came back with the medicine. Lin injected the pig, and it gave birth. Yan took one piglet, and when she was about to pay, Liu told her not to. They went back to their farm. Mr. Yang called Lin, telling him that the people from the organization wanted to meet with him. Lin replied that he should send the address and that he would be there tomorrow. After the call, Yan told Lin that she was going back to Shanghai and asked if he wanted to go with her. He replied that his friend was coming to fish tomorrow, so he had to prepare for that. She then told him to get some powdered milk for the piglet. The next day, he went to the store to buy the powder. He heard Bowen calling him, and when he turned, he saw Bowen and Yao with another student. Lin told Bowen that he was supposed to be in class, and he replied that they came to buy brooms and mops. Lin took them back to the school. Miss Du ran into Lin Yi while she was having trouble with some gang members. One of the gang members recognized Lin Yi since he had fought with them before. Lin Yi told Miss Du to get in his car. Meanwhile, the gang leader threatened Lin Yi, saying that messing with one of them was one thing, but interfering in their job was too much. Dong, the gang leader, ordered some of his men to block Lin Yi's path so that he wouldn't be able to pass, and he also called for backup. Lin Yi told Miss Du and her two students in the back seat to buckle up, because it was going to be a rough ride. Lin Yi found a way to go through the so-called roadblock and managed to protect Miss Du and her students. Dong ordered his men to get him a forklift and an excavator since he wanted to raise down Lin Yi's house. Miss Du asked the children in the back seat if they were both all right. They answered her, "We felt like riding bumper cars just now." Miss Du was shocked by their response. Miss Du thanked Lin Yi for helping her since the gang had been harassing her for some time. He'd assured her that it was all right, since he had also had some issues with them. At Miss Du's place, Gu Fei welcomed her and told her that he was going to pick her up. Miss Du corrected him and said that it was Lin Yi who helped her get home. She also asked Lin Yi if he was available for dinner as a thank you, but Lin Yi refused. Miss Du visited Lin Yi at his house to give him some snacks since he lived alone. She continued to ask Lin Yi why he decided to come to their village, whether it was for investment or something else. Lin Yi answered by telling her that he simply wanted to experience the idyllic life, and also mentioned that the air was good. After chatting with Lin Yi, Miss Du took her leave. On her way, she ran into Gu Fei, who asked her what she was doing at Lin Yi's house. She explained that Lin Yi lived alone, so she brought him some food. Gu Fei expressed concern for her safety, stating that it wasn't safe for her to be walking alone during the day with gangs moving around. He then asked her out for a movie, but she turned him down. Lin Yi received some visitors, namely Tao Cheng and Wang Binju. Tao Cheng asked Lin Yi if he still raised pigs, and Lin Yi replied that he came to enjoy the idyllic life, and raising pigs was a part of it. The guests were shocked to find out that Lin Yi raised pigs in cages, but they refrained from judging him, knowing that powerful people have their own ways of doing things. They talked to Lin Yi about the purpose of their visit, which was to learn more about Lin Yi's martial arts and where he had learned them. Lin Yi told them that he taught himself and that his martial arts had nothing to do with anyone else. He explained that he was raised in an orphanage and thus had a clean identity. The visitors asked Lin Yi if he would be interested in joining a tryout for their organization. Lin Yi told them that he would only accept if they would tell him more about Jilia Island. They informed Lin Yi that Jilia Island is a small city with people from all over the world, and they all share one goal: to uncover what is buried in the prehistoric civilization. Lin Yi further asked them about their families. At the end of their conversation, he agreed to participate in the tryouts and asked them when they would begin. They informed him that the tryouts would start in half a month, and they would call him to make all the necessary arrangements. While they were discussing the arrangements, there was a commotion from the streets. It turned out that the gang that Lin Yi had trouble with had arrived with excavators, aiming to destroy his house. The visitors asked Lin Yi if he knew those people, and he informed them that they were the village bullies. The two visitors offered to help Lin Yi, but he declined, stating that it would be a waste of time and that it would be cheaper if he handled it himself. Dong, who seemed to be behind all of it, threatened Lin Yi, stating that he would destroy his house as the village was planning to construct a road that would pass through it. However, before Dong could finish speaking, Lin Yi struck him with a kick, injuring Dong in the process. Lin Yi appeared intimidated by the large number of people, but he declared that he would be able to take them on. Dong offered his men 3 times the amount he had promised them if they could defeat Lin Yi. However, before any of them could land a punch on him, someone fired a gun, bringing everything to a halt. While Dong was kneeling down due to the gunshot, Lin Yi told him that he admired his spirit of learning and asking questions. Dong offered Lin Yi a deal. If he let him go, they would forget about everything that had happened, and the road would not go through his house. At that moment, a villager showed up and began praising Lin Yi, calling him the great savior of the village. The villager went on to explain that the people in the village had discussed the matter and wanted to recommend Lin Yi to be the village chief. He asked for Lin Yi's feedback. Lin Yi replied by saying that he didn't work every day and that if he became chief, the village would only become poorer. He suggested that they should just forget about it. The villager promised to pass on Lin Yi's message to the others, and they slowly faded into the horizon, engaged in their own discussion. Lin Yi discusses the equities of Ying investment, and they organize a meeting with Mr. Qi to see what is missing. Lin Yi then receives a message from Tao Cheng that the tryouts are starting. Lin Yi arrives at Yanjin Airport and calls Ru Shi, who was supposed to pick him up from the airport. Lin tells her that he will be picked up by her cousin, Yan Chen. Yan Chen sees Lin Yi and asks him about the cage he is carrying. Lin Yi tells her that it is his pet pig. Yan Chen then asks why he had brought a pig to a meeting. They discuss a place where Lin Yi would be staying while he is there. Lin Yi asks Yan Chen if there was a recently opened pharmaceutical industry. Yan Chen tells Lin Yi that her dad was the one who took the lead in hosting it, along with the semiconductor conference at a certain university. Yan Chen then suggests that they could check it out that afternoon and promises not to tell her cousin. Yan Chen, together with Lin Yi, visits Yanjing University where Yan Chen's dad is holding a lecture. They face some issues with the security guard who doesn't allow them to enter, as he assumes they are just ordinary people. Yan Chen informs the guard that her dad is the one giving the lecture, and that if they are not allowed in, she will be late. She explains that her dad wanted to introduce her to some of her uncles. She tells Lin Yi that he can check out the place while she sorts things out. Chu Han's friends tell her that she shouldn't solely focus on her career, and that she needs to find a boyfriend, as it has been a long time since she graduated from college. As the girls have their conversation, Chen Ru shows up and asks Chu Han out for dinner. However, she refuses because she already has plans with her friends. Her friends then inform Chen Ru that they have other plans with their husbands, as they attempt to set up Chu Han with Chen Ru. Yan Chen makes up another excuse, saying that she needs to attend to a hospital and has other plans as well. Her friends pull her aside, thinking that she and Chen Ru would make a perfect match. Chu Han mentions that Chen Ru is not her type. Chen Ru tries to convince her by expressing his interest in having dinner with her. Before he can finish his sentence, Lin Yi shows up and tells Chen Ru that it's not possible since he had already asked Chu Han out. Chu Han is surprised to see Lin Yi, and before she can say anything to him, Lin Yi pulls her close by the waist. Lin Yi then informs Chen Ru that he is too late, as Chu Han is already taken. Her friends are surprised that Chu Han kept a secret. Lin Yi suggests to Chu Han that they find a place to have a meal. Chu Han's friends tell them both that they know the perfect place for their meal, even though they had previously told Chen Ru that they had other plans. Outside the university, Chen Ru meets a friend who asks him why he didn't ask Chu Han out and why she is leaving with another man. Chen Ru tells his friend to forget about it, since he didn't expect to win her over. Meanwhile, the friend offers Chen Ru a night out to help him forget about her. Inside the restaurant, Lin Yi, Chu Han, and some of her friends enjoy their meal. In the middle of the meal, one of Chu Han's friends asks the two how they met. Chu Han responds by saying that Lin Yi was the chief of their cardiac surgery department. Chu Han's friends are surprised to learn that Lin Yi was the director of the Huashan hospital owned by Chu Han. They continue to ask Lin Yi if he was the head of the department. Then his position must have been extraordinary. Lin Yi explains that he left the hospital a long time ago. The two friends then inquire why he quit his job at the hospital, as his presence would have been beneficial for its development. They further question if the hospital job was too tiring, which led him to switch to an easier job. Lin Yi answers that he returned to farming. This response shocks the girls. Lin Yi and Chu Han step away for a minute, leaving the two friends to discuss Lin Yi's behavior, considering it somewhat abnormal. They mention that if he weren't handsome, they would treat him like a psychopath. During dinner, the two girls praise Lin Yi for being a generous person, considering his high position at the hospital and his decision to quit his job. He then received a phone call from Yan Chen, who suggested going out for the night. Lin Yi asked Chu Han if she would like to join them, and she agreed. Lin Yi and Chu Han arrived at the bar, where they met Yan Chen. Yan Chen was surprised to see the bar so crowded and wondered what day it was. Lin Yi approached the bartender and asked if they could reserve a table. The bartender agreed, and after Lin Yi paid for the reservation, he guided them to their table. Lin Yi remembered that Yanjing City was another territory and felt as if he had entered a wolf's den. Yan Chen asked what was wrong with the Yanjing territory. Lin explained that while he was on Yuan Island, he had gotten into a fight with someone named Gu Changchuan, and many young people in Yanjing had seen the commotion he caused. Yan Chen was shocked to hear that Lin Yi had beaten up Gu Changchuan. Lai Chengxing walked into the bar, and Yan Chen was shocked to see him. Chu Han asked if Lin Chengxing was a celebrity, and Yan Chen confirmed it. Meanwhile, Lin Yi silently told himself that it seemed like a bad day. Yan Chen asked if Lin Yi had met Lin Chengxing before. Lin Yi responded that he had beaten up Lin Chengxing. Yan Chen was astonished to learn that Lin Yi had beaten up her favorite celebrity. Lin Chengxing was also shocked to see Lin Yi at the bar. Lin Chengxing wonders what Lin Yi is doing at an expensive bar like that, since he knows him to be just a common person who had just won 50 million. The DJ then announces that Lai Chengxing will be performing that night. Lai Yin is surprised to find out that Lai Chengxing is very popular in that town. Lai Chengxing goes on stage and performs a few of his songs to his fans. Lin Yi does not approve of Lai Chengxing's type of music since he doesn't like it. Chu Han tells Lai Yan that if he were to stand on the stage, the women in the bar would go crazy with his looks. Lin Yi disapproves of that since he can't be cheap with the women. Lai Chengxing shouts out that he is wearing very expensive shoes and asks his fans if they would want them. He then throws the shoes towards Lin Yi's table, and the shoes end up hitting a glass of wine, spilling it all over Lin Yi and Chu Han. Lai Chengxing congratulates Lin Yi for acquiring his shoes, and suggests that they could sell them in the future because they have great value. This makes Lin Yi very angry. The DJ congratulates Lin Yi for receiving the shoes and orders the bartender to give them some drinks on her bill. She then goes to confront Lai Chengxing, stating that what he did was inappropriate since the table they sat on was acquired by rich people. Lai Chengxing tells the DJ that Lin Yi is just an outdoor anchor and is pretending to be rich. Yan Chen tells Lin Yi that Lai Chengxing is provoking him. The DJ announces that Lai Chengxing will be performing and asks if there are any offers for him. People start placing their bids. Lin Yi bids 5 million, making him the winner. Lin Yi asks Yan Chen for a favor to wash her feet in a bucket of water, to which Yan Chen agrees. The DJ then asks Lin Yi to pick a song for Lai Chengxing to perform. Lin Yi tells the DJ that he doesn't like Lai Chengxing and suggests another offer, which is for Lai Chengxing to drink the water used to wash Yan Chen's feet. The DJ asks Lin Yi if the game isn't too extreme and requests him to change it. However, Lin Yi doesn't agree and tells Lai Chengxing that he must follow through with the offer. Lin Yi threatens to kill Lai Chengxing if he refuses. Lai Changxing offers to pay for Lin Yi's table to make up for the trouble he caused, but Lin Yi still refuses. Lai Changxing mentions that he has never experienced such humiliation, after which he finishes drinking the water. Lin Yi tells the girls that he doesn't find the bar enjoyable anymore, and they agree to go somewhere else. On the second floor, a group of friends chat while enjoying their drinks. One of the friends is also participating in the same treehouse as Lin Yi. They'd all raise their glasses in a toast to their friend, who will be leaving them soon. As the conversation continues, someone interrupts them with news about Lin Yi being in the same bar. The person talks to Zhao, who apparently had an encounter with Lin Yi back on Yuan Island. Some of the friends ask Zhao why he appears to be anxious about the matter. Zhao explains that several people, including himself, have suffered significant losses at the hands of Lin Yi. The friends agree that Lin Yi cannot bully them and get away with it, and they decide to seek revenge before he leaves the bar. Meanwhile, Lin Yi and the girls plan to leave the bar, as they find it more comfortable outside. As they head out, Lin Yi notices Zhao and some of his friends, including a group of men, approaching them. Zhao walks up to Lin Yi and says it's time to settle the issues they have with each other. Lin Yi tells Zhao that he has already forgotten what happened on Yuan Island. Yan Chen tells Zhao that he shouldn't do anything he'll regret and should just stop everything. Zhou tells Yan Chen that the matter doesn't concern her and she should be quiet. Lin Yi instructs the two girls to go out and let him handle everything. One of Zhao's friends threatens Lin Yi, telling him that he's going to kill him. Lin Yi responds by reminding him that's what Zhao said the last time they fought. The guy threatening Lin Yi is named Ping. Ping attempts to attack Lin Yi with his martial arts style, but his efforts are in vain as Lin Yi easily blocks them. Lin Yi then kicks Ping back towards the men who accompanied him. Despite being knocked down, Ping doesn't give up and tries to land another punch on Lin Yi. However, Lin Yi dodges the punch and retaliates by kicking Ping's legs, causing him to fall to the ground. Yan Chen and Chu Han cheer for Lin Yi's skill. While Ping is still on the ground, Lin Yi kicks him towards his own men. Lin Yi tells Ping that he has lost the fight since he lacks martial arts virtue, but Ping remains unconvinced. Zhou instructs the rest of his men to join the fight, but Lin Yi easily defends himself with minimal effort. Lin Yi finishes off by kicking Zhou in front of a car. After dealing with everyone, Lin Yi offers to take the girls back, but Yan Chen refuses, saying that she needs to take the injured men to the hospital. Yan Chen then calls her sister to inform her of what happened. In the hospital, the nurses are shocked to see so many people violating the regulations. It turns out that the people in the hospital are the parents of the injured men brought in by Yan Chen. A nurse enters and announces that the most seriously injured person has been sent to the IQ. Yan Chen arrives to attend to the parents of the affected men. The parents demand that Yan Chen provide them with detailed information about what happened. Yan Chen tells them that it was Lin Yi who caused the injuries, but she explains that Lin Yi is not solely to blame since they all were looking to start a fight with him, despite her efforts to stop them. One of the parents threatens to have Lin Yi arrested for his actions. Yan Chen's parents arrive and put the idea of arresting Lin Yi on hold. They inquire about the condition of the injured men. One of the parents asks Yan Chen's father, Mr. Shen, if he knows Lin Yi. Mr. Shen responds that he does know Lin Yi, as their families have some connections. A woman interrupts the conversation, but it turns out that she is Lin Yi's mother, Mrs. Qin Yingyu. Lin Yi's mother apologizes on behalf of her son for his actions. One of the parents insists that Lin Yi's father should be present to discuss the matter further, as Lin Yi's mother doesn't seem to fully grasp the situation. Lin Yi's mother responds by saying that she would be happy to call Lin Yi's father Lin Jingxin. The mention of Lin Jingxin being Lin Yi's father shocks all the parents present at the hospital, and they agree not to pursue the issue further. Lin Yi's mother advises everyone to keep her return to town a secret. Outside the hospital, Yan Chen's mother runs after Lin Yi's mother, as they are old friends from their college days and want to catch up. Yan Chen's mother tells her husband to go home and let them spend time together with Ruxu, Yan Chen's sister, as they will need someone to serve them tea while they catch up. Ruxu serves tea to both mothers as they discuss how life has treated them. Lin Yi's mother admires how Ruxu has grown since she last saw her as a little kid. They talk about memories of childbirth and reflect on how old they have become now that their children are all grown up. Ruxu's mother asks Lin Yi's mother where she has been all this time, and then asks if she has been with Lin Jingxin. Lin Yi's mother replies that she has been on her own, as Lin Jingxin is always busy. She further adds that she envies her friend's relationship. Ruxia's mother asks if she has ever thought about getting him back and living their lives in peace and quiet. She also asks how she has managed all these years. Lin Yi's mother admits that she regrets sending Lin Yi to the Blue Sky orphanage. She thought it would sever all ties, but she still visited outside the orphanage at times because a mother-son bond cannot be broken. Ruxia's mother asks if she had a hand in her son's success in business, but Lin Yi's mother denies it, stating that Lin Yi made it on his own. She then asks if Lin Yi's mother plans on meeting him or not, and inquires if the Qin family is aware of Lin Yi's existence. Lin Yi's mother declines, stating that she would prefer to keep it that way. Lin Yi was late for the trials due to traffic, which caused him to reach the venue just in time. While still stuck in traffic, he receives a call from one of his recruiters urging him to hurry up. Meanwhile, Chu Yuluo, the team leader of Group 2, tells the person talking to Lin Yi that if he doesn't arrive by 9 o'clock, she will have no choice but to disqualify him. Ning Qi, the team leader of Team 3, tells Chu Yuluo that if she doesn't want Lin Yi, they'll take him since he's heard that Lin Yi is very talented. However, Chu Yuluo asserts that as the chief instructor of the trials, she has the final say in the matter. Lin Yi arrives at the venue, thinking he has 3 minutes left before 9 o'clock. However, Chu Yuluo insists that Lin Yi is late, and therefore disqualified. She tells him to go home. Lin Yi questions Chu Yuluo, asking who she is to simply cancel this tryout like that. Lin Yi's recruiter warns him to watch his mouth as he's speaking to the leader of the second group. Nevertheless, Ning Qi insists that Lin Yi arrived 3 minutes early, and there's no need to disqualify him. A messenger then arrives, summoning the two group leaders. Inside the office, Liu Hong, the chief of the mission, discusses the events that took place the previous night, including Lin Yi. They mention that Lin Yi is a treasure. Ning Qi and Xu Yuluo are called to Liu Hong's office in response to the summons. Liu Hong asks them if the tryouts have begun and what they both think of a man named Lin Yi in the tryouts. Chu Yuluo informs her boss that Lin Yi was disqualified for arriving late. This angers Liu Hong greatly. Chu Yuluo dismisses the issue, claiming that Lin Yi is just a common man and they don't need him. Liu Hong shows the two a video in which Lin Yi participated in a wilderness reality show, showcasing him tearing a crocodile's mouth open with his bare hands. Liu Hong informs Chu Yuluo that none of the players downstairs, who are expected to participate in the tryouts, can do what Lin Yi did by killing a crocodile with his bare hands. However, Chu Yuluo believes it was all special effects used by the creators to gain higher ratings. Liu Hong personally contacted the company to verify if Lin Yi actually killed a crocodile with his bare hands, and it turns out he did. Liu Hong tells Chu Yuluo that she needs to convince Lin Yi to come back, or she will be fired from her job. Outside the office, Chu Yuluo meets with Tao Cheng, who recruited Lin Yi. She asks Tao Cheng if he knows where Lin Yi might be. Tao Cheng offers to call Lin Yi and discuss a meeting place. He also suggests escorting Chu Yuluo, as she may encounter more trouble if she goes alone. Meanwhile, Lin Yi returns to the hospital where he has been invited to attend a tour session at a university. Lin Yi arrives at the university and interrupts a lecture by Vice President Morenbo. Morenbo turns out to be a huge fan of Lin Yi, particularly in the cardiac surgery department. Morenbo offers Lin Yi the opportunity to take over the lecture, but Lin Yi declines. Tao Cheng and Xu Yuluo arrive at Lin Yi's location and are surprised to see him being treated like a star. Xu Yuluo is shocked to witness Lin Yi giving advice to doctors during a cardiac surgery, despite being younger than them. Lin Yi finally meets Tao Cheng and Xu Yuluo. Lin Yi asks them what they want from him. Tao Cheng tells him that it's all about the trial and that Xu Yuluo was just being impulsive. They would like him to go back with them. Lin Yi refuses at first, even though Tao Cheng tells him that their boss asked for Lin Yi personally. Lin Yi agrees to go back with them if Xu Yuluo apologizes to him. Xu Yuluo apologizes after initially refusing, since her brother was among the people that Lin Yi had beaten up yesterday. Lin Yi arrives at the facility where the tryouts will be taking place. Tao Cheng shows Lin Yi around and then tells him that the first trial is about reflexes. He will take Lin Yi to the pavilion so that he can take a separate test to catch up with the others. Lin Yi is surprised to find out the equipment they use for training. Liu Hong, along with some of his colleagues, shows up with Chu Yuluo and Ning Qi to see how Lin Yi will score. Chu Yuluo still doesn't like Lin Yi and tells her boss that Lin Yi will be a great disappointment to them, and he won't be able to score higher than her. They all predict how many points Lin Yi will obtain, since the highest score was over 1,000, followed by Qiu Yuluo and Ning Xie. There seems to be some tension between Ning Xie and Qiu Yuluo, as Ning Xie thinks she's greater than Qiu Yuluo and has issues with Qiu being the leader of the second group. Tao Cheng asks Lin Ya if he's ready for the reflexes tryouts and says they may begin. Tao Cheng explains to Lin Yu that the frequency at which the balls are thrown changes over time and that he will need to adjust. Lin Ya tells Tao Cheng that he's ready and they should start with the training. Lin Ya is able to dodge all the balls with minimal movement, impressing Liu Hong. Qiu Yuluo still has doubts since the ball frequency hasn't reached the maximum speed, and anyone at that level could do what Lin Ya has been doing. As time goes on, Lin Yi surpasses all the previously recorded highest scores, achieving the highest score ever. After beating the known record, Lin Yi walks out of the pavilion as if it were nothing. One of Liu Hong's colleagues suggests that Lin Yi might have a hidden talent if he receives proper training, and Liu agrees. Outside the parking lot, Lin Ya encounters Qin Yanling, Qiu Yuluo's boyfriend, who stares at him with unwelcoming eyes. Qiu Yuluo shows up to meet her boyfriend and seems angry at him for letting her down regarding something they had planned. Qin Yanling tells his girlfriend that it's because he heard that some people saw his sister-in-law, Qin Yingyu, who happens to be Lin Yi's mother. Meanwhile, Lin Yi arrives at a restaurant where Ruxu and her mother invited him. Lin Yi addresses Ruxu's mother as Aunt Shen. Lin Yi tells Aunt Shen that he was surprised to receive her phone call since he thought she was in Shanghai and not Yanjing. Aunt Shen replies to Lin Yi that if it weren't for him and the trouble he caused yesterday, she would have been in Shanghai. Aunt Shen asks Lin Yi if he happens to hate his parents. Lin Yi answers Aunt Shen that he can't hate them since he is a positive person and they brought him into the world, so he should be grateful. Aunt Shen then asks Lin Yi if all these years he never thought of going back to them. Lin Yi tells Aunt Shen that it's been a long time, and while they may have their own lives, he hopes they are healthy and well. After the meal, Lin Yi says goodbye to Aunt Shen and Ruxu, leaving the two of them at the restaurant. It turns out that Lin Yi's mother, Qin Yingyu, was hiding somewhere in the restaurant, listening to the conversation Lin was having with Aunt Shen. Aunt Shen came up with a plan for Qin Yingyu to see her son after a long time, and they both discover that Lin Yi doesn't hate her, which brings joy to Lin Yi's mother. The next day, Lin Yi goes to the tryouts, only to be criticized by people who thought he had been disqualified for arriving late the previous day. Tao Cheng, Tu Yuluo, and Ning Qi show up at the location where the players for the tryouts are gathered to announce the test for that day's tryouts. Tao Cheng announces that the test will include bench presses, squats, and some challenging pulls. Tao Cheng gives Lin Na his number, which surprises Lin Yi. He is the last one in line since he finished last the previous day while all the other players finished earlier. The other players seem to be praising a guy named Fei, who appears to be the strongest among them all. Lin Yi asks Tao Cheng about the records for each training, expressing his desire to break each record. Lin Yi successfully breaks the first record, which was 10 squats in a row, by doing 30 squats consecutively. Tao Cheng asks Lin Yi why he didn't continue since he had enough energy to do so. Lin Yi answers that he has already broken the other records, so there was no need for him to continue. Liu Hong offers Lin Yi a challenge. If he can beat their own highest record, he may be considered qualified. Lin Yi accepts the challenge and manages to surpass the first squat record, leaving him with only 2 more tests to qualify. This astonishes many players, including Ning Qi, who is highly impressed with Lin Yi. However, Qiu Yuluo still doubts that Lin Yi will be able to break the record, as he has only surpassed the first one, leaving him with 2 more records to beat. Lin Yi effortlessly breaks the remaining records for the bench press and a hard pull, leaving the other participants in awe. They wonder if Lin Yi is a monster or possesses some sort of supernatural powers. Lin Yi is the first to leave the training area since he has surpassed all the set records. He tells Tao Cheng that if he's not the first in the other tests, he will show up late for them. Qiu Yuluo wonders how Lin Yi can have such a strong foundation. She knows he grew up in an orphanage and rose to power on his own, but that doesn't explain his incredible strength. Outside the facility, one of the participants, Yuanhao, is frustrated because Lin Yi's performance means that Yuanhao's ranking will be lower than he anticipated, decreasing his chances of getting into the program. Yuanhao comes up with a plan to bribe Lin Yi, assuming that Lin Yi is poor. Lin Yi meets a girl who is heading to a spa for some relaxation, and he offers to be her +1, which she agrees to. While at the spa, they both get into a hot tub and have a conversation before Lin Yi offers to massage her back to help her relax. It's the last day of the tryouts, and Tao Cheng informs the participants that the test will primarily focus on their intelligence rather than strength. It explains that there are only 2 sets of questions, and each individual is required to answer all of them within a minute. After the allocated time is up, Tao Cheng announces that everyone should hand in their papers. It appears that only one participant managed to answer just one question correctly, while the rest got them all wrong. However, Liu Hong points out that they haven't checked Lin Yi's paper yet. To their surprise, it turns out that Lin Yi answered all the questions correctly. The test results shock everyone to the point that Tao Cheng offers Lin Yi the opportunity to explain how he arrived at his answers, which Lin Yi humbly does. At that point, they declare the tryouts over and announce that the top 12 participants will be selected to join the organization based on their overall scores. Liu Hong takes a moment to compliment Lin Yi on his outstanding performance during the tryouts, as he achieved first place in all the results. He informs Lin Yi that from now on, he will be a member of their second group. Lin Yi inquires if there are any future arrangements he should be aware of. Liu Hong assures him that he will be notified in advance if there are any important matters, and he should also report in advance for assignments. Lin Yi discovers that he will be in the same group as Qiu Yulu, which he disagrees with due to their issues. Liu Hong suggests that Lin Yi join Ning Qi's team, since they haven't had any new members. Meanwhile, outside the entrance of the tryout site, some participants discuss how they may not make it into the organization and need to find an alternative path. Qiu Yulu is taken home by her boyfriend, who expresses his concerns about Lin Yi joining their organization, finding it very disturbing. Lin Yi goes shopping with the same girl he went to the spa with earlier, as they need to buy formal clothes for an upcoming meeting. One of the shop attendants admires Lin Yi's physique and good looks. Lin Yi goes shopping with Ms. Liang and tries on a suit that fits him perfectly, although the pants are too long. Ms. Liang fixes the issue. She offers to pay for the bills. Outside the mall, one of the men that Lin Yi had beaten up the other day seeks revenge and hires a local landlord named Lai Sai-Kong to take care of it. Lai Sai-Kong is warned not to harm Ms. Liang due to her background. The landlord agrees to the condition. Meanwhile, Lin Yi and Ms. Liang decide to watch a movie. Ms. Liang asks Lin Yi to buy some food, specifically ice cream. It takes Lin Yi 20 minutes to return with the food. Ms. Liang wonders what took him so long and asks if he stopped to flirt with other women. Inside the theater, Lin Yi offers Ms. Liang his candy cane. Lin Yi tells her that the candy cane is supposed to be licked, and when Ms. Liang licks it, Lin Yi mistakenly thinks she is trying to seduce him. However, Ms. Liang discovers something inside the candy cane. Ms. Liang discovers a ring inside the candy cane. Lin Yi pretends to be unaware of where the ring came from and playfully tries to fit it onto Ms. Liang's finger, finding that it fits perfectly. After the movie, Lin Yi drops Ms. Liang off at her house, and on his way back, he notices a car that has been following him since the theater. Back at the hotel, the hired killer attempts to break into Lin Yi's room, only to find Lin Yi calmly waiting for him. Lin Yi asks the killer to reveal who sent him, but the assassin denies any knowledge. Lai Sai-Kong, the hired killer, wonders why Lin Yi remains so calm. Lin Yi explains that he was aware of being followed since the theater and deliberately left the door open for him. Lai Sai-Kong confesses that someone sent him to kill Lin Yi, but before he can finish his sentence, he feels something piercing his skin. Lin Yi had thrown a knife at Lai Sai-Kong. As Lai Sai-Kong attempts to escape, Lin Yi strategically places a chair in front of him, causing Lai Sai-Kong to trip. Lin Yi then puts Lai Sai-Kong in a headlock, trying to force him to reveal who sent him. Despite the pressure, Lai Sai-Kong refuses to divulge the identity of his employer. Lin Yi overpowers him and asserts that he is not an ordinary person. Lai Sai-Kong tries to convince Lin Yi to have him arrested, but Lin Yi declares that he will take care of it himself. Faced with this determination, Lai Sai-Kong reveals the name of the person who sent him to kill Lin Yi. It turns out to be Han Renping, one of the individuals Lin Yi had previously beaten up at the bar. The following day, Lin Yi and Aunt Shen attend a semiconductor seminar. Aunt Shen suggests that Lin Yi should network with the people at the seminar, as they are all part of the semiconductor industry and might be of assistance to his company. However, Lin Yi responds that those individuals will not be of help to him, as he has already invested a significant amount of money in the industry and aims to monopolize it in the future. Lin Yi is taken aback to see that all the attendees at the seminar appear to be gloomy. Anshan explains that many of them are the parents of the men Lin Yi had beaten up at the bar. Meanwhile, Han Renping plans his revenge and contemplates that forcing Lin Yi to give up his company, which possesses highly advanced technology, would be a greater form of revenge. Mr. and Mrs. Renping approach Lin Yi after the seminar and offer him the deal they had previously discussed. However, Lin Yi surprises them by showing them a video in which their son had hired a killer to assassinate him. Lin Yi firmly states that he has nothing to do with them and challenges them to come after him anytime. Anshan is shocked to learn that Mr. and Mrs. Renping's son had made an attempt on Lin Yi's life. Anshan decides to leave the situation as Lin Yi expresses his hunger and desire to eat. Mr. and Mrs. Renping notice that a man they once knew has become friends with Lin Yi, and they wonder if this man and others have turned against them or if Lin Yi possesses some leverage over them. Lin Yi goes back home after the conference. He is welcomed by his girlfriend, who asks him how his day was. Lin Yi discusses some business ideas with his girlfriend since she is Lin Yi's general manager, and he trusts her to handle everything. They also discuss the semiconductor industry, which Lin Yi had monopolized because he had invested more in the industry before they became intimate. Lin Yi returns to his company to catch up with some things that he had left for his trusted staff members to handle while he was away. They tell him that everything is going well, despite facing some challenges now and then. Lin Yi praises them for their good job and encourages them not to be afraid to use all the money they need. Lin Yi goes back to Huangxi village to check on his farm. He notices that his plants are thriving despite having so many weeds in between them. Lin Yi then decides that he needs to buy some weed killers before they grow even more. Lin Yi meets with San, the man he had left to look after the farm, and asks him for any recommendations of weed killers he may use to get rid of weeds in his garden. San offers to do it for him, but Lin Yi declines, saying that San has already done a lot for him. Lin Yi decides that he will need to go to Shanghai to buy some weed killers. He asks San if he would like something, and if yes, San should just write it down. Lin Yi meets with Yoyo, Miss Du, who seems happy to see him. They discuss Lin Yi's thriving garden, and Yoyo notices the weeds in the garden. Lin Yi points out that he will be traveling to Shanghai to buy weed killers. Yoyo asks Lin Yi if she could tag along since she wants to buy some school supplies in Shanghai. Lin Yi accepts, and they decide to travel together to Shanghai. Goofy, who has been Yoyo's longtime admirer, shows up only to find Yoyo chatting with Lin Yi. This shocks Goofy since Yoyo had declined to hang out with him, claiming she had made plans with her mother and couldn't hang out. Goofy offers to take Yoyo to Shanghai, since he overheard Yoyo saying that she needs to visit Shanghai for some school supplies. Yoyo declines Goofy's offer since she had already made plans to go with Lin Yi. However, Goofy insists on tagging along with them because he doesn't trust Lin Yi to be alone with Yoyo for a long time, fearing that Lin Yi might make advances towards her. Yoyo decides to bring her friend Du Yao, who has been convinced that Yoyo has feelings for Lin Yi, since Yoyo tends to hang around Lin Yi's house most of the time. Goofy brings his own car because he doesn't want to ride in a car with Lin Yi. He decides to follow behind Lin Yi's car. Du Yao was able to convince Goofy to ride together with Lin Yi since if he doesn't do so, he will only create a chance for Lin Yi and Yoyo to hook up. In the car, Goofy brags about how he can afford the same car that Lin Yi drives. He also talks about how his dad spent a lot of money the last time he visited Shanghai and how he plans to do the same. He promises them that they will have a good time with him since he plans to spend a lot of money while in Shanghai. Lin Yi doesn't talk much about the issue and even says that he is learning some money tips from Goofy. Yoyo notices that Goofy is bragging, and she doesn't like it. 2 hours later, they arrive in Shanghai. Du Yao compliments the beauty of the city and asks why it's referred to as the economic town of China. Goofy tells Lin Yi to choose a place for them to grab a bite, since the girls must be hungry. Lin Yi tells him that he already has a place in mind, and they are heading there. After arriving at the place, Goofy seems not to like it because it doesn't appear to be a very good place. However, the girls insist on eating there since they are hungry, and they all agree. The inside of the place Lin Yi had chosen for them to have a meal appears to be very beautiful, but Goofy doesn't seem to like it. One of the waitresses brings them a menu, and to their surprise, the cheapest item on the menu is priced at 2,000. Goofy still insists that they order anything they want, since he will pay for everything. Even though the girls suggest going to another place, it turns out that the restaurant serves food per person, and they end up ordering food worth over 80,000. After finishing their meal, the girls offer to help pay the bill, but Goofy insists that he will cover it, even though he realizes that he doesn't have enough money in his bank balance to fully pay for the cost. Goofy tells the rest of the group to go ahead while he pays the bill. He plans to wash some of the dishes in the restaurant to cover up the remaining balance. To Goofy's surprise, Lin Yai had already paid the bill before he left, and no one had any idea that Lin Yai had paid, thereby saving Goofy from embarrassment. While in the car, Goofy asks Lin Yi why he paid for the bill when he said he would take care of it. Lin Yai tells Goofy that he could pay him back the money if he feels it's not enough. Goofy tells him that he only has a card, so he cannot transfer the money directly to him. However, Lin Yai tells him that they could just stop at the bank for him to withdraw the money to pay him back. Goofy tells Lin Yu that he will pay for the hotel where they will be staying to make it even for Lin Yu paying the restaurant bill. Yoyo asks Lin Yai if they have made him spend a lot of money only for food and suggests that they don't need a special place to sleep. She even offers to help pay for their accommodations, saying there's no need for them to use their own money. Goofy tells Lin Yi to pick a place for them to sleep, and he will pay for it. Lin Yi chooses a place, but the look on Goofy's face says it all. He won't be able to pay for it. However, he still insists that he can. The girls ask if the place is too good for them, but Lin Yi tells them that they came to have a good time and Goofy will pay for it, so there's no need to worry. Lin Yi books 4 presidential suites for them, and the total cost of the rooms amounts to over 300,000. Yoyo tells Lin Yu that there's no need for him to book 4 rooms since she can share a room with Goofy. Goofy tells Lin Yu that he's not someone special to be sleeping in a presidential suite, but Lin Yi asks what kind of room Goofy would prefer to sleep in. In the end, Lin Yi books 2 presidential suites for himself and the girls. When Goofy asks Lin Yi why he didn't book a room for him, Lin Yi answers that he can stay in the room he had chosen because he can afford it. Yoyo asks once again if she's making Lin Yi spend a lot of money on them, but Lin Yi tells her that it's nothing since he has money. The next day, Lin Yi suggests that he could drop the girls at the bookstore while he goes to buy his pesticides, but the girls insist on going with him since they don't need much time at the bookstore. In the bookstore, Yoyo thinks that Lin Yi is very handsome, and his wealth only adds to his looks. They have a conversation about their university years and what they studied. Lin Yi tells her that he studied business, but he also enjoys studying computer science. They arrive at Huangxi Village, and Yoyo thanks Lin Yi for helping her buy her books. She apologizes to him for making him spend a lot of money in the past 2 days they have been together. Lin Yi receives a call from Aunt Shen regarding the matter of hand-remping. Aunt Shen informs Lin Yu that the Wang family has stepped in. Lin Yu wonders why the Wang family helped him since their actions wouldn't benefit them in any way. Aunt Shen agrees with what Lin Yu said, and they both decide to put the matter to rest. Later, Lin Yi receives a message from Liu Hong informing him that they had a mission the other day, and the details will be sent to him in a chat. Lin Yi is happy because he has been waiting for a mission for a long time. The next day, Lin Yi arrives at the organization for the mission briefing. Liu Hong briefs the team on the mission and tells them that it's a dangerous one with the possibility of death. He offers anyone who wants to lead the opportunity to do so. After Liu Hong tells everyone that they can lead if they wish, none of the participants choose to do so. This earns applause from Liu Hong, who commends them for their courage. He then instructs Qu Yulu to brief the team on the mission. Qu Yulu explains that the mission will be difficult because their location has been compromised. She further reveals that the objective of the mission is revenge. Their target is Jimmy, an intelligence officer, and a member of a business group that sells information, including their own whereabouts and operations. Qu Yulu emphasizes that they need to write a suicide note before embarking on the mission, as some of them may not survive. Upon hearing this, most of the participants decide to leave out of fear of death. This leaves only Lin Yi and 3 other individuals as the remaining team members. Qu Yulu asks Lin Yi why he hasn't written his suicide note yet, and he replies that he has 4 girlfriends and needs 4 papers to write to each of them. Ning Qi tells Tao Cheng to get the papers Lin Yi needs. Ning Qi then asks Lin Yi how he handles all of them, but Qu Yulu interrupts, stating that such behavior brings disgrace to the organization. Ning Qi retorts that Qu Yulu doesn't need to talk much, since she claims to be a virgin. Lin Yi joins in the teasing and suggests that Q Yulu may be infertile. Lin Yi asks the two if they are exaggerating about the possibility of death on the mission. He points out that both of them have been on many missions and are still alive, so why should he write a suicide note if they will come back alive? Ningqi explains to Lin Yi that their survival up to that point has been a matter of luck and nothing else. Lin Yi then tells Ningqi that if his life feels threatened during the mission, he will take the chance to run and save himself. However, Pu Yuluo strongly objects, stating that it goes against everything the organization stands for. She asserts that if that is the case, Lin Yi must leave the organization because his actions could jeopardize the lives of his team members if he follows his own ways instead of the protocol. Xu Yulu informs Lin Yi that he must leave the organization and that she will report to her boss that he has his own set of rules, making him the worst team member as he may put his teammates' lives at risk. Xu Yulu meets with Lin Yi at the airport while they wait for a plane to Miami, where the mission will take place. She tells him that she has informed her boss about him, and the organization will not hire him again, so there was no need for him to sneak onto the plane. Lin Yi responds that he wasn't planning to go to Miami and in fact, he has a private jet that can take him anywhere he wants. Lin Yi appeared to be lying to Xu Yulu when he claimed that he wasn't going to Miami. In reality, he had just arrived at the Miami airport and met up with his colleague who worked at his Miami company. They discussed how the business was going and if there were any issues that needed to be resolved. Lin Yi then suggested going to the beach with his colleague, who gladly agreed. While on the beach, Lin Yi's colleague asked him why he had decided to travel to Miami after being away for so long. She also inquired if there was anything she could arrange to make his stay in Miami perfect. Lin Yi mentioned that he would like to attend an event on a ship tonight and that he planned to handle some work there, referring to the same mission he was fired from the organization for. Lin Yi arrived at the entrance of the ship, where he was required to show his ticket and identification to be allowed on board. However, as Lin Yi was about to enter, one of the guards stopped him, suspecting that he may be hiding weapons in the briefcase he was carrying. It turned out that Lin Yi had a bunch of cash in his briefcase. He even challenged the guard to search it if he wanted, but warned that he would sue him if anything went wrong. The guard ultimately allowed Lin Yi to enter without conducting a search for weapons on his person. Meanwhile, on the ship, Lin Yi hacked into the ship's servers to access the check-ins and see if he could find any information about Jimmy. The search took some time, so Lin Yi decided to explore the area while waiting for the search to be completed. Unbeknownst to the guard, Lin Yi had actually hidden a small knife in the briefcase and had boarded the ship with it. Lin Yi went to the ship's fourth floor where he encountered Alice, a girl he knew due to his business partnership with her father. They discussed some issues regarding her father and Lin Yi. Lin Yi then remarked that the ship seemed a bit boring. Alice jokingly offered to hook up with him if he was feeling bored, but Lin Yi declined and instead gave her some money to enjoy herself while he rested in his room due to fatigue. While Lin Yi was in his room, going through the check-ins to find Jimmy, he heard a knock on the door. To his surprise, it was Miss Wadana's personal assistant, who claimed they had seen Lin Yi in the gaming room chatting with Alice and didn't want to disturb them. The assistant informed Lin Yi that Miss Wadana wanted to see him. Miss Wadana warmly welcomed Lin Yi into her room, offering him some wine and engaging in a little catch-up conversation, as it had been a while since they last met. Suddenly, there was an announcement outside Miss Wadana's room, stating that Jimmy's friend had arrived. Miss Wadana confidently stated that if Jimmy didn't trust her, he should come to her personally, otherwise the deal was off. Lin Yi wondered if Miss Wadana was the person Jimmy was planning to make a deal with. Feeling a sense of obligation, Lin Yi offered to leave Miss Wadana if she had some very important business to attend to. However, Miss Wadana assured him that her business matter was minor compared to the importance she placed on Lin Yi. She confessed her feelings for him and expressed a desire to have sex, to which Lin Yi accepted, acknowledging that it would be impolite to decline. Lin Yi's intimate time with Miss Wadana was abruptly interrupted by commotion outside the room. They both wondered what was happening, and Lin Yi urged Miss Wadana to get dressed before the intruders entered. It turned out that the disturbance was caused by Jimmy, who had arrived to personally discuss their business with Miss Wadana. Miss Wadana expressed her disappointment in Jimmy's disrespectful behavior towards her and her family. Jimmy argued that their business would benefit them both, so there was no need for any trouble, urging them to focus on the business at hand. He proposed taking care of loose ends, including Lin Yi, but Miss Wadana made it clear that if he dared to harm Lin Yi, the business deal would be off. Eventually, Jimmy agreed to proceed with the business under Miss Wadana's conditions. While Lin Yi knew exactly what was in Jimmy's briefcase, he wondered about the contents of Miss Wadana's briefcase. Once their business with Jimmy concluded, Miss Wadana offered to continue where they had left off, but Lin Yi declined, stating that they would talk about it later. He then left Miss Wadana's room and returned to his own, determined to find out the location of Jimmy's room. Meanwhile, in Jimmy's room, some of his bodyguards had apprehended individuals who attempted to arrest Jimmy. Jimmy instructed his guards to interrogate them for information before disposing of them in the sea as fish food. He ordered the helicopter to be prepared for departure before commencing the interrogations with the captured individuals. Jimmy made a call to his boss, informing him that the business had been completed and they would be departing soon. Just then, he heard a knock at his room and wondered who it could be. Lin Yi revealed that he was the one knocking and that Miss Wadana had sent him to deliver something to Jimmy. As Jimmy opened the door, he discovered that there was no one there. Suddenly, Lin Yi swiftly attacked Jimmy with a kick, pushing him back into the room. Lin Yi entered the room and informed Jimmy that he had been arrested. However, Jimmy confidently stated that Lin Yi couldn't arrest him since he was stronger. Jimmy attempted to attack Lin Yi, but his efforts failed as Lin Yi proved to be faster and stronger. Curious about who had sent Lin Yi, Jimmy pondered if it could be the organization Lin Yi was once a part of, but dismissed the possibility since he would have been aware of it. Lin Yi revealed that he had been kept as a secret by the organization and that he was there to apprehend Jimmy. Jimmy defiantly claimed that Lin Yi would not be able to extract any information from him, as he wouldn't say anything. Lin Yi reassured him that he would find other means to make him talk. Jimmy tells Lin Yi that he's not a human but a devil. Lin Yi asks, "Is there a devil as handsome as him?" Lin scares Jimmy by attempting to cut him with a knife. Jimmy tells Lin to stop and promises to reveal everything. Lin tells Jimmy that the next time he tries to play hard to get, he should first consider the person he's dealing with. Lin forces Jimmy to disclose the identity of the undercover agent they have planted in their organization. Meanwhile, Jimmy's colleague pressures Ning Xiao and Wang Bingyu to provide the name of the scientist in their organization by sharing the complete list. Xiao tells him that they will seek revenge for the death of their fellow comrades who died because of him. Despite being offered a chance to leave alive if they reveal the names of the scientists, Xiao and Ning resist. In response, Jimmy's colleague orders his men to strip Xiao and Ning naked. Just then, Lin Yi barges in by banging the door, and Jimmy's colleague asks him why he's there. Lin Yi enters and attacks Jimmy's colleague. He quickly reaches for his gun and shoots the men accompanying Jimmy's colleague, killing them instantly. Jimmy's colleague warns Lin that his boss will be the first to ensure Lin's demise once he arrives. Lin counters by questioning how his boss can rescue him when his life hangs in the balance of fate. Jimmy's colleague realizes that Lin has already disposed of his body, but Lin assures him that Jimmy is still alive, at least for the time being. Lin proceeds to free his captive friends, informing Ning that her third group is still in the process of recruiting people. He also expresses his concern about the lack of progress in the second group. Ning informs Lin that she will discuss the matter with Boss Liu when she returns. While Lin is freeing the others, Wang Bingju realizes that he is not coming to release her. She cries out, desperately declaring that she is still there. Lin grabs her by the hair and angrily berates her, emphasizing that if it weren't for her actions, innocent lives would not have been lost. Wang Bingyu tries to deny being the undercover agent, but Lin suggests bringing Jimmy to confirm face-to-face. In a fit of anger, Xiao slaps Wang Bingju and demands an explanation for her betrayal. Wang Bingju reveals that her family has suffered a downfall and her father's investments have collapsed. She explains that if she hadn't carried out her undercover mission, her family would have faced ruin. Ning intervenes, stopping Xiao from striking Wang Bingju again, and assures her that Boss Liu will handle the situation. Xiao turns to Lin and asks how he discovered the truth. Lin informs Xiao and Ning that he suspected the presence of a spy within the organization when they reported that the previous mission had failed, resulting in the deaths of 13 people in battle. He explains that the leaked information was too accurate, indicating an insider's involvement. Ning questions whether Lin intentionally created trouble with Yu Lu to give the impression that he was leaving the organization, allowing him to act independently. Lin confirms that he indeed had no real issues with Yu Lu and had discussed his plan with Liu Hong, who approved of it. Lin reveals that there are 2 helicopters waiting outside, urging them to hurry. He informs them that Jimmy is in room 2010, prompting Xiao to suggest checking it out. They locate Jimmy, and Ning comments on his ruthless nature. After examining the contents of the black box Jimmy traded, Ning tells Lin that he has made a significant impact this time. Lin and the others board a helicopter to return, but they spot a man dressed as a clown in a boat heading towards the one they just departed from. Lin tells his friends that they need to turn back and leave him behind as he has personal matters to attend to. Lin spots the clown running inside the boat and attempts to chase after him, but loses sight of him. He contemplates what the clown might be targeting and realizes that the clown must be after special individuals, as his targets cannot be ordinary people. Lin suspects that Wadana is the clown's intended target. Lin encounters the clown, who is now carrying a briefcase. The clown places the briefcase down and challenges Lin to engage in a fight. Lin and the clown engage in combat, and the clown notices that Lin is growing stronger. Lin throws a knife at the clown, but the clown evades it, grabs the briefcase, and escapes. Returning to search for Wadana, Lin finds her lying on the floor. He wakes her up, and she questions why he is there and where the clown is gone. Lin explains to Wadana that he had initially come looking for her, but unexpectedly encountered the clown, which led to his escape. He inquires about what transpired, and she reveals that the clown rushed in and confiscated her belongings before she could retrieve her gun to defend herself. Consequently, he knocked her down, leaving her unaware of the current situation. Lin suggests that the clown might be one of Jimmy's men, potentially involved in blackmailing her. Wadana expresses her intention to report the incident at dawn and arrange a helicopter for them to travel together. Meanwhile, Jeffrey, the owner of Black Gold Corporation, grows furious as Jimmy has failed to contact him since their previous confirmation that the deal with Wadana had been completed. Jenny, a member of the Black Gold Corporation, informs Jeffrey that the Wadana family possesses a reputable background, making it unlikely for them to blackmail Jimmy. In response, Jeffrey instructs Jenny to investigate the situation and discover what has happened. As Lin and Wadana travel, they become aware of a car following closely behind them. Wadana instructs the driver to stop, and they exit the vehicle to confront their pursuer. Jenny introduces herself to Lin and Wadana, explaining that she has been following them to seek answers about Jimmy's whereabouts and to request an explanation from them. Wadana explains to Jenny that the items she had obtained from Jimmy were forcibly taken from her, and it is likely that the same happened to the men from Jenny's company. In response, Jenny points her gun at Wadana, accusing her of playing tricks and demanding that she cease with further explanations. Jenny orders Wadana to accompany her back to their office and explain the situation to her boss. Wadana warns Jenny not to dare shoot her, as her family would retaliate by killing Jenny and everyone in their company, emphasizing their insignificance compared to the power of the Wadana family. Jenny asserts that she is merely performing her job. Lin advises Wadana to ignore Jenny and her men and suggests they leave. Jenny threatens to kill Lin, but he swiftly disarms her and shoots her men in the legs, rendering them immobile. He knocks Jenny unconscious. Lin urges Wadana to go with him, and they bid farewell at the airport. Lin is welcomed by Ning and Xiao at the airport, who inform him that their boss instructed them to give him a second-class merit. Feeling hungry, Lin suggests they find a restaurant to eat, and Ning kindly offers to cover the bill. Xiao inquires about what happened after Lin returned following the completion of their mission. Lin suggests they go back and explain to Boss Liu that his actions were personal and unrelated to the organization's mission. Upon arriving at the Choang office, Lin meets with Ying. Despite wearing sunglasses and a mask, Ying recognizes Lin and remarks that she can identify his scent. Lin questions why Ying appeared sad when he walked in, and she explains her annoyance with a report containing discrepancies of up to 1 million. Ying asks Lin to take care of the report while she takes care of him, promising him a new experience. Lin then encounters King Yan, and they share a kiss after Lizzie expresses her excitement at Lin's return. Lin is in his greenhouse, tending to his fruits. His system informs him that his next mission is to sell crops worth 1 million. Lin complains, questioning why the system is making him sell such a small quantity of fruit for such a high price. The system explains to Lin that it is to introduce him to new challenges and outlines the benefits. Lin considers it to be a good feature. While Lin is calculating, Brother San enters the greenhouse and asks why Lin appears sad. Lin asks Brother San about the selling price he can get for his fruits in the greenhouse. Brother San suggests that if Lin goes to Shanghai, Where there are wealthy people, he might be able to sell all the fruits for 20,000 yuan. Lin becomes stressed and questions whether he can sell them all for 1 million. Brother San wonders if Lin has a fever, as his thinking seems irrational. He suggests they visit Lao Du's family, who are also planning to sell vegetables. Yao Yao questions Lin about his visit to her house, and Lin explains that he followed Brother San to have dinner with them. Brother San talks to Mr. Du, and they agree to accompany Lin to Shanghai to sell their goods. Yao Yao insists on joining them, and her father agrees, stating that she must wake up early or he will not wait for her. Upon arriving in Shanghai, Mr. Du asks Lin to recommend a good place for selling their goods. Lin suggests finding an upscale neighborhood where people have high spending power. He suggests Tongxin Yipin, which is also the home of his friend, and he wants to say hello when they arrive. Lin believes that people from that area will buy their produce without hesitation due to their wealth. Mr. Du expresses concerns about setting up a booth in such a location, fearing potential trouble. However, Lin assures him that everything has already been handled and they need not worry. After setting up their booth, Lin calls his friend to come and buy fruits from him. His friend questions why he is selling fruits instead of focusing on the Ingen group, which is worth hundreds of thousands of yuan per minute. Lin urges her to come quickly as she wants to enjoy the fruits. Two ladies visit Lin's booth after being captivated by his handsome appearance. They discuss his attractiveness, and one of the ladies picks up Lin's fruits and inquires about the price. Lin informs her that he is selling them for 2,500 yuan per pound. Both the ladies and Mr. Du are shocked to hear the price. Lin explains to the lady that his fruit is unique and offers detoxification and endocrine regulation effects, which naturally make it more expensive. Fei, one of the ladies, accuses him of being a liar and threatens to report him for selling such an expensive fruit. Lin responds by stating that he did not force them to buy it and suggests they simply leave it. Fei's friend decides to buy one fruit but informs Lin that if it turns out to be bad, she will return it for a refund. Lin agrees to her request. Fei insults her friend, calling her brain dead and a nymphomaniac. Despite this, Fei's friend still purchases a fruit from Lin, and they walk away. Along the way, Fei calls the property owner to report Lin. Upon arriving at their office, Fei's friend takes a bite of the peach and compliments its sweetness and deliciousness. Fei tells her friend to stop putting on an act because it seems too exaggerated and attention-seeking. Jia, Fei's friend, exclaims that the fruit is incredibly delicious, comparing its taste to that of first love. Fei takes the peach from Jia and takes a bite, confirming its delightful sweetness. Craving another bite, Fei asks Jia to buy one for herself. An hour later, Jia screams in surprise from the bathroom. Fei rushes to her and asks what happened. Jia reveals that her acne has vanished from her face. They realize it must be the effect of the peach, and Fei insists they go and buy more for herself as well. At Tangxing Yipin, the security guards receive an order to remove Lin, who is selling vegetables there. They prepare to confront Lin and his friends, but manager Zhang intervenes, warning them not to dare to take any action because Lin is a friend of their president. Zhang instructs the guards to go and ask Lin if he needs any assistance. The guards reach where Lin and Mr. Du are selling their goods. Lin asks them what they want, and they inquire if he requires any help. Lin assures them they are fine, and the guards leave. Mr. Du compliments Lin, stating that he is skilled at handling such situations. Lin expresses his belief that no one will bother them in that location. Fei expresses her desire to purchase a fruit from Lin. Lin questions why she has returned after previously calling him a liar. Fei apologizes to Lin and asks him to weigh out the largest fruit for her. After buying a fruit, Fei and Jia return. Fei eats her fruit and asks Jia if her acne marks are fading. Jia suggests that Fei try taking a bath and check again later. Fei takes a bath and discovers that her acne marks are gone. Jia informs her that her skin has also improved, feeling as fresh as water. Fei suggests stocking up on the fruits since they seem more effective than the injections and cosmetics they normally use. Jia agrees. Fei asks Jia to wait for her while she puts on a dress that may help her get a discount. Jia remarks that Fei went from spitting at Lin earlier to planning on seducing him. Yo-Yo asks Lin if he doesn't think the fruits are being sold at too high a price when they could be cheaper. Lin tells her that people will buy them, as one person purchases and spreads the news, attracting more customers. Fei and Jia show up again, and Lin questions why they have returned. Fei explains that they want to buy more because the fruits are good and have improved their skin. Shi Ling, a lady who was eavesdropping, approaches Fei and asks if she genuinely believes that Lin's fruits have beauty and skincare effects. Faye informs Xiling that they wouldn't buy the fruits at such an expensive price if the claims weren't true. Wang Naxuling, a friend of Xiling, accuses Lin of manipulating Faye and Jia into persuading others to buy his goods. Faye defends the quality of the fruits and advises against making false accusations. Lin tells Faye not to engage with Wang Naxuling, calling her derogatory names. This angers Wang, and she begins arguing with Lin, threatening to call security to have him removed. Lin warns Wang that he could have her killed if she dares to try, but Wang insists on calling security to handle the situation. Undeterred, Lin continues his business with Faye and Jia. Faye thanks Lin for the discount, mentioning that she dressed nicely to impress him. Lin clarifies that the discount is the free lychee he has given to each of them. Faye and Jia bid their farewells while Wang continues her attempts to involve security. However, the security guards warn her that she can leave if she wants to avoid trouble. Ming stops by to have a conversation with Lin. Ming realizes that Wang was attempting to get rid of Lin. He asks Wang why she wants to remove Lin from the place where he is conducting his business. Wang explains that Lin had threatened her first and emphasizes that her husband is a general manager at Chom Insurance. She continues by suggesting that Ming shouldn't be offended because of a stinking farmer. In response, Ming slaps Wang for calling Lin a stinking farmer. He informs her that he owns a prestigious airline, but does not boast about it, while her husband is merely a manager at Chom Insurance and yet she is causing a scene. Xiling apologizes on behalf of Wang, and they both leave. Ming tries Lin's cherries and compliments their quality. Lin remarks that consuming his fruits will delay Ming for 10 minutes. Ming informs Lin that he will take some cherries with him to quench his thirst and departs with a lady. Ming is talking to Xin on a call and informs him that Lin's fruits have proven to delay time by at least 10 minutes. Qin, Yuan, and another person show up at Lin's shed to purchase the fruits. Lin informs them that he is selling them at 2,500 yuan per pound, which surprises them all. He explains that he has set a goal of making 1 million in sales, so they must restrain themselves as he still needs to make money. Yuan asks Mr. Go to help her get another pocket so she can fill it with peaches and lychees. Later, Lin visits Yuan's office and presents her with the fruits, urging her to try them. She requests that he feed her, so Lin puts a cherry in his mouth and feeds it to her. He then mentions that he should let her continue working to avoid delaying her, and she reminds him to remember to send some fruits to Yang Lao. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and comment. See you in the next video.